Section 14 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Linehart. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Section 14. Continuation of the chapter Romney, November 20. Jackson's letter to the Secretary of War was as follows. Deeply impressed with the importance of absolute secrecy respecting military operations, I have made it a point to say but little respecting my proposed movements in the event of sufficient reinforcements arriving. But since conversing with Lieutenant Colonel Preston, his adjutant general, upon his return from General Loring, and ascertaining the disposition of the general's forces, I venture to respectfully urge that after concentrating all his troops here, an attempt should be made to capture the federal forces at Romney. The attack on Romney would probably induce McClellan to believe that General Johnston's army had been so weakened as to justify him in making an advance on Centreville. But should this not induce him to advance, I do not believe anything will during this winter. Should General Johnston be attacked, I would be at once prepared to reinforce him with my present force, increased by General Loring's. After repulsing the enemy at Manassas, let the troops that marched on Romney return to the valley and move rapidly westward to the waters of the Monongahela and Little Kanawha. I deem it of very great importance that northwestern Virginia be occupied by Confederate troops this winter. At present, it is to be presumed that the enemy are not expecting an attack there, and the resources of that region, necessary for the subsistence of our troops, are in greater abundance than in almost any other season of the year. Postpone the occupation of that section until spring, and we may expect to find the enemy prepared for us, and the resources to which I have referred greatly exhausted. I know that what I have proposed will be an arduous undertaking and cannot be accomplished without the sacrifice of much personal comfort, but I feel that the troops will be prepared to make the sacrifice when animated by the prospects of important results to our cause and distinction to themselves. It may be urged against this plan that the enemy will advance from Beverly and the Great Kanawha on Staunton or Huntersville. I am well satisfied that such a step would make their destruction sure. When northwestern Virginia is occupied in force, the Kanawha Valley, unless it be the lower part of it, must be evacuated by the federal forces, or otherwise their safety will be endangered by forcing a column across from the Little Kanawha between them and the Ohio River. Admitting that the season is too far advanced, or that from other causes all cannot be accomplished that has been named, yet through the blessing of God, who has thus far wonderfully prospered our cause, much more may be expected from General Loring's troops, according to this program, than can be expected from them where they are. This scheme was endorsed by Johnston. I submit, he wrote, that the troops under General Loring might render valuable services by taking the field with General Jackson, instead of going into winter quarters as now proposed. In accordance with Jackson's suggestion, Loring was ordered to join him. Edward Johnson, however, was withheld. The Confederate authorities seem to have considered it injudicious to leave unguarded the mountain roads which lead into the valley from the west. Jackson, with a wider grasp of war, held that concentration at Winchester was a sounder measure of security. Should the Federals at Beverly, he said, take advantage of the withdrawal of Johnson's troops and cross the mountains, so much the worse for them. While they were marching eastwards, involving themselves amongst interminable obstacles, he, Jackson, would place himself on their communications and close in behind them, making their destruction the more certain the further they advanced toward their imaginary prize. While waiting for Loring, Jackson resolved to complete the education of his new battalions in the field. The raw troops who garrisoned the northern border were not formidable enemies, and a sudden rush upon some ill-defended post would give to the staff and soldiery that first taste of success which gives heart and backbone to inexperienced troops. December 6 to 9. The first enterprise, however, was only partially successful. The destruction of a dam on the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal, one of the main arteries of communication between Washington and the West, by which coal, hay, and forage reached the Union capital, was the result of a few days' hard marching and hard work. 2 companies of the Stonewall Brigade volunteered to go down by night and cut the cribs. Standing waist deep in the cold water and under the constant fire of the enemy, they effected a partial breach, but it was repaired by the Federals within 2 days. Jackson's loss was 1 man killed. While engaged in this expedition, news reached him of the decisive repulse by Colonel Edward Johnson of an attack on his position on Allegheny Mountain. Jackson again asked that this brigade might be sent to his support, but it was again refused, notwithstanding Johnston's endorsement of his request. Loring reached Winchester on Christmas Day. Once more the enemy threatened to advance, and information had been received that he had been largely strengthened. Jackson was of opinion that the true policy of the Federals would be to concentrate at Martinsburg, midway between Romney and Frederick, and to march on Winchester over a road that presented no very strong positions. To counteract such a combination, he determined to anticipate their movements and to attack them before they received additional reinforcements. 1862, January 1. On January 1, 1862, 9,000 Confederates marched from Winchester towards the Potomac. Jackson's first objectives were the villages of Bath and Hancock on the Baltimore and Ohio Railway, held by Federal garrisons. By dispersing these detachments, he would prevent support being sent to Romney. By cutting the telegraph along the railroad, he would sever the communication between Banks at Frederick and Rosecrans in West Virginia, and compel Kelly either to evacuate Romney or fight him single-handed. To deal with his enemy in detail, to crush his detachments in succession and with superior force, such was the essence of his plan. The weather when the expedition started was bright and pleasant, so much so that the troops, with the improvidence of young soldiers, left their coats and blankets in the wagons. That very afternoon, however, the temperature underwent a sudden change. Under cold gray skies, the column scaled the mountain ridges, and on the winter wind came a fierce storm of snow and hail. In order to conceal the march as far as possible from the enemy's observations, the brigades had marched by country roads, and delayed by steep gradients and slippery tracks, it was not till the next morning that the supply wagons came up. The troops, hurried suddenly from comfortable winter quarters, suffered much. The bivouac was as cheerless as the march. Without rations and without covering, the men lay shivering around the campfires. The 3rd day out, even the commander of the Stonewall Brigade took it upon himself to halt his wearied men. Jackson became restive. Riding along the column, he found his old regiments halted by the roadside, and asked the reason for the delay. "I have halted to let the men cook their rations," was General Garnett's reply. "There is no time for that, but it is impossible for the men to march further without them. I never found anything impossible with this brigade," and Jackson rode on. His plans admitted of no delay. He intended to surprise the enemy. In this expectation, however, he was disappointed. January 3rd. A few miles distant from Bath, his advanced guard fell in with a Federal reconnaissance, and at nightfall the Confederates had not yet reached the outskirts of the town. Once more they had to bivouac in the open, and rations, tents, and blankets were still behind. When the day broke over the Shenandoah Mountains, the country was white with snow, and the sleeping soldiers were covered as with a winding sheet. After a hasty meal, an attempt was made to surround the village and to cut off the retreat of the garrison. The outflanking movements, made in a blinding storm, failed in combination. The roads were too bad, the subordinate commanders too inexperienced. The 3 hostile regiments escaped across the river in their boats, and only 16 prisoners were captured. Still, the advantages of their unexpected movement were not altogether lost to the Confederates. The Federals, ignorant as yet of the restless energy of the foe who held command at Winchester, had settled themselves cozily in winter quarters. The intelligence of Jackson's march had come too late to enable them to remove the stores which had been collected at Bath, and on the night of January 4, the Virginians reveled in warmth and luxury. The next morning, they moved forward to the river. January 5. On the opposite bank stood the village of Hancock, and after a demand to surrender had been refused, Jackson ordered his batteries to open fire. Shepherdstown, a little Virginia town south of the Potomac, had been repeatedly shelled, even when unoccupied by Confederate troops. In order to intimate that such outrages must cease, a few shells were thrown into Hancock. The next day the bombardment was resumed, but with little apparent effect. And strong reinforcements having joined the enemy, Jackson ceased fire and withdrew. A bridge was already in process of construction 2 miles above the town, but to have crossed the river, a wide though shallow stream, in face of a considerable force, would have been a useless and a costly operation. The annihilation of the Federal garrison would have scarcely repaid the Southerners for the loss of life that must have been incurred. At the same time, while Jackson's batteries had been at work, his infantry had done a good deal of mischief. 2 regiments had burned the bridge by which the Baltimore and Ohio Railway crosses the great Cavaet River. The canal dam was breached, and many miles of track and telegraph were destroyed. The enemy's communications between Frederick and Romney were thus effectually severed, and a large amount of captured stores were sent to Winchester. It was with the design of covering these operations that the bombardment had been continued, and the summons to surrender was probably no more than a ruse to attract the attention of the Federal commander from the attack on the Cavaet Bridge. On the morning of the 7th, Jackson moved southward to Unger's Store. Here, however, the expedition came to a standstill. The precaution of rough-shoeing the horses before leaving Winchester had been neglected, and it was found necessary to refit the teams and rest the men. January 13. After halting for 4 days, the Confederates, on January 13, renewed their march. The outlook was unpromising. Although cavalry patrols had been dispatched in every direction, a detachment of militia, which had acted as flank guard in the direction of Romney while Jackson was moving to Unger's Store, had been surprised and defeated, with the loss of 2 guns at Hanging Rock. The weather, too, grew colder and colder, and the mountain roads were little more than sheets of ice. The sleet beat fiercely down upon the crawling column. The men stumbled and fell on the slippery tracks. Many wagons were overturned, and the bloody knees and muzzles of the horses bore painful witness to the severity of the march. The bivouacs were more comfortless than before. The provision train lagged far in rear. Axes there were none, and had not the fence rails afforded a supply of firewood, the sufferings of the troops would have been intense. As it was, despite the example of their commander, they pushed forward but slowly through the bitter weather. Jackson was everywhere, here putting his shoulder to the wheel of a gun that the exhausted team could no longer move, there urging the wearied soldiers or rebuking the officers for want of energy. Attentive as he was to the health and comfort of his men in quarters, on the line of march he looked only to the success of the Confederate arms. The hardships of the winter operations were to him but a necessary concomitant of his designs, and it mattered but little if the weak and sickly should succumb. Commanders who are over-chary of their soldiers' lives, who forget that their men have voluntarily offered themselves as food for powder, often miss great opportunities. To die doing his duty was to Jackson the most desirable consummation of the soldier's existence, and where duty was concerned or victory in doubt, he was as careless of life and suffering as Napoleon himself. The well-being of an individual, or even of an army, was nothing compared with the interests of Virginia, and in the end, his indomitable will triumphed over every obstacle. January 10. Romney Village came at length in sight, lonely and deserted amid the mountain snows, for the Federal garrison had vanished, abandoning its camp equipment and its magazines. No pursuit was attempted. Jackson had resolved on further operations. It was now in his power to strike at the Federal communications, marching along the Baltimore and Ohio Railway in the direction of Grafton, 75 miles west of Romney. In order to leave all safe behind him, he determined, as a first step, to destroy the bridge by which the Baltimore and Ohio Railway crossed the Potomac in the neighborhood of Cumberland. The Federal forces at Williamstown and Frederick drew the greater part of their supplies from the west, and so serious an interruption in the line of communication would compel them to give up all thought of offensive enterprises in the valley. But the sufferings that his green soldiers had undergone had sapped their discipline. Loring's division, nearly two-thirds of the command, was so discontented as to be untrustworthy. It was useless with such troops to dream of further movements among the inhospitable hills. Many had deserted during the march from Unger's Store. Many had succumbed to the exposure of the bivouacs, and more than all, the commander had been disloyal to his superior. Although a regular officer of long service, he had permitted himself a license of speech which was absolutely unjustifiable, and throughout the operations had shown his unfitness for his position. Placed under the command of an officer who had been his junior in the Army of the United States, his sense of discipline was overborne by the slight to his vanity, and not for the first time, nor the last, the resentment of a petty mind ruined an enterprise which would have profited a nation. Compelled to abandon his projected march against the enemy, Jackson determined to leave a strong garrison in Romney and the surrounding district, while the remainder of the force withdrew to Winchester. The two towns were connected by a good highroad, and by establishing telegraphic communication between them, he believed that despite the Federal numbers, he could maintain his hold on these important posts. Many precautions were taken to secure Romney from surprise. 3 militia regiments, recruited in the country and thus not only familiar with every road, but able to procure ample information, were posted in the neighborhood of the town, and with the militia were left 3 companies of cavalry, one of which had already been employed in this region. In detailing Loring's division as the garrison of Romney, Jackson seems to have made a grave mistake. He had much reason to be dissatisfied with the commander, and the men were already demoralized. Troops unfit to march against the enemy were not the men to be trusted with the security of an important outpost within 30 miles of the Federal camps at Cumberland, far from their supports and surrounded by bleak and lonely mountains. A man of wider sympathy with human weakness and with less rigid ideas of discipline might possibly have arranged matters so that the Stonewall Brigade might have remained at Romney, while Loring and his division were transferred to less exacting duties and more comfortable quarters. But Loring's division constituted two-thirds of Jackson's force, and Romney, more exposed than Winchester, required a stronger garrison. A general of Loring's temper and pretensions would scarcely have submitted to the separation of his brigades, and would probably have become even more discontented had Garnett, the leader of the Stonewall Brigade, been left in command at Romney, while he himself played a subordinate part at Winchester. It is only too possible, however, that matters were past mending. The feeble discipline of Loring's troops had broken down. Their enthusiasm had not been proof against the physical suffering of these winter operations. The Stonewall Brigade, on the other hand, was still staunch. "I am well assured," wrote Jackson at this time, "that had an order been issued for its march, even through the depth of winter and in any direction, it would have sustained its reputation. For although it was not under fire during the expedition at Romney, yet the alacrity with which it responded to the call of duty and overcame obstacles showed that it was still animated by the same spirit that characterized it at Manassas." But Jackson's old regiments were now tried soldiers, and spirited by the memories of the great victory they had done so much to win, improved by association with Johnston's army, and welded together by a discipline far stricter than that which obtained in commands like Loring's. January 24. On January 24, Jackson returned to Winchester. His strategy had been successful. He had driven the enemy across the Potomac. He had destroyed for a time an important line of supply. He had captured a few prisoners and many stores, and this with a loss of 4 men killed and 28 wounded. The Federal forces along the border were far superior to his own. The dispersion of these forces from Cumberland to Frederick, a distance of 80 miles, had doubtless been much in his favor. But when he marched from Winchester, he had reason to believe that 8,000 men were posted at Frederick, 2,000 at Hagerstown, 2,000 at Williamsport, 2,000 at Hancock, and 12,000 at Cumberland and Romney. The actual effective strength of these garrisons may possibly have been smaller than had been reported, but such were the numbers which he had to take into consideration when planning his operations. It would appear from the map that while he was at Romney, 12,000 Federals might have moved out from Williamsport and Harper's Ferry and have cut him off from Winchester. This danger had to be kept in view. But the enemy had made no preparations for crossing the Potomac. The river was a difficult obstacle, and Banks was not the man to run risks. At the same time, while Jackson was in all probability perfectly aware of the difficulties which Banks refused to face, and counted on that commander's hesitation, it must be admitted that his maneuvers had been daring, and that the mere thought of the enemy's superior numbers would have tied down a general of inferior ability to the passive defense of Winchester. Moreover, the results attained were out of all proportion to the trifling loss which had been incurred. An important recruiting ground had been secured. The development of Union sentiment, which, since the occupation of Romney by the Federals, had been gradually increasing along the upper Potomac, would be checked by the presence of Southern troops. A base for further operations against the Federal detachments in West Virginia had been established, and a fertile region opened to the operations of the Confederate commissaries. These strategic advantages, however, were by no means appreciated by the people of Virginia. The sufferings of the troops appealed more forcibly to their imagination than the prospective benefit to be derived by the Confederacy. Jackson's secrecy, as absolute as that of the grave, had an ill effect. Unable to comprehend his combinations, even his own officers ascribed his maneuvers to a restless craving for personal distinction, while civilian wiseacres, with their ears full of the exaggerated stories of Loring's stragglers, saw in the relentless energy with which he had pressed the march on Romney not only the evidence of a callous indifference to suffering, but the symptoms of a diseased mind. They refused to consider that the general had shared the hardships of the troops, faring as simply and roughly as any private in the ranks. He was charged with partiality to the Stonewall Brigade. It was said that he kept it in the rear, while other troops were constantly thrust into danger, and that now, while Loring's command was left in midwinter in an alpine region, almost within the jaws of a powerful enemy, these favored regiments were brought back to the comforts and hospitalities of the town, whereas in truth, while the forces in Romney were ordered into huts, the brigade was 3 miles below Winchester, in tents, and under the most rigid discipline. It should not be forgotten, however, that Loring's troops were little more as yet than a levy of armed civilians, ignorant of war, and this was one reason the more that during those cruel marches the hand that held the reins should have been a light one. A leader more genial and less rigid would have found a means to sustain their courage. Napoleon, with the captivating familiarity he used so well, would have laughed the grumblers out of their ill humor, and have nerved the fainting by pointing to the glory to be won. Nelson would have struck the chord of patriotism. Skobeleff, taking the very privates into his confidence, would have enlisted their personal interest in the success of the enterprise, and the eccentric speeches of Father Suffroff would have cheered them like a cordial. There are occasions when both officers and men are the better for a little humoring, and the march to Romney was one. A few words of hearty praise, A stirring appeal to their nobler instincts, a touch of sympathy, might have worked wonders. But whatever of personal magnetism existed in Stonewall Jackson found no utterance in words. Whilst his soldiers struggled painfully towards Romney in the teeth of the winter storm, his lips were never opened save for sharp rebuke or peremptory order, and Loring's men had some reason to complain of his fanatical regard for the very letter of the law. On the most inclement of those January nights, the captain of a Virginia company, on whose property they happened to have halted, had allowed them to use the fence rails for the campfires. Jackson, ever careful of private rights, had issued an order that fences should not be burned, and the generous donor was suspended from duty on the charge of giving away his own property without first asking leave. Well might the soldiers think that their commander regarded them as mere machines. His own men knew his worth. Bull Run had showed them the measure of his courage and his ability. In a single battle, he had won that respect and confidence which go so far towards establishing discipline. But over Loring's men his personal ascendancy was not yet established. They had not yet seen him under fire. The fighting in the Romney campaign had been confined to skirmishing. Much spoil had been gathered in, but there were no trophies to show in the shape of guns or colors. No important victory had raised their self-respect. It is not too much to say that the silent soldier who insisted on such constant exertion and such unceasing vigilance was positively hated. They were unaccustomed to a military regiment so energetic as his. Personally the most modest of men, officially he was the most exacting of commanders, and his purpose to enforce a thorough performance of duty and his stern disapprobation of remissness and self-indulgence were veiled by no affectations of politeness. Those who came to serve near his person, if they were not wholly like-minded with himself, usually underwent, at first, a sort of breaking in, accompanied with no little chafing to restless spirits. The expedition to Romney was, to such officers, just such an apprenticeship to Jackson's methods of making war. All this was fully known to him, but while he keenly felt the injustice, he disdained to resent it or to condescend to any explanation. Jackson returned to Winchester with no anticipation that the darkest days of his military life were close at hand. Little Sorrel, the charger he had ridden at Bull Run, leaving the senior members of the staff toiling far in rear, had covered 40 miles of mountain roads in one short winter day. After going to an hotel and divesting himself of the mud which had bespattered him in his rapid ride, he proceeded to Dr. Graham's, in order to give his wife a surprise he had not intimated when he would return. As soon as the first glad greetings were over, before taking his seat, with a face all aglow with delight, he glanced round the room and was so impressed with the cozy and cheerful aspect of the fireside, as we all sat round it that winter evening, that he exclaimed, "This is the very essence of comfort." He had already put aside the unpleasant memories of the expedition, and had resigned himself to rest content with the measure of success that had been attained. Romney, at least, was occupied, and operations might be effectively resumed at a more propitious season. 6 days later, however, Jackson received a peremptory message from the Secretary of War. "Our news indicates that a movement is making to cut off General Loring's command. Order him back immediately." This order had been issued without reference to General Johnston, Jackson's immediate superior, and so marked a departure from ordinary procedure could not possibly be construed except as a severe reflection on Jackson's judgment. Nor could it have other than a most fatal effect on the discipline of the Valley troops. It had been brought about by most discreditable means. Loring's officers had sat in judgment on their commander. Those who had been granted leave at the close of the expedition had repaired to Richmond, and had filled the ears of the government and the columns of the newspapers with complaints. Those who remained at Romney formulated their grievance in an official remonstrance, which Loring was indiscreet enough to approve and forward. A council of subordinate officers had the effrontery to record their opinion that Romney was a place of no strategical importance, and to suggest that the division might be maintained much more comfortably at much less expense and with every military advantage at almost any other place. Discomfort was the burden of their complaint. They had been serving continuously for 8 months. Their present position imposed upon them even greater vigilance and more constant exertion than had hitherto been demanded of them, and their one thought was to escape from a situation which they characterized as of the most disagreeable and unfavorable that could well be imagined. Only a single pertinent argument was brought forward. The Confederate soldiers had enlisted only for 12 months, and the government was about to ask them to volunteer for the duration of the war. It was urged by Loring's officers that with the present prospect before them, there was much doubt that a single man of the division would reenlist. With some regard for its comfort, added the general, a large portion, if not the whole, may be prevailed upon to do so. It does not seem to have occurred to these officers that soldiers in the near vicinity of the enemy, wherever they may be placed, must always be subject to privations, and that at any other point of the Confederate frontier, at Winchester with Jackson, at Leesburg with Hill, or at Centerville with Johnston, their troops would be exposed to the same risks and the same discomforts as at Romney. That the occupation of a dangerous outpost is in itself an honor never entered their minds, and it would have been more honest, instead of reviling the climate and the country, had they frankly declared that they had had enough for the present of active service, and had no mind to make further sacrifices in the cause for which they had taken arms. January 31st. With the Secretary's order, Jackson at once complied. Loring was recalled to Winchester, but before his command arrived, Jackson's resignation had gone in. His letter, forwarded through Johnson, ran as follows. Headquarters, Valley District, Winchester, Virginia, January 31st, 1862. Honorable J.P. Benjamin, Secretary of War. Sir, your order requiring me to direct General Loring to return with his command to Winchester immediately has been received and promptly complied with. With such interference in my command, I cannot expect to be of much service in the field, and accordingly respectfully request to be ordered to report for duty to the Superintendent of the Virginia Military Institute at Lexington, as has been done in the case of other professors. Should this application not be granted, I respectfully request that the President will accept my resignation from the Army. The danger apprehended by the Secretary of War that Loring's division, if left at Romney, might be cut off, did not exist. General Lander, an able and energetic officer, now in command of the federal force at Cumberland, had put forward proposals for an active campaign in the Shenandoah Valley, but there was no possibility of such an enterprise being immediately undertaken. The Potomac was still a formidable obstacle. Artillery and cavalry were both deficient, the troops were scattered, and their discipline was indifferent. Lander's command, according to his official dispatches, was more like an armed mob than an army. Romney, therefore, was in little danger, and Jackson, who had so lately been in contact with the Federal troops, whose cavalry patrolled the banks of the Potomac, and who was in constant receipt of information of the enemy's attitude and condition, was certainly a better judge of what was probable than any official in the Confederate capital. There were doubtless objections to the retention of Romney. An enormous army in the entrenched camp at Washington threatened Centerville, and in the event of that army advancing, Jackson would be called upon to reinforce Johnston, just as Johnston had reinforced Beauregard before Bull Run. With the greater part of his force at Romney, such an operation would be delayed by at least 2 days. Even Johnston himself, although careful to leave his subordinate a free hand, suggested that the occupation of Romney and the consequent dispersion of Jackson's force might enable the enemy to cut in effectively between the Valley troops and the main army. It is beyond question, however, that Jackson had carefully studied the situation. There was no danger of his forgetting that his was merely a detached force, or of his overlooking, in the interests of his own projected operations, the more important interests of the main army. And if his judgment of the situation differed from that of his superior, it was because he had been indefatigable in his search for information. He had agents everywhere. His intelligence was more ample than that supplied by the Confederate spies in Washington itself. No reinforcements could reach the Federals on the Potomac without his knowledge. He was always accurately informed of the strength and movements of their detachments, nor had he failed to take the precautions which minimized the evils arising from dissemination. He had constructed a line of telegraph from Charlestown within 7 miles of Harper's Ferry to Winchester, and another line was to have been constructed to Romney. He had established relays of couriers through his district. By this means he could communicate with Hill at Leesburg in 3 hours, and by another line of posts with Johnston at Centerville. But his chief reason for believing that Romney might be occupied without risk to a junction between himself and Johnston lay in the impassable condition of the Virginia roads. McClellan's huge army could not drag its guns and wagons through the slough of mud which lay between Washington and Centerville. Banks' command at Frederick was in no condition for a rapid advance, either upon Leesburg or on Winchester, and it was evident that little was to be feared from Lander until he had completed the work, on which he was now actively engaged, of repairing the communications which Jackson's raid had temporarily interrupted. With the information we have now before us, it is clear that Jackson's view of the situation was absolutely correct, that for the present Romney might be advantageously retained and recruiting pushed forward in this section of Virginia. If, when McClellan advanced, the Confederates were to confine themselves to the defensive, the post would undoubtedly have to be abandoned. But if, instead of tamely surrendering the initiative, the government were to adopt the bolder strategy which Jackson had already advocated, and Johnston's army, moving westward to the valley, were to utilize the natural line of invasion by way of Harper's Ferry, the occupation of Romney would secure the flank and give the invading force a fertile district from which to draw supplies.
End of section 14. Section 15 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhardt. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Section 15. It was not, however, on the Secretary's misconception of the situation that Jackson's request for relief was based, nor was it the slur on his judgment that led him to resign. The injury that had been inflicted by Mr. Benjamin's unfortunate letter was not personal to himself. It affected the whole army. It was a direct blow to discipline and struck at the very heart of military efficiency. Not only would Jackson himself be unable to enforce his authority over troops who had so successfully defied his orders, but the whole edifice of command throughout the length and breadth of the Confederacy would, if he tamely submitted to the Secretary's extraordinary action, be shaken to its foundations. Johnston, still smarting under Mr. Davis's rejection of his strategical views, felt this as acutely as did Jackson. The discipline of the Army, he wrote to the Secretary of War, cannot be maintained under such circumstances. The direct tendency of such orders is to insulate the commanding general from his troops, to diminish his moral as well as his official control, and to harass him with a constant fear that his most matured plans may be marred by orders from his government which it is impossible for him to anticipate. To Jackson he wrote advising the withdrawal of his resignation. Under ordinary circumstances, a due sense of one's own dignity, as well as care for professional character and official rights, would demand such a course as yours. But the character of this war, the great energy exhibited by the government of the United States, the danger in which our very existence as an independent people lies, requires sacrifices from us all who have been educated as soldiers. I received the information of the order of which you have such cause to complain from your letter. Is not that as great an official wrong to me as the order itself to you? Let us dispassionately reason with the government on this subject of command, and if we fail to influence its practice, then ask to be relieved from positions the authority of which is exercised by the War Department, while the responsibilities are left to us. I have taken the liberty to detain your letter to make this appeal to your patriotism, not merely from common feelings of personal regard, but from the official opinion which makes me regard you as necessary to the service of the country in your present position. But Johnston, when he wrote, was not aware of the remonstrance of Loring's officers. His protest in his letter to the Secretary of War deprecated the action of the department in ignoring the authority of the military chiefs. It had no reference to the graver evil of yielding to the representations of irresponsible subordinates. Considering the circumstances as he believed them to exist, his advice was doubtless prudent, but it found Jackson in no compromising mood. "Sacrifices," he exclaimed, "have I not made them? What is my life here but a daily sacrifice? Nor shall I ever withhold sacrifices for my country where they will avail anything. I intend to serve here, anywhere, in any way I can, even if it be as a private soldier. But if this method of making war is to prevail, the country is ruined. My duty to Virginia requires that I shall utter my protest against it in the most energetic form in my power, and that is to resign. The authorities at Richmond must be taught a lesson, or the next victims of their meddling will be Johnston and Lee." Fortunately for the Confederacy, the Virginia officers possessed a staunch supporter in the governor of the state. Mr. Letcher knew Jackson's worth, and he knew the estimation in which he was already held by the Virginia people. The Battle of Manassas had attained the dignity of a great historical event, and those whose share in the victory had been conspicuous were regarded with the same respect as the heroes of the Revolution. In the spring of 1862, Manassas stood alone, the supreme incident of the war. Its fame was not yet overshadowed by mightier conflicts, and it had taken rank in the popular mind with the decisive battles of the world. Jackson, at the same time that he addressed Johnston, wrote to Letcher. It is possible that he anticipated the course the governor would adopt. He certainly took care that if a protest were made, it should be backed with convincing argument. "The order from the War Department," he wrote, "was given without consulting me, and is abandoning to the enemy what has cost much preparation, expense, and exposure to secure, is in direct conflict with my military plans, implies a want of confidence in my capacity to judge when General Loring's troops should fall back, and is an attempt to control military operations in details from the Secretary's desk at a distance. As a single order like that of the Secretary's may destroy the entire fruits of a campaign, I cannot reasonably expect, if my operations are thus to be interfered with, to be of much service in the field. If I ever acquired, through the blessing of Providence, any influence over troops, this undoing my work by the Secretary may greatly diminish that influence. I regard the recent expedition as a great success. I desire to say nothing against the Secretary of War. I take it for granted that he has done what he believes to be best, but I regard such policy as ruinous." This letter had the desired result. Not content with reminding Jackson of the effect his resignation would have on the people of Virginia and begging him to withdraw it, Governor Letcher took the Secretary of War to task. Mr. Benjamin, who had probably acted in ignorance rather than in defiance of the military necessities, at once gave way. Governor Letcher, assured that it was not the intention of the government to interfere with the plans of the general, withdrew the resignation. Jackson had already yielded to his representations. "In this transaction," says his chief of the staff, Jackson gained one of his most important victories for the Confederate States. Had the system of encouragement to the insubordination of inferiors and of interference with the responsibilities of commanders in the field, which was initiated in his case, become established, military success could only have been won by accident. By his firmness, the evil usage was arrested, and a lesson impressed both upon the government and the people of the South. That the soldier is but the servant of the statesman, as war is but an instrument of diplomacy, no educated soldier will deny. Politics must always exercise a supreme influence on strategy. It cannot be gainsaid that interference with the commanders in the field is fraught with the gravest danger. Mr. Benjamin's action was without excuse. In listening to the malcontents, he ignored the claims of discipline. In canceling Jackson's orders, he struck a blow at the confidence of the men in their commander. In directing that Romney should be held, he decided on a question which was not only purely military, but of which the man on the spot, actually in touch with the situation and with the enemy, could alone be judge. Even Johnston, a most able and experienced soldier, although he was evidently apprehensive that Jackson's front was too extended, forbore to do more than warn. Nor was his interference the crown of Mr. Benjamin's offense. The omniscient lawyer asked no advice, but believing, as many still believe, that neither special knowledge nor practical acquaintance with the working of the military machine is necessary in order to maneuver armies, he had acted entirely on his own initiative. It was indeed time that he received a lesson. Well would it have been for the Confederacy had the President himself been wise enough to apply the warning to its full extent. We have already seen that after the victory of Manassas, in his capacity of commander-in-chief, he refused to denude the southern coasts of their garrisons in order to reinforce Johnston's army and strike a decisive blow in Northern Territory. Had he but once recognized that he too was an amateur, that it was impossible for one man to combine effectively in his own person the duties of head of the government and of commander-in-chief, he would have handed over the management of his huge armies and the direction of all military movements to the most capable soldier the Confederacy could produce. Capable soldiers were not wanting, and had the control of military operations been frankly committed to a trained strategist and the military resources of the southern states been placed unreservedly at the disposal of either Lee or Johnston, combined operations would have taken the place of disjointed enterprises, and the full strength of the country have been concentrated at the decisive point. It can hardly, however, be imputed as a fault to Mr. Davis that he did not anticipate a system which achieved such astonishing success in Prussia's campaigns of 66 and 70. It was not through vanity alone that he retained in his own hands the supreme control of military affairs. The Confederate system of government was but an imitation of that which existed in the United States, and in Washington, as in Richmond, the President was not only commander-in-chief in name, but the arbiter in all questions of strategy and organization. While, to go still further back, the English cabinet had exercised the same power since Parliament became supreme. The American people may be forgiven for their failure to recognize the deplorable results of the system they had inherited from the mother country. The English people had been equally blind, and in their case there was no excuse. The mismanagement of the national resources in the war with France was condoned by the victories of Wellington. The vicious conceptions of the government, responsible for so many useless enterprises, for waste of life, of treasure, of opportunity, were lost in the blaze of triumph in which the struggle ended. 40 years later, it had been forgotten that the cabinet of 1815 had done its best to lose the Battle of Waterloo. The lessons of the Great War were disregarded, and the cabinet of 1853 to 1854 was allowed to work its will on the Army of the Crimea. It is a significant fact that during the War of Secession, for the 3 years the control of the armies of the North remained in the hands of the cabinet, the balance of success lay with the Confederates. But in March 1864, Grant was appointed commander-in-chief. Lincoln abdicated his military functions in his favor, and the Secretary of War had nothing more to do than to comply with his requisitions. Then, for the first time, the enormous armies of the Union were maneuvered in harmonious combination, and the superior force was exerted to its full effect. Nor is it less significant that during the most critical period of the 1862 campaign, the most glorious to the Confederacy, Lee was commander-in-chief of the Southern armies. But when Lee left Richmond for the northern border, Davis once more assumed supreme control, retaining it until it was too late to stave off ruin. Yet the Southern soldiers had never to complain of such constant interference on the part of the cabinet as had the Northern, and to Jackson it was due that each Confederate general, with few exceptions, was henceforward left unhampered in his own theater of operations. His threat of resignation at least effected this, and although the President still managed or mismanaged the grand operations, the Secretary of War was muzzled. It might be objected that in this instance Jackson showed little respect for the discipline he so rigidly enforced, and that in the critical situation of the Confederacy his action was a breach of duty which was almost disloyalty. Without doubt, his resignation would have seriously embarrassed the government. To some degree, at least, the confidence of both the people and the army in the administration would have become impaired. But Jackson was fighting for a principle which was of even more importance than subordination. Foreseeing as he did the certain results of civilian meddling, submission to the Secretary's orders would have been no virtue. His presence with the army would hardly have counterbalanced the untrammeled exercise of Mr. Benjamin's military sagacity and the inevitable decay of discipline. It was not the course of a weak man, an apathetic man, or a selfish man. We may imagine Jackson eating his heart out at Lexington while the war was raging on the frontier, and the Stonewall Brigade was fighting manfully under another leader against the hosts of the invader. The independence of his country was the most intense of all his earthly desires, and to leave the forefront of the fight before that desire had been achieved would have been more to him than most. He would have sacrificed far more in resigning than in remaining, and there was always the possibility that a brilliant success and the rapid termination of the war would place Mr. Benjamin apparently in the right. How would Jackson look then? What would be the reputation of the man who had quitted the army on what would have been considered a mere point of etiquette in the very heat of the campaign? No ordinary man would have faced the alternative and have risked his reputation in order to teach the rulers of his country a lesson which might never reach them. It must be remembered, too, that Jackson had not yet proved himself indispensable. He had done good work at Manassas, but so had others. His name was scarcely known beyond the confines of his own state, and Virginia had several officers of higher reputation. His immediate superiors knew his value, but the Confederate authorities, as their action proved, placed little dependence on his judgment, and in all probability set no special store upon his services. There was undoubtedly every chance, had not Governor Letcher intervened, that his resignation would have been accepted. His letter then to the Secretary of War was no mere threat, the outcome of injured vanity, but the earnest and deliberate protest of a man who is ready to sacrifice even his own good name to benefit his country. The negotiations which followed his application to resign occupied some time. He remained at Winchester, and the pleasant home where he and his wife had found such kindly welcome was the scene of much discussion. Governor Letcher was not alone in his endeavors to alter his decision. Many were the letters that poured in. From every class of Virginians, from public men and private, came the same appeal. But until he was convinced that Virginia would suffer by his action, Jackson was deaf to argument. He had not yet realized the measure of confidence which he had won. To those who sought to move him by saying that his country could not spare his services, or by speaking of his hold upon the troops, he replied that they greatly overestimated his capacity for usefulness, and that his place would readily be filled by a better man. That many of his friends were deeply incensed with the Secretary of War was only natural, and his conduct was bitterly denounced. But Jackson not only forbore to criticize, but in his presence all criticism was forbidden. There can be no doubt that he was deeply wounded. He could be angry when he chose, and his anger was nonetheless fierce because it was habitually controlled. He never forgave Davis for his want of wisdom after Manassas, and indeed in future campaigns, the president's action was sufficient to exasperate the most patriotic of his generals. But during this time of trouble, not a word escaped Jackson which showed those nearest him that his equanimity was disturbed. Anticipating that he would be ordered to the Military Institute, he was even delighted, says his wife, at the prospect of returning home. The reason of his calmness is not far to seek. He had come to the determination that it was his duty to resign, not, we may be certain, without prayer and self-communing. And when Jackson saw what his duty was, all other considerations were soon dismissed. He was content to leave the future in higher hands. It had been so with him when the question of secession was first broached. It was soon after the election of 1860, wrote one of his clerical friends, when the country was beginning to heave in the agony of dissolution. We had just risen from morning prayers in his own house, where at that time I was a guest. Filled with gloom, I was lamenting in strong language the condition and prospect of our beloved country. Why, said he, should Christians be disturbed about the dissolution of the Union? It can only come by God's permission, and will only be permitted if for his people's good. I cannot see why we should be distressed about such things, whatever be their consequence. For the next month, the Stonewall Brigade and its commander enjoyed a well-earned rest. The Federals, on Loring's withdrawal, contented themselves with holding Romney and Moorfield, and on Johnston's recommendation, Loring and part of his troops were transferred elsewhere. The enemy showed no intention of advancing. The season was against them. The winter was abnormally wet. The Potomac was higher than it had been for 20 years, and the Virginia roads had disappeared in mud. In order to encourage reenlistment amongst the men, furloughs were liberally granted by the authorities at Richmond, and for a short season the din of arms was unheard on the Shenandoah. This peaceful time was one of unalloyed happiness to Jackson. The country round Winchester, the gently rolling ridges surmounted by groves of forest trees, the great North Mountains to the westward, rising sharply from the valley, the cozy villages and comfortable farms, and in the clear blue distance to the south, the towering peaks of the Massanuttons, is a picture not easily forgotten. And the little town, quiet and old-fashioned, with its ample gardens and red brick pavements, is not unworthy of its surroundings. Up a narrow street, shaded by silver maples, stood the manse, not far from the headquarters offices. And here, when his daily work was done, Jackson found the happiness of a home, brightened by the winning ways and attractive presence of his wife. With his host he had much in common. They were members of the same church, and neither yielded to the other in his high standard of morality. The great bookcases of the manse were well stocked with appropriate literature, and the cultured intellect of Dr. Graham met more than halfway the somewhat abstruse problems with which Jackson's powerful brain delighted to wrestle. But Jackson and his host, even had they been so inclined, were not permitted to devote their whole leisure to theological discussion. Children's laughter broke in upon their arguments. The young staff officers, with the bright eyes of the Winchester ladies as a lure, found a welcome by that hospitable hearth, and the war was not so absorbing a topic as to drive gaiety afield. The sedate manse was like to lose its character. There were times when the house overflowed with music and with merriment, and sounds at which a Scotch elder would have shuddered were heard far out in the street. And the fun and frolic were not confined to the more youthful members of the household. The Stonewall Brigade would hardly have been surprised had they seen their general surrounded by ponderous volumes, gravely investigating the teaching of departed commentators, or joining with quiet fervor in the family devotions. But had they seen him running down the stairs with an urchin on his shoulders, laughing like a schoolboy, they would have refused to credit the evidence of their senses. So the months wore on.
"We spent," says Mrs. Jackson, "as happy a winter as ever falls to the lot of mortals upon earth. But the brigade was not forgotten, nor the enemy. Every day the Virginia regiments improved in drill and discipline. The scouts were busy on the border, and not a movement of the Federal forces was unobserved. A vigilant watch was indeed necessary. The snows had melted, and the roads were slowly drying. The Army of the Potomac, McClellan's great host, numbering over 200,000 men, encamped around Washington, hardly more than a day's march distant from Centreville, threatened to overwhelm the 82,000 Confederates who held the entrenchments at Centreville and Manassas Junction. General Lander was dead, but Shields, a veteran of the Mexican campaign, had succeeded him, and the force at both Romney and Frederick had been increased. In the West, things were going badly for the new republic. The Union troops had overrun Kentucky, Missouri, and the greater part of Tennessee. A Confederate army had been defeated, Confederate forts captured, and the amphibious power of the North had already been effectively exerted. Various towns on the Atlantic seaboard had been occupied. Not one of the European powers had evinced a decided intention of espousing the Confederate cause, and the blockade still exercised its relentless pressure. It was not, however, until the end of February that the great host beyond the Potomac showed symptoms of approaching movement. But it had long been evident that both Winchester and Centreville must soon be abandoned. Johnston was as powerless before McClellan as Jackson before Banks. Even if by bringing fortification to their aid they could hold their ground against the direct attack of far superior numbers, they could not prevent their entrenchments being turned. McClellan had at his disposal the naval resources of the North. It would be no difficult task to transfer his army by the broad reaches of the Potomac and the Chesapeake to some point on the Virginia coast, and to intervene between Centreville and Richmond. At the same time, the Army of Western Virginia, which was now under command of General Fremont, might threaten Jackson in rear by moving on Staunton from Beverly and the Great Kanawha, while Banks assailed him in front. Johnston was already preparing to retreat. Jackson, reluctant to abandon a single acre of his beloved valley to the enemy, was nevertheless constrained to face the possibilities of such a course. His wife was sent back to her father's home in the same train that conveyed his sick to Staunton. Baggage and stores were removed to Mount Jackson, halfway up the Shenandoah Valley, and his little army, which had now been increased to 3 brigades, or 4,600 men all told, was ordered to break up its camps. 38,000 Federals had gradually assembled between Frederick and Romney. Banks, who commanded the whole force, was preparing to advance, and his outposts were already established on the south bank of the Potomac. But when the Confederate column filed through the streets of Winchester, it moved not south, but north. Such was Jackson's idea of a retreat: to march towards the enemy, not away from him, to watch his every movement, to impose upon him with a bold front, to delay him to the utmost, and to take advantage of every opportunity that might offer for offensive action. Shortly before their departure, the troops received a reminder that their leader brooked no trifling with orders. Intoxicating liquors were forbidden in the Confederate lines, but the regulation was systematically evaded, and the friends of the soldiers smuggled in supplies. When this breach of discipline was discovered, Jackson put a stop to the traffic by an order which put the punishment on the right shoulders. Every wagon that came into camp was to be searched, and if any liquor were found, it was to be spilled out, and the wagon horses turned over to the quartermaster for the public service. Nevertheless, when they left Winchester, so Jackson wrote to his wife, the troops were in excellent spirits, and their somewhat hypochondriacal general had never for years enjoyed more perfect health, a blessing for which he had more reason to be thankful than the Federals. Note the evils of civilian control. It is well worth noticing that the interference of both the Union and Confederate cabinets was not confined to the movements and location of the troops. The organization of the armies was very largely the work of the civilian authorities, and the advice of the soldiers was very generally disregarded. The results, it need hardly be said, were deplorable. The Northern wiseacres considered cavalry an encumbrance and a staff a mere ornamental appendage. McClellan, in consequence, was always in difficulties for the want of mounted regiments, and while many regular officers were retained in the command of batteries and companies, the important duties of the staff had sometimes to be assigned to volunteers. The men, too, at first, were asked to serve for 3 months only. That is, they were permitted to take their discharge directly they had learned the rudiments of their work. Again, instead of the ranks of the old regiments being filled up as casualties occurred, the armies, despite McClellan's protests, were recruited by raw regiments, commanded by untrained officers. Mr. Davis, knowing something of war, certainly showed more wisdom. The organization of the Army of Northern Virginia was left, in great measure, to General Lee, so from the very first the Southerners had sufficient cavalry and as good a staff as could be got together. The soldiers, however, were only enlisted at first for 12 months. Yet Lee, says Lord Wolseley, pleaded in favor of the engagement being for the duration of the war, but he pleaded in vain, and it was not for many months that the politicians could be induced to cancel the regulation under which the men elected their officers. The president, too, while the markets of Europe were still open, neglected to lay in a store of munitions of war. It was not till May that an order was sent across the seas, and then only for 10,000 muskets. The Commissariat Department, moreover, was responsible to the President and not to the commander of the armies. This, perhaps, was the worst fault of all. It would seem impossible that such mistakes in an intelligent community should be permitted to recur. Yet in face of the fact that only when the commanders have been given a free hand, as was Marlborough in the Low Countries or Wellington in the Peninsula, has the English army been thoroughly efficient. The opinion is not uncommon in England that members of Parliament and journalists are far more capable of organizing an army than even the most experienced soldier. Since the above was written, the war with Spain has given further proof of how readily even the most intelligent of nations can forget the lessons of the past. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Kernstown, Part 1. 1862, February 27th. By the end of February, a pontoon bridge had been thrown across the Potomac at Harper's Ferry, and Banks had crossed to the Virginia shore. An army of 38,000 men, including 2,000 cavalry, and accompanied by 80 pieces of artillery, threatened Winchester. President Lincoln was anxious that the town should be occupied. Banks believed that the opportunity was favorable. The roads to Winchester, he wrote, are turnpikes in intolerable condition. The enemy is weak, demoralized, and depressed. But McClellan, who held command of all the federal forces, had no mind to expose even a detachment to defeat. The main Confederate army at Centerville could, at any moment, dispatch reinforcements by railway to the valley, reversing the strategic movement which had won Bull Run, while the Army of the Potomac, held fast by the mud, could do nothing to prevent it. Banks was therefore ordered to occupy the line Charleston to Martinsburg, some 20 miles from Winchester, to cover the reconstruction of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, and to accumulate supplies preparatory to a further advance. The troops, however, did not approve such cautious strategy. Their appetite for work, according to their commander, was very sharp. Banks himself was not less eager. If left to our own discretion, he wrote to McClellan's chief of staff, "The general desire will be to move early." March 9th. On March 7th, General D.H. Hill, acting under instructions, fell back from Leesburg, and 2 days later Johnston, destroying the railways, abandoned Centreville. The Confederate general-in-chief had decided to withdraw to near Orange Courthouse, trebling his distance from Washington and surrendering much territory, but securing, in return, important strategical advantages. Protected by the Rapidan, a stream unfordable in spring, he was well placed to meet a Federal advance, and also, by a rapid march, to anticipate any force which might be transported by water and landed close to Richmond. Jackson was now left isolated in the valley. The nearest Confederate infantry were at Culpeper Courthouse, beyond the Blue Ridge, nearly 60 miles southeast. In his front, within 2 easy marches, was an army just 7 times his strength. At Romney, another detachment of several thousand men, and large force in the Alleghenies. He was in no hurry, however, to abandon Winchester. Johnston had intended that when the main army fell back towards Richmond, his detachment should follow suit. Jackson found a loophole in his instructions which gave him full liberty of action. "I greatly desire," he wrote to Johnston on March 8th, "to hold this place, Winchester, so far as may be consistent with your views and plans, and am making arrangements, by constructing works, etc., to make a stand. Though you desired me some time since to fall back in the event of yourself and General Hill's doing so. Yet in your letter of the 5th inst. you say, 'Delay the enemy as long as you can.' I have felt justified in remaining here for the present. And now, General, that Hill has fallen back. Can you not send him over here? I greatly need such an officer, one who can be sent off as occasion may offer against an exposed detachment of the enemy for the purpose of capturing it. I believe that if you can spare Hill and let him move here at once, you will never have occasion to regret it. The very idea of reinforcements coming to Winchester would, I think, be a damper to the enemy, in addition to the fine effect that would be produced on our own troops, already in fine spirits. But if you cannot spare Hill, can you not send me some other troops? If we cannot be successful in defeating the enemy, should he advance, a kind of providence may enable us to inflict a terrible wound and effect a safe retreat in the event of having to fall back. I will keep myself on the alert with respect to communications between us, so as to be able to join you at the earliest possible moment, if such a movement becomes necessary." This letter is characteristic. When Jackson asked for reinforcements, the cause of the South seemed well nigh hopeless. Her western armies were retiring, defeated and demoralized. Several of her Atlantic towns had fallen to the Federal Navy, assisted by strong landing parties. The army on which she depended for the defense of Richmond, yielding to the irresistible presence of far superior numbers, was retreating into the interior of Virginia. There was not the faintest sign of help from beyond the sea. The opportunity for a great counterstroke had been suffered to escape. Her forces were too small for aught but defensive action, and it was difficult to conceive that she could hold her own against McClellan's magnificently appointed host. "Events," said Davis at this time, "have cast on our arms and hopes the gloomiest shadows." But from the valley, the northern outpost of the Confederate armies, where the danger was most threatening and the means of defense the most inadequate, came not a whisper of apprehension. The troops that held the border were but a handful, but Jackson knew enough of war to be aware that victory does not always side with the big battalions. Neither Johnston nor Davis had yet recognized, as he did, the weak joint in the Federal harness. Why should the appearance of Hill's brigade at Winchester discourage Banks? Johnston had fallen back to the Rapidan, and there was now no fear of the Confederates detaching troops suddenly from Manassas. Why should the bare idea that reinforcements were coming up embarrass the Federals? The letter itself does not indeed supply a definite answer. Jackson was always most guarded in his correspondence, and if he could possibly avoid it, he never made the slightest allusion to the information on which his plans were based. His staff officers, however, after the campaign was over, were generally enlightened as to the motive of his actions, and we are thus enabled to fill the gap. Jackson demanded reinforcements for the one reason that a blow struck near Winchester would cause alarm in Washington. The communications of the federal capital with both the North and West passed through or close to Harper's Ferry, and the passage over the Potomac, which Banks was now covering, was thus the most sensitive point in the invaders' front. Well aware, as indeed was every statesman and every general in Virginia, of the state of public feeling in the North, Jackson saw, with more insight than others, the effect that was likely to be produced should the government, the press, and the people of the federal states have reason to apprehend that the capital of the Union was in danger. If the idea of playing on the fears of his opponents by means of the weak detachment under Jackson ever suggested itself to Johnston, he may be forgiven if he dismissed it as chimerical. For 7,600 men to threaten with any useful result a capital which was defended by 250,000 seemed hardly within the bounds of practical strategy. Johnston had nevertheless determined to turn the situation to account. In order to protect the passages of the upper Potomac, McClellan had been compelled to disseminate his army. Between his main body south of Washington and his right wing under Banks was a gap of 50 miles, and this separation Johnston was determined should be maintained. The president, to whom he had referred Jackson's letter, was unable to spare the reinforcements therein requested, and the defense of the valley was left to the 4,600 men encamped at Winchester. Jackson was permitted to use his own judgment as to his own position, but something more was required of him than the mere protection of a tract of territory. He was to endeavor to employ the invaders in the valley without exposing himself to the danger of defeat, by keeping so near the enemy as to prevent his making any considerable detachment to reinforce McClellan, but not so near that he might be compelled to fight. To carry out these instructions, Jackson had at his disposal 3,600 infantry, 600 cavalry, and 6 batteries of 27 guns. Fortunately, they were all Virginians, with the exception of one battalion, the 1st, which was composed of Irish navvies. This force, which had now received the title of the Army of the Valley, was organized in 3 brigades. 1st Brigade, Stonewall, Brigadier General Garnett. 2nd Virginia Regiment, 4th Virginia Regiment, 5th Virginia Regiment, 27th Virginia Regiment, 33rd Virginia Regiment. 2nd Brigade, Colonel Burks. 21st Virginia Regiment, 42nd Virginia Regiment, 48th Virginia Regiment, 1st Regular Battalion, Irish. 3rd Brigade, Colonel Fulkerson. 23rd Virginia Regiment, 27th Virginia Regiment. McLaughlin's Battery, 8 guns. Waters' Battery, 4 guns. Carpenter's Battery, 4 guns. Mary's Battery, 4 guns. Shoemaker's Battery, 4 guns. Ashby's Regiment of Cavalry, Chew's Horse Artillery Battery, 3 guns. The infantry were by this time fairly well armed and equipped, but the field pieces were mostly smoothbores of small caliber. Of the quality of the troops, Bull Run had been sufficient test. Side by side with the sons of the old Virginia houses, the hunters and yeomen of the valley had proved their worth. Their skill as marksmen had stood them in good stead. Men who had been used from boyhood to shoot squirrels in the woodland found the Federal soldier a target difficult to miss. Skirmishing and patrolling came instinctively to those who had stalked the deer and the bear in the mountain forest, and the simple hardy life of an agricultural community was the best probation for the trials of a campaign. The lack of discipline and of competent regimental officers might have placed them at a disadvantage had they been opposed to regulars, but they were already half broken to the soldier's trade before they joined the ranks. They were no strangers to camp and bivouac, to peril and adventure. Their hands could guard their heads. Quick sight and steady nerve, unfailing vigilance and instant resolve, the very qualities which their devotion to field sports fostered, were those which had so often prevailed in the War of the Revolution, over the mechanical tactics of the well-disciplined battalions, and on ground with which they were perfectly familiar, the men of the Shenandoah were formidable indeed. They were essentially rough and ready. Their appearance would hardly have captivated a martinet. The eye that lingers lovingly on glittering buttons and spotless belts would have turned away in disdain from Jackson's soldiers. There was nothing bright about them but their rifles. They were as badly dressed, and with as little regard for uniformity, as the defenders of Torres Vedras or the Army of Italy in 1796. Like Wellington and Napoleon, the Confederate generals cared very little what their soldiers wore, so long as they did their duty. Least of all can one imagine Stonewall Jackson exercising his mind as to the cut of a tunic or the polish of a buckle. The only standing order in the English army of the peninsula, which referred to dress, forbade the wearing of the enemy's uniform. It was the same in the Army of the Valley, although at a later period even this order was of necessity ignored. As their forefathers of the Revolution took post in Washington's ranks, clad in hunting shirts and leggings, so the Confederate soldiers preferred the garments spun by their own women to those supplied them by the state. Gray of all shades, from light blue to butternut, was the universal color. The coatee, issued in the early days of the war, had already given place to a short-waisted and single-breasted jacket. The blue kepi held out longer. The soft felt hat, which experience soon proved the most serviceable headdress, had not yet become universal. But the long boots had gone, and strong brogans, with broad soles and low heels, had been found more comfortable. Overcoats were soon discarded. The men came to the conclusion that the trouble of carrying them on hot days outweighed their comfort when the cold day arrived. Besides, they found that life in the open air hardened them to such an extent that changes in temperature were hardly felt. Nor did the knapsack long survive. It was found to gall the back and shoulders and weary the man before half the march was accomplished. It did not pay to carry around clean clothes while waiting for the time to use them, but the men still clung to their blankets and waterproof sheets, worn in a roll over the left shoulder, and the indispensable haversack carried their whole kit. Tents, except the enemy's, were rarely seen. The Army of the Valley generally bivouacked in the woods, the men sleeping in pairs, rolled in their blankets and rubber sheets. The cooking arrangements were primitive. A few frying pans and skillets formed the culinary apparatus of a company, with a bucket or two in addition, and the frying pans were generally carried with their handles stuck in the rifle barrels. The toothbrush was a buttonhole ornament, and if, as was sometimes the case, 3 days' rations were served out at a single issue, the men usually cooked and ate them at once, so as to avoid the labor of carrying them. Such was Jackson's infantry, a sorry contrast indeed to the soldierly array of the Federals, with their complete appointments and trim blue uniforms. But fine feathers, though they may have their use, are hardly essential to efficiency in the field, and whilst it is absolutely true that no soldiers ever marched with less to encumber them than the Confederates, it is no empty boast that none ever marched faster or held out longer. if the artillery, with the most inferior equipment, was less efficient than the infantry, the cavalry was an invaluable auxiliary. Ashby was the bon ideal of a captain of light horse. His reckless daring, both across country and under fire, made him the idol of the army. Nor was his reputation confined to the Confederate ranks. I think even our men, says a Federal officer, had a kind of admiration for him, as he sat unmoved upon his horse, and let them pepper away at him as if he enjoyed it. His one shortcoming was his ignorance of drill and discipline, but in the spring of 1862, these deficiencies were in a fair way of being rectified. He had already learned something of tactics. In command of a few hundred mounted riflemen and a section of horse artillery, he was unsurpassed, and if his men were apt to get out of hand in battle, his personal activity ensured their strict attention on the outposts. He thought little of riding 70 or 80 miles within the day along his picket line, and it is said that he first recommended himself to Jackson by visiting the Federal camps disguised as a horse doctor. Jackson placed much dependence on his mounted troops. Immediately he arrived in the valley, he established his cavalry outposts far to the front. While the infantry were reposing in their camps near Winchester, the south bank of the Potomac, 40 miles northward, was closely and incessantly patrolled. The squadrons never lacked recruits. With the horse-loving Virginians, the cavalry was the favorite arm, and the strength of the regiments was only limited by the difficulty of obtaining horses. To the sons of the valley, planters and farmers, Ashby's ranks offered a most attractive career. The discipline was easy, and there was no time for drill. But of excitement and adventure there was enough and to spare. Scarcely a day passed without shots being exchanged at one point or another of the picket line. There were the enemy's outposts to be harassed, prisoners to be taken, bridges to be burnt, and convoys to be captured. Many were the opportunities for distinction. Jackson demanded something more from his cavalry than merely guarding the frontier. It was not sufficient for him to receive warning that the enemy was advancing. He wanted information from which he could deduce what he intended doing, information of the strength of his garrisons, of the dispositions of his camps, of every movement which took place beyond the river. The cavalry had other and more dangerous duties than vedette and escort: to penetrate the enemy's lines, to approach his camps and observe his columns. These were the tasks of Ashby's riders, and in these they were unrivaled. Many of them were no more than boys, but their qualifications for a life was undeniable. A more gallant or high-spirited body of young soldiers never welcomed the boot and saddle. Their horses were their own, scions of good Virginian stock, with the blood of many a well-known sire, Eclipse, Bright Eyes, and Timoleon, in their veins, and they knew how to care for them. They were acquainted with every country lane and woodland track. They had friends in every village, and their names were known to every farmer. The night was no hindrance to them, even in the region of the mountain and the forest. The hunters' paths were as familiar to them as the turnpike roads. They knew the depth and direction of every ford, and could predict the effect of the weather on stream and track. More admirable material for the service of intelligence could not possibly have been found, and Ashby's audacity in reconnaissance found ready imitators. A generous rivalry in deeds of daring spread through the command. Bold enterprises were succeeded by others yet more bold, and, to use the words of a gentleman who, although he was a veteran of 4 years' service, was but 19 years of age when Richmond fell, we thought no more of riding through the enemy's bivouacs than of riding round our father's farms. So congenial were the duties of the cavalry, so attractive the life and the associations, that it was no rare thing for a Virginia gentleman to resign a commission in another arm in order to join his friends and kinsmen as a private in Ashby's ranks. And so before the war had been in progress for many months, the fame of the Virginia cavalry rivaled that of their revolutionary forebears under Light Horse Harry, the friend of Washington, and the father of Lee. But if the raw material of Jackson's armies was all that could be desired, no less so was the material of the force opposed to him. The regiments of Banks' Army Corps were recruited, as a rule in the western states. Ohio, Indiana, and West Virginia furnished the majority. They too were hunters and farmers, accustomed to firearms and skilled in woodcraft. No hardier infantry marched beneath the stars and stripes. The artillery, armed with a proportion of rifled guns, was more efficient than that of the Confederates, and in cavalry alone were the Federals overmatched. In numbers, the latter were far superior to Ashby's squadrons. In everything else, they were immeasurably inferior. Throughout the North, horsemanship was practically an unknown art. The gentlemen of New England had not inherited the love of their Ironside ancestors for the saddle and the chase. Even in the forests of the West, men traveled by wagon and hunted on foot. As cavalry, says one of Banks's brigadiers, Ashby's men were greatly superior to ours. In reply to some orders I had given, my cavalry commander replied, "I can't catch them, sir. They leap fences and walls like deer. Neither our men nor our horses are so trained." It was easy enough to fill the ranks of the northern squadrons. Men volunteered freely for what they deemed the most dashing branch of the service, ignorant that its duties were far harder both to learn and to execute than those of the other arms, and expecting, says a Federal officer, that the regiment would be accompanied by an itinerant livery stable. Both horses and men were recruited without the slightest reference to their fitness for cavalry work. No man was rejected, no matter what his size or weight, no matter whether he had ever had anything to do with horseflesh or not, and consequently, the proportion of sick horses was enormous. Moreover, while the Southern troopers generally carried a firearm, either rifle or shotgun, some of the Northern squadrons had only the saber, and in a wooded country the firearm was master of the situation. During the first 2 years of the war, therefore, the Federal cavalry, generally speaking, were bad riders and worse horse-masters, unable to move except upon the roads, and as inefficient on reconnaissance as in action. For an invading army, information, ample and accurate, is the first requisite. Operating in a country which almost invariably must be better known to the defenders, bold scouting alone will secure it from ambush and surprise. Bold scouting was impossible with such mounted troops as Banks possessed, and throughout the Valley campaign, the Northern general was simply groping in the dark. But even had his cavalry been more efficient, it is doubtful whether Banks would have profited. His appointment was political. He was an ardent abolitionist, but he knew nothing whatever of soldiering. He had begun life as a hand in a cotton factory. By dint of energy and good brains, his rise had been rapid, and although, when the war broke out, he was still a young man, he had been governor of Massachusetts and Speaker of the House of Representatives. What the president expected when he gave him an Army Corps, it is difficult to divine. What might have been expected any soldier could have told him. To gratify an individual, or perhaps to conciliate a political faction, the life of many a private soldier was sacrificed. Lincoln, it is true, was by no means solitary in the unwisdom of his selections for command. His rival in Richmond, it is said, had a fatal penchant for his first wife's relations. His political supporters were constantly rewarded by appointments in the field, and the worst disasters that befell the Confederacy were due, in great part, to the blunders of officers promoted for any other reason than efficiency. For Mr. Davis there was little excuse. He had been educated at West Point. He had served in the regular army of the United States, and had been Secretary of War at Washington. Lincoln, on the other hand, knew nothing of war, beyond what he had learned in a border skirmish, and very little of general history. He had not yet got rid of the common Anglo-Saxon idea that a man who has pluck and muscle is already a good soldier, and that the same qualities which serve in a street brawl are all that is necessary to make a general. nor were historical precedents wanting for the mistakes of the American statesmen. In both the Peninsula and the Crimea, lives, treasure, and prestige were as recklessly wasted as in Virginia, and staff officers who owed their positions to social influence alone, generals, useless and ignorant, who succeeded to responsible command by virtue of seniority and a long purse, were the standing curse of the English army. At the same time, it may well be questioned whether some of the regular officers would have done better than Banks. He was no fool, and if he had not studied the art of war, there have been barrack square generals who have showed as much ignorance without 1/4 his ability. Natural common sense has often a better chance of success than a rusty brain and a mind narrowed by routine. After serving in 20 campaigns, Frederick the Great's mules were still mules. On this very theater of war, in the forest beyond Romney, an English general had led a detachment of English soldiers to a defeat as crushing as it was disgraceful, and Braddock was a veteran of many wars. Here, too, Patterson, an officer of volunteers who had seen much service, had allowed Johnston to slip away and join Beauregard on Bull Run. The Northern people, in good truth, had as yet no reason to place implicit confidence in the leading of trained soldiers. They had yet to learn that mere length of service is no test whatever of capacity for command, and that character, fortified by knowledge, is the only charm which attracts success. Jackson had already some acquaintance with Banks. During the Romney expedition, the latter had been posted at Frederick with 16,000 men, and a more enterprising commander would at least have endeavored to thwart the Confederate movements. Banks, supine in his camps, made neither threat nor demonstration. Throughout the winter, Ashby's troopers had ridden unmolested along the bank of the Potomac. Lander alone had worried the Confederate outposts, driven in their advanced detachments, and drawn supplies from the Virginia farms. Banks had been overcautious and inactive, and Jackson had not failed to note his characteristics. March 9th. Up to March 9th, the Federal general, keeping his cavalry in rear, had pushed forward no farther than Charleston and Bunker Hill. On that day, the news reached McClellan that the Confederates were preparing to abandon Centreville. He at once determined to push forward his whole army. March 12th, Banks was instructed to move on Winchester, and on the morning of the 12th, his leading division occupied the town. Jackson had withdrawn the previous evening. Twice on March 7th, and again on the 11th, he had offered battle. His men had remained under arms all day in the hope that the enemy's advance guard might be tempted to attack. But the activity of Ashby's cavalry, and the boldness with which Jackson maintained his position, impressed his adversary with the conviction that the Confederate force was much greater than it really was. It was reported in the Federal camps that the enemy's strength was from 7,000 to 11,000 men, and that the town was fortified. Jackson's force did not amount to half that number, and according to a Northern officer, one could have jumped over his entrenchments as easily as Remus over the walls of Rome. Jackson abandoned Winchester with extreme reluctance. Besides being the principal town in that section of the valley, it was strategically important to the enemy. Good roads led in every direction, and communication was easy with Romney and Cumberland to the northwest, and with Washington and Manassas to the southeast. Placed at Winchester, Banks could support or be supported by the troops in West Virginia or the army south of Washington. A large and fertile district would thus be severed from the Confederacy, and the line of invasion across the upper Potomac completely blocked. Overwhelming as was the strength of the Union force, exceeding his own by more than 8-1, great as was the caution of the Federal leader, it was only an unlucky accident that restrained Jackson from a resolute endeavor to at least postpone the capture of the town. He had failed to induce the enemy's advanced guard to attack him in position. To attack himself in broad daylight with such vast disproportion of numbers was out of the question. His resources, however, were not exhausted. After dark on the 12th, when his troops had left the town, he called a council consisting of General Garnett and the regimental commanders of the Stonewall Brigade, and proposed a night attack on the Federal advance. When the troops had eaten their supper and rested for some hours, they were to march to the neighborhood of the enemy, some 4 miles north of Winchester, and make the attack before daylight. The Federal troops were raw and inexperienced. Prestige was on the side of the Confederates, and their morale was high. The darkness, the suddenness and energy of the attack, the lack of drill and discipline, would all tend to throw the enemy into confusion. And by the vigorous use of the bayonet and the blessing of divine providence, Jackson believed that he would win a signal victory. In the meantime, whilst the council was assembling, he went off, booted and spurred, to make a hasty call on Dr. Graham, whose family he found oppressed with the gloom that overspread the whole town. He was so buoyant and hopeful himself that their drooping spirits were revived, and after engaging with them in family worship, he retired, departing with a cheerful "good evening," merely saying that he intended to dine with them the next day as usual. When the council met, however, it was found that someone had blundered. The staff had been at fault. The general had ordered his trains to be parked immediately south of Winchester, but they had been taken by those in charge to Kernstown and Newtown, from 3 to 8 miles distant, and the troops had been marched back to them to get their rations. Jackson learned for the first time when he met his officers that his brigades, instead of being on the outskirts of Winchester, were already 5 or 6 miles away. A march of 10 miles would thus be needed to bring them into contact with the enemy. This fact and the disapproval of the council caused him to abandon his project. Before following his troops, he once more went to Dr. Graham's. His cheerful demeanor during his previous visit, although he had been as reticent as ever as to his plans, had produced a false impression, and this he thought his duty to correct. He explained his plans to his friend, and as he detailed the facts which had induced him to change them, he repeatedly expressed his reluctance to give up Winchester without a blow. With slow and desperate earnestness he said, "Let me think. Can I not yet carry my plan into execution?" As he uttered these words, he grasped the hilt of his sword, and the fierce light that blazed in his eyes revealed to his companion a new man. The next moment he dropped his head and released his sword, with the words, "No, I must not do it. It may cost the lives of too many brave men. I must retreat and wait for a better time." He had learned a lesson. Late in the evening, says the medical director of the Valley Army, we withdrew from Winchester. I rode with the general as we left the place, and as we reached a high point overlooking the town, we both turned to look at Winchester, now left to the mercy of the Federal soldiers. I think that a man may sometimes yield to overwhelming emotion, and I was utterly overcome by the fact that I was leaving all that I held dear on earth. But my emotion was arrested by one look at Jackson. His face was fairly blazing with the fire of wrath that was burning in him, and I felt awed before him. Presently he cried out in a tone almost savage, "That is the last council of war I will ever hold." End of section 16, part 1. Section 17 is Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Kernstown, Part 2. March 18th. On leaving Winchester, Jackson fell back to Strasburg, 18 miles south. There was no immediate pursuit. Banks, in accordance with his instructions, occupied the town and awaited further orders. These came on the 18th, and Shields' division of 11,000 men with 27 guns was at once pushed on to Strasburg. Jackson had already withdrawn, hoping to draw Banks up the valley, and was now encamped near Mount Jackson, a strong position 25 miles further south. The indefatigable Ashby still skirmishing with the enemy. The unusual audacity which prompted the Federal advance was probably due to the fact that the exact strength of the Confederate force had been ascertained in Winchester. At all events, all apprehension of attack had vanished. Jackson's 4,500 men were considered a quantity negligible, a mere corps of observation, and not only was Shields sent forward without support, but a large portion of Banks' corps was ordered to another field. Its role as an independent force had ceased. Its movements were henceforward to be subordinate to those of the main army, and McClellan designed to bring it into closer connection with his advance on Richmond. How his design was frustrated, how he struggled in vain to correct the original dissemination of his forces, how his right wing was held in a vice by Jackson, and how his initial errors eventually ruined his campaign, is a strategical lesson of the highest import. From the day McClellan took command, the Army of the Potomac had done practically nothing. Throughout the winter, troops had poured into Washington at the rate of 40,000 a month. At the end of December, there were 148,000 men fit for duty. On March 20th, the grand aggregate was 240,000. But during the winter, no important enterprise had been undertaken. The colors of the rebels were still flaunting within sight of the forts of Washington, and the mouth of the Potomac was securely closed by Confederate batteries. With a mighty army at their service, it is little wonder that the North became restive and reproached their general. It is doubtless true that the first thing needful was organization. To discipline and consolidate the army so as to make success assured was unquestionably the wiser policy. The impatience of a sovereign people, ignorant of war, is not to be lightly yielded to. At the same time, the desire of the nation cannot be altogether disregarded. A general who obstinately refuses to place himself in accord with the political situation forfeits the confidence of his employers and the cordial support of the administration. The cry throughout the North was for action. The president took it upon himself to issue a series of orders. The army was ordered to advance on February 22nd, a date chosen because it was Washington's birthday, just as the third and most disastrous assault on Plevna was delivered on the name day of the Tsar. McClellan secured delay. His plans were not yet ripe. The Virginia roads were still impassable. The season was not yet sufficiently advanced for active operations, and that his objections were well-founded it is impossible to deny. The prospect of success depended much upon the weather. Virginia, covered in many places with dense forests, crossed by many rivers, and with most indifferent communications, is a most difficult theater of war, and the amenities of the Virginia spring are not to be lightly faced. Napoleon's fifth element, mud, is a most disturbing factor in military calculations. It is related that a federal officer, sent out to reconnoiter a road in a certain district of Virginia, reported that the road was there, but that he guessed the bottom had fallen out. Moreover, McClellan had reason to believe that the Confederate army at Manassas was more than double its actual strength. His intelligence department, controlled not by a trained staff officer, but by a well-known detective, estimated Johnson's force at 115,000 men. In reality, including the detachment on the Shenandoah, it at no time exceeded 50,000. But for all this, there was no reason whatever for absolute inactivity. The capture of the batteries which barred the entrance to the Potomac, the defeat of the Confederate detachments along the river, the occupation of Winchester or of Leesburg were all feasible operations. By such means, The impatience of the Northern people might have been assuaged. A few successes, even on a small scale, would have raised the morale of the troops and have trained them to offensive movements. The general would have retained the confidence of the administration and have secured the respect of his opponents. Jackson had set him the example. His winter expeditions had borne fruit. The Federal generals opposed to him gave him full credit for activity. Much dissatisfaction was expressed by the troops, says one of Banks' brigadiers, that Jackson was permitted to get away from Winchester without a fight, and but little heed was paid to my assurances that this chieftain would be apt, before the war closed, to give us an entertainment up to the utmost of our aspirations. It was not only of McClellan's inactivity that the government complained. At the end of February, he submitted a plan of operations to the president, and with that plan, Mr. Lincoln totally disagreed. McClellan, basing his project on the supposition that Johnston had 100,000 men behind formidable entrenchments at Manassas, blocking the road to Richmond, proposed to transfer 150,000 men to the Virginia coast by sea, and landing either at Urbana on the Rappahannock or at Fortress Monroe on the Yorktown Peninsula, to intervene between the Confederate Army and Richmond, and possibly to capture the Southern capital before Johnston could get back to save it. The plan at first sight seemed promising, but in Lincoln's eyes it had this great defect. During the time McClellan was moving round by water and disembarking his troops, and this, so few were the transports, would take at least a month. Johnston might make a dash at Washington. The city had been fortified. A cordon of detached forts surrounded it on a circumference of 30 miles. The Potomac formed an additional protection, but a cordon of isolated earthworks does not appeal as an effective barrier to the civilian mind. And above point of rocks, the great river was easy of passage, even if Washington were absolutely safe from a coup de main. Lincoln had still good reason for apprehension. The Union capital was merely the seat of government. It had no commercial interests. With a population of but 20,000, it was of no more practical importance than Windsor or Versailles. Compared with New York, Pittsburgh, or Philadelphia, it was little more than a village. But in the regard of the Northern people, Washington was the center of the Union, the keystone of the national existence. The Capitol, the White House, the Treasury, were symbols as sacred to the states as the colors to a regiment. If the nation was set upon the fall of Richmond, it was at least as solicitous for the security of its own chief city, and an administration that permitted that security to be endangered would have been compelled to bow to the popular clamor. The extraordinary taxation demanded by the war already pressed heavily on the people. Stocks were falling rapidly, and the financial situation was almost critical. It is probable, too, that a blow at Washington would have done more than destroy all confidence in the government. England and France were chafing under the effects of the blockade. The marts of Europe were hungry for cotton. There was much sympathy beyond seas with the seceded states, and should Washington fall, the South, in all likelihood, would be recognized as an independent nation. Even if the great powers were to refuse her active aid in the shape of fleets and armies, she would have, at least, have access to the money markets of the world, and it was possible that neither England nor France would endure the closing of her ports. With the breaking of the blockade, money, munitions, and perhaps recruits would be poured into the Confederacy, and the difficulty of reconquest would be trebled. The dread of foreign interference was therefore very real, and Lincoln, foreseeing the panic that would shake the nation should a Confederate army cross the Potomac at Harper's Ferry or Point of Rocks, was quite justified in insisting on the security of Washington being placed beyond a doubt. He knew, as also did Jackson, that even a mere demonstration against so vital a point might have the most deplorable effect. Whatever line of invasion, he asked, might be adopted, let it be one that would cover Washington. Lincoln's remonstrances, however, had no great weight with McClellan. The general paid little heed to the political situation. His chief argument in favor of the expedition by sea had been the strength of the fortifications at Manassas. Johnston's retreat on March 9th removed this obstacle from his path, but although he immediately marched his whole army in pursuit, he still remained constant to his favorite idea. The road to Richmond from Washington involved a march of 100 miles over a difficult country, with a single railway as the line of supply. The route from the coast, although a little shorter, was certainly easier. Fortress Monroe had remained in federal hands. Landing under the shelter of its guns, he would push forward, aided by the Navy, to West Point, the terminus of the York River Railroad, within 30 miles of Richmond, transporting his supplies by water. Washington, with the garrison he would leave behind, would in his opinion be quite secure. The Confederates would be compelled to concentrate for the defense of their capital, and a resolute endeavor on their part to cross the Potomac was forbidden by every rule of strategy. Had not Johnston, in his retreat, burnt the railway bridges? Could there be a surer indication that he had no intention of returning? Such was McClellan's reasoning, and putting politics aside, it was perfectly sound. Lincoln reluctantly yielded, and on March 17th the Army of the Potomac, withdrawing by successive divisions from Centreville to Alexandria, began its embarkation for the peninsula. The region, in McClellan's words, of sandy roads and short land transportation. The vessels assembled at Alexandria could only carry 10,000 men, thus involving at least 15 voyages to and fro. Yet the commander-in-chief was full of confidence. To the little force in the Shenandoah Valley, flying southward before Shields, he gave no thought. It would have been nothing short of miraculous had even suspected that 4,500 men, under a professor of the higher mathematics, might bring to naught the operations of his gigantic host. Jackson was not even to be followed. Of Banks' 3 divisions, Shields, Sedgwick's, and Williams, that of Shields alone was considered sufficient to protect Harper's Ferry, the Baltimore and Ohio Railway, and the Chesapeake Canal. Banks, with the remainder of his army, was to move at once to Manassas and cover the approaches to Washington east of the Blue Ridge. Sedgwick had already been detached to join McClellan, and on March 20th, Williams's division began its march toward Manassas, while Shields fell back on Winchester. March 21st. On the evening of the 21st, Ashby reported to Jackson that the enemy was retreating, and information came to hand that a long train of wagons, containing the baggage of 12,000 men, had left Winchester for Castleman's Ferry on the Shenandoah. Further reports indicated that Banks' whole force was moving eastward, and Jackson, in accordance with his instructions to hold the enemy in the valley, at once pushed northward. March 22nd. On the 22nd, Ashby, with 280 troopers and 3 horse artillery guns, struck Shields' pickets about a mile south of Winchester. A skirmish ensued, and the presence of infantry, a battery, and some cavalry was ascertained. Shields, who was wounded during the engagement by a shell, handled his troops ably. His whole division was in the near neighborhood, but carefully concealed, and Ashby reported to Jackson that only 4 regiments of infantry, besides the guns and cavalry, remained at Winchester. Information obtained from the townspeople within the federal lines confirmed the accuracy of his estimate. The enemy's main body, he was told, had already marched, and the troops which had opposed him were under orders to move to Harper's Ferry the next morning. March 23rd. On receipt of this intelligence, Jackson hurried forward from his camp near Woodstock, and that night reached Strasburg. At dawn on the 23rd, 4 companies were dispatched to reinforce Ashby, and under cover of this advanced guard, the whole force followed in the direction of Kernstown, a tiny village near which the federal outposts were established. At 1 o'clock, the 3 brigades, wearied by a march of 14 miles, succeeding one of 22 on the previous day, arrived upon the field of action. The ranks, however, were sadly weakened, for many of the men had succumbed to their unusual exertions. Ashby still confronted the enemy, but the Federals had developed a brigade of infantry, supported by 2 batteries and several squadrons, and the Confederate cavalry was slowly giving ground. On reaching the field, Jackson ordered the troops to bivouac. Though it was very desirable, he wrote, to prevent the enemy from leaving the valley, yet I deemed it best not to attack until morning. An inspection of the ground, however, convinced him that delay was impracticable. Ascertaining, he continued, that the Federals had a position from which our forces could be seen, I concluded that it would be dangerous to postpone the attack until next day, as reinforcements might be brought up during the night. Ashby was directed to detach half his cavalry, under Major Fronston, in order to cover the left flank, and Jackson, ascertaining that his men were in good spirits at the prospect of meeting the enemy, made his preparations for fighting his first battle. The position occupied by the Federals was by no means ill-adapted for defense. The country round Winchester, and indeed throughout the valley of the Shenandoah, resembles in many of its features an English landscape. Low ridges, covered with open woods of oak and pine, overlook green pastures and scattered copses, and the absence of hedgerows and cottages gives a park-like aspect to the broad acres of rich blue grass. But the deep lanes and hollow roads of England find here no counterpart. The tracks are rough and rude, and even the pikes, as the main thoroughfares are generally called, are flush with the fields on either side. The traffic has not yet worn them to a lower level, and Virginia road-making despises such refinements as cuttings or embankments. The highways, even the Valley Pike itself, the great road which is inseparably linked with the fame of Stonewall Jackson and his brigade, are mere ribbons of metal laid on swell and swale. Fences of the rudest description, zigzags of wooden rails or walls of loose stone, are the only boundaries, and the land is parceled out in more generous fashion than in any older and more crowded country. More desirable ground for military operations it would be difficult to find. There are few obstacles to the movement of cavalry and artillery, while the woods and undulations, giving ample cover, afford admirable opportunities for skillful maneuver. In the spring, however, the condition of the soil would be a drawback. At the date of the battle, part of the country round Kernstown was under plow, and the whole was saturated with moisture. Horses sank fetlock deep in the heavy meadows, and the rough roads, hardly seen for mud, made marching difficult. The Federal front extended on both sides of the Valley Turnpike. To the east was a broad expanse of rolling grassland, stretching away to the horizon. To the west, a low knoll, crowned by a few trees, which goes by the name of Pritchard's Hill. Further north was a ridge covered with brown woods, behind which lies Winchester. This ridge, nowhere more than 100 feet in height, runs somewhat obliquely to the road in southwesterly direction, and passing within a mile and a half of Pritchard's Hill, sinks into the plain 3 miles southwest of Kernstown. Some distance beyond this ridge, and separated from it by the narrow valley of the Applegate, rise the towering bluffs of the North Mountain, the western boundary of the valley, somber with forest from base to brow. On leaving Winchester, Williams' division had struck due east, passing through the village of Berryville, and making for Snicker's Gap in the Blue Ridge. The Berryville road had thus become of importance to the garrison of Winchester, for it was from that direction, if they should become necessary, that reinforcements would arrive. General Kimball, commanding in Shields' absence the division which confronted Ashby, had therefore posted the larger portion of his troops eastward of the pike. A strong force of infantry with waving colors was plainly visible to the Confederates, and it was seen that the extreme left was protected by several guns. On the right of the road was a line of skirmishers, deployed along the base of Pritchard's Hill, and on the knoll itself stood 2 batteries. The wooded ridge to westward was as yet unoccupied, except by scouting parties. Jackson at once determined to turn the enemy's right. An attack upon the Federal left would have to be pushed across the open fields and decided by fair fighting, gun and rifle against gun and rifle, and on that flank the enemy was prepared for battle. Could he seize the wooded ridge on his left, the initiative would be his. His opponent would be compelled to conform to his movements. The advantage of a carefully selected position would be lost. Instead of receiving attack where he stood, the Federal general would have to change front to meet it, to execute movements which he had possibly not foreseen, to fight on ground with which he was unfamiliar, and, instead of carrying out a plan which had been previously thought out, to conceive a new one on the spur of the moment, and to issue immediate orders for a difficult operation, hesitation and confusion might ensue, and in place of a strongly established line, confidently awaiting the advance, isolated regiments, in all the haste and excitement of rapid movement, or hurriedly posted in unfavorable positions, would probably oppose the Confederate onset. Such are the advantages which accrue to the force which delivers an attack where it is not expected, and to all appearance, Jackson's plan of battle promised to bring them into play to the very fullest extent. The whole force of the enemy, as reported by Ashby, was before him, plainly visible. To seize the wooded ridge, while the cavalry held the Federals fast in front, to pass beyond Pritchard's Hill, and to cut the line of retreat on Winchester, seemed no difficult task. The only danger was the possibility of a counterstroke, while the Confederates were executing their turning movement. But the enemy, so far as Jackson's information went, was rapidly withdrawing from the valley. The force confronting him was no more than a rear guard, and it was improbable in the extreme that a mere rear guard would involve itself in a desperate engagement. The moment its line of retreat was threatened, it would probably fall back. To provide, however, against all emergencies, Colonel Burke's brigade of 3 battalions was left for the present in rear of Kernstown, and here, too, remained 4 of the field batteries. With the remainder of his force, 2 brigades of infantry and a battery, Jackson moved off to his left. 2 companies of the 5th Virginia were recruited from Winchester. Early in the day, the general had asked the regiment for a guide familiar with the locality, and, with the soldiers showing the way, the 27th Virginia, with 2 of Carpenter's guns as advanced guard, struck westward by the wagon track across the meadows, while Ashby pressed the Federals in front of Kernstown. 3:45 p.m. The main body followed in 2 parallel columns, and the line of march soon brought them within range of the commanding batteries on Pritchard's Hill. At a range of little more than a mile, the enemy's gunners poured a heavy fire on the serried ranks, and Carpenter, unlimbering near the Opicon church, sought to distract their aim. The Confederate infantry, about 2,000 all told, although moving in mass and delayed by fences and marshy ground, passed unscathed under the storm of shell, and in 20 minutes the advanced guard had seized the wooded ridge. Finding a rocky clearing on the crest about a mile distant from Pritchard's Hill, Jackson sent back for the artillery. 3 batteries, escorted by 2 of Burke's battalions, the 21st Virginia and the Irishman, pushed across the level as rapidly as the weary teams could move. 2 guns were dismounted by the Federal fire, but coming into action on the ridge, the remainder engaged the hostile batteries with effect. Meanwhile, breaking their way through the ragged undergrowth of the Bear March woods, the infantry in 2 lines was pressing forward along the ridge. On the right was the 27th Virginia, supported by the 21st. On the left, Fulkerson's 2 battalions with the Stonewall Brigade in second line. The 5th Virginia remained at the foot of the ridge near Macaulay's cottage in order to connect with Ashby. Jackson's tactics appeared to be succeeding perfectly. A body of cavalry and infantry, posted behind Pritchard's Hill, was seen to be withdrawing, and the fire of the Federal guns was visibly weakening. 4:30 p.m. Suddenly, In the woods northward of the Confederate batteries was heard a roar of musketry, and the 27th Virginia came reeling back before the onslaught of superior numbers. But the 21st was hurried to their assistance. The broken ranks rallied from their surprise, and a long line of Federal skirmishers, thronging through the thickets, was twice repulsed by the Southern marksmen. Fulkerson, further to the left, was more fortunate than the 27th. Before he began his advance along the ridge, he had deployed his 2 battalions under cover, and when the musketry broke out on his right front, they were moving forward over an open field. Halfway across the field ran a stone wall or fence, and beyond the wall were seen the tossing colors and bright bayonets of a line of battle just emerging from the woods. Then came a race for the wall, and the Confederates won. A heavy fire at the closest range blazed out in the face of the charging Federals, and in a few moments the stubble was strewn with dead and wounded. A Pennsylvania regiment, leaving a color on the field, gave way in panic, and the whole of the enemy's force retreated to the shelter of the woods. An attempt to turn Jackson's left was then easily frustrated, and although the Federals maintained a heavy fire, Fulkerson's men held stubbornly to the wall. In the center of the field, the Northern riflemen were sheltered by a bank. Their numbers continually increased, and here the struggle was more severe. The 4th and 33rd Virginia occupied this portion of the line, and they were without support. But the 2nd Virginia and the Irish Battalion, the last available reserves upon the ridge, had been already sent forward to reinforce the right. The right, too, was hardly pressed. The Confederate infantry had everywhere to do with superior numbers, and the artillery in that wooded ground could lend but small support. The batteries protected the right flank, but they could take no share in the struggle to the front, and yet as the dusk came on, after 2 long hours of battle, the white colors of the Virginia regiments, fixed fast amongst the rocks, still waved defiant. The long gray line, a ragged spray of humanity, plied the ramrod with still fiercer energy, and pale women on the hills round Winchester listened in terror to the crashing echoes of the leafless woods. But the end could not be long delayed. Ammunition was giving out. Every company which had reached the ridge had joined the fighting line. The ranks were thinning. Many of the bravest officers were down, and the Northern regiments, standing staunchly to their work, had been strongly reinforced. Ashby, for once, had been mistaken. It was no rearguard that barred the road to Winchester, but Shields' entire division, numbering at least 9,000 men. A prisoner captured the day before had admitted that the Confederates were under the impression that Winchester had been evacuated, and that Jackson had immediately moved forward. Shields, an able officer who had commanded a brigade in Mexico, saw his opportunity. He knew something of his opponent, and anticipating that he would be eager to attack, had ordered the greater part of his division to remain concealed. Kimball's brigade and 5 batteries were spent quietly, under cover of the night, to Pritchard's Hill. Sullivan's brigade was posted in support, hidden from view behind a wood. The cavalry in Tyler's brigade were held in reserve, north of the town, at a distance where they were not likely to be observed by the inhabitants. As soon as the Confederates came in sight, and Kimball deployed across the pike, Tyler was brought through the town and placed in rear of Sullivan, at a point where the road dips down between 2 parallel bridges. Shields himself, wounded in the skirmish of the preceding day, was not present at the action, although responsible for these dispositions, and the command had devolved on Kimball. That officer, when Jackson's design became apparent, ordered Tyler to occupy the wooded ridge, and it was his 5 regiments, over 3,000 strong, which had struck so strongly at the Confederate advance. But although superior numbers by a third, they were unable to make headway. Kimball, however, rose to the situation before it was too late, recognizing that Ashby's weak attack was nothing more than a demonstration. He hurried nearly the whole of his own brigade, followed by 3 battalions of Sullivan's, to Tyler's aid, leaving a couple of battalions and the artillery to hold the pike. The struggle, says Shields, had been for a short time doubtful, but this reinforcement of 3,000 bayonets turned the scale. Jackson had ordered the 5th and 42nd Virginia to the ridge, and a messenger was sent back to hurry forward the 48th, but it was too late. Before the 5th could reach the heights, the center of the Confederate line was broken. Garnett, the commander of the Stonewall Brigade, without referring to the general, who was in another part of the field, had given the order to fall back. Fulkerson, whose right was now uncovered, was obliged to conform to the rearward movement, and moving across from Pritchard's Hill, 2 Federal regiments, despite the fire of the Southern guns, made a vigorous attack on Jackson's right. The whole Confederate line, long since dissolved into a crowd of skirmishers, and with the various regiments much mixed up, fell back, still fighting, through the woods. Across the clearing, through the clouds of smoke, came the Northern masses in pursuit. On the extreme right, a hot fire of canister, at a range of 250 yards, drove back the troops that had come from Pritchard's Hill. But on the wooded ridge above, the artillery was unable to hold its own. The enemy's riflemen swarmed in the thickets, and the batteries fell back. As they limbered up, one of the 6-pounders was overturned. Under a hot fire, delivered at not more than 50 paces distant, the sergeant in charge cut loose the 3 remaining horses, but the gun was abandoned to the enemy. Jackson, before the Federal reinforcements had made their presence felt, was watching the progress of the action on the left. Suddenly, to his astonishment and wrath, he saw the lines of his old brigade falter and fall back. Galloping to the spot, he imperatively ordered Garnett to hold his ground, and then turned to restore the fight. Seizing a drummer by the shoulder, he dragged him to a rise of the ground in full view of the troops, and bade him in curt, quick tones to beat the rally. The drum rolled at his order, and with his hand on the frightened boy's shoulder, amidst a storm of balls, he tried to check the flight of his defeated troops. His efforts were useless. His fighting line was shattered into fragments, and although, according to a Federal officer, many of the brave Virginians lingered in rear of the retreating comrades, loading as they slowly retired, and rallying in squads in every ravine and behind every hill, or hiding singly among the trees, it was impossible to stay the rout. The enemy was pressing forward in heavy force, and their shouts of triumph rang from end to end of the field of battle. No doubt remained as to their overwhelming numbers, and few generals but Wood had been glad enough to escape without tempting fortune further. It seemed almost too late to think of even organizing a rear guard, but Jackson, so far from preparing for retreat, had not yet ceased to think of victory. The 5th and 42nd Virginia were coming up, a compact force of 600 bayonets, and a vigorous and sudden counter-stroke might yet change the issue of the day. The reinforcements, however, had not yet come in sight, and galloping back to meet them, he found that instead of marching resolutely against the enemy, the 2 regiments had taken post to the rear, on the crest of a wooded swell, in order to cover the retreat. On his way to the front, the colonel of the 5th Virginia had received an order from Garnett instructing him to occupy a position behind which the fighting line might recover its formation. Jackson was fain to acquiesce, but the fighting line was by this time scattered beyond all hope of rallying. The opportunity for the counterstroke had passed away, and the battle was irretrievably lost. Arrangements were quickly made to enable the broken troops to get away without further molestation. A battery was ordered to take post at the foot of the hill, and Funston's cavalry was called up from westward of the ridge. The 42nd Virginian came into line on the right of the 5th, and covered by a stone wall and thick timber, these 2 small regiments, encouraged by the presence of their commander, held stoutly to their ground. The attack was pressed with reckless gallantry. In front of the 5th Virginia, the colors of the 5th Ohio changed hands no less than 6 times, and one of them was pierced by no less than 48 bullets. The 84th Pennsylvania was twice repulsed and twice rallied, but on the fall of its colonel retreated in confusion. The left of the 14th Indiana broke, but the 13th Indiana now came up, and inch by inch, according to their commanding officer, the Confederates were pushed back. The 5th Virginia was compelled to give way before a flanking fire, but the colonel retired the colors to a short distance and ordered the regiment to reform on them. Again the heavy volleys blazed out in the gathering twilight, and the sheaves of death grew thicker every moment on the bare hillside. But still the Federals pressed on, and swinging round both flanks, forced the Confederate rearguard from the field, while their cavalry, moving up the valley of the Applegate, captured several ambulances and cut off some 200 or 300 fugitives. As the night began to fall, the 5th Virginia, retiring steadily towards the pike, filed into a narrow lane, fenced by a stone wall, nearly a mile distant from their last position, and there took post for a final stand. Their left was commanded by the ridge, and on the heights in the rear, coming up from the Opequon Valley, appeared a large mass of Northern cavalry. It was a situation sufficiently uncomfortable. If the ground was too difficult for the horsemen to charge over in the gathering darkness, a volley from their carbines could scarcely have failed to clear the wall. A single ramrod, it was said in the Confederate ranks, would have spitted the whole battalion, but not a shot was fired. The pursuit of the Federal infantry had been stayed in the pathless woods. The cavalry was held in check by Funston's squadrons, and the 5th was permitted to retire unmolested. End of section 17. Section 18 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Kernstown, Part 3. The Confederates, with the exception of Ashby, who halted at Bartonsville, a farm upon the pike, a mile and a half from the field of battle, fell back to Newtown, 3 miles further south, where the trains had been parked. The men were nearly worn out. 3 hours of fierce fighting against far superior numbers had brought them to the limit of their endurance. In the fence corners, under the trees, and around the wagons, they threw themselves down, many too weary to eat, and forgot in profound slumber the trials, the dangers, and the disappointments of the day. Jackson, when the last sounds of battle had died away, followed his troops, halting by a campfire. He stood and warmed himself for a time, and then, remounting, rode back to Bartonsville. Only one staff officer, his chief commissary, Major Hawks, accompanied him. The rest had dropped away, overcome by exhaustion. Turning from the road into an orchard, he fastened up his horse and asked his companion if he could make a fire, adding, "We shall have to burn fence rails tonight." The major soon had a roaring fire and was making a bed of rails when the general wished to know what he was doing. "Finding a place to sleep," was the reply. "You seem determined to make yourself and those around you comfortable," said Jackson, and knowing the general had fasted all day, he soon obtained some bread and meat from the nearest squad of soldiers, and after they had satisfied their hunger, they slept soundly on the rail bed in a fence corner. Such was the Battle of Kernstown, in which over 1,200 men were killed and wounded, the half of them Confederates. 200 or 300 prisoners fell into the hands of the Federals. Nearly 1/4 of Jackson's infantry was hors de combat, and he had lost 2 guns. His troops were undoubtedly depressed. They had anticipated an easy victory. The overwhelming strength of the Federals had surprised them, and their losses had been severe. But no regret disturbed the slumbers of their leader. He had been defeated, it was true, but he looked further than the immediate result of the engagement. "I feel justified in saying," he wrote in his short report, "that, though the battlefield is in the possession of the enemy, yet the most essential fruits of the victory are ours." as he stood before the campfire near Newtown, wrapped in his long cloak, his hands behind his back and stirring the embers with his foot. One of Ashby's youngest troopers ventured to interrupt his reverie. "The Yankees don't seem willing to quit Winchester, General. Winchester is a very pleasant place to stay in, sir," was the quick reply. Nothing daunted, the boy went on. "It was reported that they were retreating, but I guess they're retreating after us." With his eyes still fixed on the blazing logs. "I think I may say I am satisfied, sir," was Jackson's answer, and with no further notice of the silent circle round the fire, he stood gazing absently into the glowing flames. After a few minutes the tall figure turned away, and without another word strove off into the darkness. That Jackson divined the full effect of his attack would be to assert too much. That he realized that the battle, though a tactical defeat, was strategically a victory is very evident. He knew something of Banks. He knew more of McClellan, and the bearing of the Valley on the defense of Washington had long been uppermost in his thoughts. He had learned from Napoleon to throw himself into the spirit of his enemy, and it is not improbable that when he stood before the fire near Newtown, he had already foreseen, in some degree at least, the events that would follow the news of his attack at Kernstown. The outcome of the battle was indeed far-reaching. Though the battle had been won, wrote Shields, still I could not have believed that Jackson would have hazarded a decisive engagement so far from the main body, without expecting reinforcements. So, to be prepared for such a contingency, I set to work during the night to bring together all the troops within my reach. I sent an express after Williams' division, requesting the rear brigade, about 20 miles distant, to march all night and join me in the morning. I swept the posts in rear of almost all their guards, hurrying them forward by forced marches to be with me at daylight. General Banks, hearing of the engagement on his way to Washington, halted at Harper's Ferry, and he also ordered Williams' division to return at once to Winchester. One brigade only, which the order did not reach, continued the march to Manassas. This counter-movement met with McClellan's approval. He now recognized that Jackson's fort, commanded as it was something more than a mere corps of observation, and that it was essential that it should be crushed. "Your course was right," he telegraphed on receiving Banks' report. "As soon as you are strong enough, push Jackson hard and drive him well beyond Strasburg. The very moment the thorough defeat of Jackson will permit it, resume the movement on Manassas, always leaving the whole of Shields' command at or near Strasburg and Winchester until the Manassas Gap Railway is fully repaired. Communicate fully and act vigorously." 8,000 men, Williams' division, were thus temporarily withdrawn from the force that was to cover Washington from the south. But this was only the first step. Jackson's action had forcibly attracted the attention of the federal government to the upper Potomac. The president was already contemplating the transfer of Blenker's division from McClellan to Fremont. The news of Kernstown decided the question, and at the end of March these 9,000 men were ordered to West Virginia, halting at Strasburg in case Banks should then need them, on their way. But even this measure did not altogether allay Mr. Lincoln's apprehensions. McClellan had assured him on April 1st that 73,000 men would be left for the defense of the capital and its approaches. But in the original arrangement, with which the president had been satisfied, Williams was to have been brought to Manassas, and Shields alone left in the Shenandoah Valley. Under the new distribution, the president found that the force at Manassas would be decreased by 2 brigades, and at the same time that while part of the troops McClellan had promised were not forthcoming, a large portion of those actually available were good for nothing. The officer left in command at Washington reported that nearly all his force was imperfectly disciplined, that several of the regiments were in a very disorganized condition, that efficient artillery regiments had been removed from the forts, and that he had to relieve them with very new infantry regiments, entirely unacquainted with the duties of that arm. Lincoln submitted the question to 6 generals of the regular army, then president in Washington, and these officers replied that, in their opinion, the requirement of the president that this city shall be left entirely secure has not been fully complied with. On receiving this report, Lincoln ordered the 1st Army Corps, 37,000 strong, under General McDowell, to remain at Manassas in place of embarking for the peninsula, and thus McClellan, on the eve of his advance on Richmond, found his original force of 150,000 reduced by 46,000 officers and men. Moreover, not content with detaching McDowell for a time, Lincoln, the next day, assigned that general to an independent command, covering the approaches to Washington. Banks also was withdrawn from McClellan's control and directed to defend the valley. The original dissemination of the Federal forces was thus gravely accentuated, and the Confederates had now to deal with 4 distinct armies: McClellan's, McDowell's, Banks, and Fremont's, dependent for cooperation on the orders of 2 civilians, President Lincoln and his Secretary of War. And this was not all. McDowell had been assigned a most important part of McClellan's plan of invasion. The road from Fortress Monroe was barred by the fortifications of Yorktown. These works could be turned, however, by sending a force up the York River, but the passage of the stream was debarred to the Federal transports by a strong fort at Gloucester Point on the left bank, and the capture of this work was to be the task of the 1st Army Corps. No wonder that McClellan, believing that Johnston commanded 100,000 men, declared that in his deliberate judgment the success of the Federal cause was imperiled by the order which detached McDowell from his command. However inadequately the capital might be defended, it was worse than folly to interfere with the general's plans when he was on the eve of executing them. The best way of defending Washington was for McClellan to march rapidly on Richmond and seize his adversary by the throat. By depriving him of McDowell, Lincoln and his advisers made such a movement difficult, and the grand army of invasion found itself in a most embarrassing situation. Such was the effect of a blow struck at the right place and at the right time, though struck by no more than 3,000 bayonets. The Battle of Kernstown was undoubtedly well fought. It is true that Jackson believed that he had no more than 4 regiments of infantry, a few batteries, and some cavalry before him. But it was a skillful maneuver, which threw 3 brigades and 3 batteries, more than 2/3 of his whole strength, on his opponent's flank. An ordinary general would probably have employed only a small portion of his force in the turning movement. Not so the student of Napoleon. In the general's haversacks, as one of Jackson's staff, were always 3 books: the Bible, Napoleon's Maxims of War, and Webster's Dictionary, for his spelling was uncertain, and these books he constantly consulted. Whether the chronicles of the Jewish kings threw any light on the tactical problem involved at Kernstown may be left to the commentators, but there can be no question as to the maxims. To hurl overwhelming numbers at the point where the enemy least expects attack is the whole burden of Napoleon's teaching, and there can be no doubt but that the wooded ridge, unoccupied save by a few scouts, was the weakest point of the defense. The maneuver certainly surprised the Federals, and it very nearly beat them. Tyler's brigade was unsupported for nearly an hour and a half. Had his battalions been less staunch, the tardy reinforcements would have been too late to save the day. Coming up as they did, not in a mass so strong as to bear all before it by its own inherent weight, but in successive battalions, at wide intervals of time, they would themselves have become involved in a desperate engagement under adverse circumstances. Nor is Kimball to be blamed that he did not throw greater weight on Jackson's turning column at an earlier hour. Like Shields and Banks, he was unable to believe that Jackson was unsupported. He expected that the flank attack would be followed up by one in superior numbers from the front. He could hardly credit that an inferior force would deliberately move off to a flank, leaving its line of retreat to be guarded by a few squadrons, weakly supported by infantry, and the audacity of the assailant had the usual effect of deceiving the defender. Kernstown, moreover, will rank as an example of what determined men can do against superior numbers. The Confederates on the ridge, throughout the greater part of the fight, hardly exceeded 2,000 muskets. They were assailed by 3,000 and proved a match for them. The 3,000 were then reinforced by at least 3,000 more, whilst Jackson could bring up only 600 muskets to support an already broken line. Nevertheless, these 6,000 Northerners were so roughly handled that there was practically no pursuit. When the Confederates fell back, every one of the Federal regiments had been engaged, and there were no fresh troops wherewith to follow them. Jackson was perfectly justified in reporting that night and an indisposition of the enemy to press further terminated the battle. But the action was attended by features more remarkable than the stubborn resistance of the Virginia regiments. It is seldom that a battle so insignificant as Kernstown has been followed by such extraordinary results. Fortune indeed favored the Confederates. At the time of the battle, a large portion of McClellan's army was at sea, and the attack was delivered at the very moment when it was most dreaded by the Northern government. Nor was it to the disadvantage of the Southerners that the real head of the Federal Army was the President, and that his strategical conceptions were necessarily subservient to the attitude of the Northern people. These were circumstances purely fortuitous, and it might seem, therefore, that Jackson merely blundered into success. But he must be given full credit for recognizing that a blow at Banks might be fraught with most important consequences. It was with other ideas than defeating a rear guard or detaining Banks that he seized the Kernstown Ridge. He was not yet aware of McClellan's plan of invasion by sea, but he knew well that any movement that would threaten Washington must prove embarrassing to the federal government, that they could not afford to leave the upper Potomac ill-secured, and that the knowledge that an active and enterprising enemy who had shown himself determined to take instant advantage of every opportunity was within the valley would probably cause them to withdraw troops from McClellan in order to guard the river. A fortnight after the battle, asking for reinforcements, he wrote, "If Banks is defeated, it may greatly retard McClellan's movements." Stubborn has been the fighting of his brigades. Jackson himself was not entirely satisfied with his officers. When Sullivan and Kimball came to Tyler's aid, and a new line of battle threatened to overwhelm the Stonewall regiments, Garnett, on his own responsibility, had given the order to retire. Many of the men, their ammunition exhausted, had fallen to the rear. The exertions of the march had begun to tell. The enemy's attacks had been fiercely pressed, and before the pressure of his fresh brigades, the Confederate power of resistance was strained to breaking point. Garnett had behaved with conspicuous gallantry. The officers of his brigade declared that he was perfectly justified in ordering a retreat. Jackson thought otherwise, and almost immediately after the battle he relieved him of his command, placed him under arrest, and framed charges for his trial by court-martial. He would not accept the excuse that ammunition had given out. At the time, the Stonewall Brigade gave back the 5th and 42nd Virginia were at hand. The men had stilled their bayonets and did not consider the means of victory exhausted until the cold steel had been employed. He insisted, says Dabney, that a more resolute struggle might have won the field. Now, in the first place, it must be conceded that Garnett had not the slightest right to abandon his position without a direct order. In the second, if we turn to the table of losses furnished by the brigade commander, we find that in Garnett's 4 regiments, numbering 1,100 officers and men, there fell 153. In addition, 148 were reported missing, but according to the official reports, the majority of these were captured by the Federal cavalry and were unwounded. At most then, when he gave the order to retreat, Garnett had lost 200, or rather less than 20%. Such loss was heavy, but by no means excessive. A few months later, hardly a brigade in either army would have given way because every 5th man had fallen. A year later, in the Stonewall regiments would have considered an action in which they lost 200 men as nothing more than a skirmish. The truth would seem to be that the Valley soldiers were not yet blooded. In peace, the individual is everything: material prosperity, self-indulgence, and the preservation of existence are the general aim. In war, the individual is nothing, and men learn the lesson of self-sacrifice. But it is only gradually, however high the enthusiasm which inspires the troops, that the ideas of peace become effaced, and they must be seasoned soldiers who will endure, without flinching, the losses of Waterloo or Gettysburg. Discipline, which means the effacement of the individual, does more than break the soldier to unhesitating obedience. It trains him to die for duty's sake, and even the Stonewall Brigade, in the spring of 1862, was not yet thoroughly disciplined. The lack of competent and energetic officers, writes Jackson's chief of the staff, was at this time the bane of the service. In many there was neither an intelligent comprehension of their duties nor zeal in their performance. Appointed by the votes of their neighbors and friends, they would neither exercise that rigidity in governing nor that detailed care in providing for the wants of their men, which are necessary to keep soldiers efficient. The duties of the drill and the sentry post were often negligently performed, and the most profuse waste of ammunition and other military stores was permitted. It was seldom that these officers were guilty of cowardice upon the field of battle, but they were often in the wrong place, fighting as common soldiers when they should have been directing others. Above all was their inefficiency marked in their inability to keep their men in the ranks. Absenteeism grew under them to a monstrous evil, and every poltroon and laggard found a way of escape. Hence the frequent phenomenon that regiments, which on the books of the commissary appeared as consumers of 500 or 1,000 rations, were reported as carrying into action 250 or 300 bayonets. It is unlikely that this picture is overcolored, and it is certainly no reproach to the Virginia soldiers that their discipline was indifferent. There had not yet been time to transform a multitude of raw recruits into the semblance of a regular army. Competent instructors and trained leaders were few in the extreme, and the work had been left in inexperienced hands. One Stonewall Jackson was insufficient to leaven a division of 5,000 men. In the second place, Jackson probably remembered that the Stonewall Brigade at Bull Run, dashing out with the bayonet on the advancing Federals, had driven them back on their reserves. It seems hardly probable, had Garnett at Kernstown held his ground a little longer, that the three regiments still intact could have turned the tide of battle. But it is not impossible. The Federals had been roughly handled. Their losses had been heavier than those of the Confederates. A resolute counterstroke has before now changed the face of battle, and among unseasoned soldiers panic spreads with extraordinary effect. So far as can be gathered from the reports, there is no reason to suspect that the vigor of the Federal battalions was as yet relaxed. But no one who was not actually present can presume to judge of the temper of the troops. In every well-contested battle, there comes a moment when the combatants on both sides become exhausted, and the general who at that moment finds it in his heart to make one more effort will generally succeed. Such was the experience of Grant, Virginia's stoutest enemy. That moment, perhaps, had come at Kernstown, and Jackson, than whom not Scullabeth himself had clearer vision or cooler brain in the tumult of battle, may have observed it. It cannot be too often repeated that numbers go for little on the battlefield. It is possible that Jackson had in his mind, when he declared that the victory might yet have been won, the decisive counterstroke at Marengo, where 20,000 Austrians, pressing forward in pursuit of a defeated enemy, were utterly overthrown by a fresh division of 6,000 men, supported by 4 squadrons. Tactical unity and moral are factors of far more importance in battle than mere numerical strength. Troops that have been hotly engaged, even with success, and whose nerves are wrought up to a high state of tension, are peculiarly susceptible to surprise. If they have lost their order, and the men find themselves under strange officers, with unfamiliar faces beside them, the counterstroke falls with even greater force. It is at such moments that cavalry still finds its opportunity. It is at such moments that a resolute charge, pushed home with drums beating and a loud cheer, may have extraordinary results. On August 6, 1870, on the heights of Worth, a German corps d'armée, emerging after 3 hours' fierce fighting from the great wood on McMahon's flank, bore down upon the last stronghold of the French. The troops were in the utmost confusion. Divisions, brigades, regiments, and companies were mingled in one motley mass. But the enemy was retreating. A heavy force of artillery was close at hand, and the infantry must have numbered at least 10,000 rifles. Suddenly, 3 battalions of Turcos, numbering no more than 1,500 bayonets, charged with wild cries, and without firing, down the grassy slope. The Germans halted, fired a few harmless volleys, and then, turning as one man, bolted to the shelter of the wood, 1,200 yards in rear. According to an officer of the 14th Indiana, the Federals at Kernstown were in much the same condition as the Germans at Worth. The Confederates fell back in great disorder, and we advanced in disorder just as great. Over logs, through woods, over hills and fields, the brigades, regiments, and companies advanced, in one promiscuous, mixed, and uncontrollable mass. Officers shouted themselves hoarse in trying to bring order out of confusion, but all their efforts were unavailing along the front line, or rather what ought to have been the front line. Garnett's conduct was not the only incident connected with Kernstown that troubled Jackson. March 23rd was a Sunday. "You appear much concerned," he writes to his wife, "at my attacking on Sunday. I am greatly concerned too, but I felt it my duty to do it, in consideration of the ruinous effects that might result from postponing the battle until the morning. So far as I can see, my course was a wise one, the best that I could do under the circumstances, though very distasteful to my feelings, and I hope and pray to our Heavenly Father that I may never again be circumstanced as on that day. I believed that, so far as our troops were concerned, necessity and mercy both called for the battle. I do hope that the war will soon be over, and that I shall never again be called upon to take the field. Arms is a profession that, if its principles are adhered to, requires an officer to do what he fears may be wrong, and yet, according to military experience, must be done if success is to be attained. And the fact of its being necessary to success, and being accompanied with success, and that a departure from it is accompanied with disaster, suggests that it must be right. Had I fought the battle on Monday instead of Sunday, I fear our cause would have suffered, whereas, as things turned out, I consider our cause gained much from the engagement. We may wonder if his wife detected the unsoundness of the argument. To do wrong, for wrong it was according to her creed, in order that good may ensue, is what it comes to. The literal interpretation of the scriptural rule seems to have led her husband into difficulties, but the incident may serve to show with what earnestness in every action of his life he strove to shape his conduct with what he believed to be his duty. It has already been observed that Jackson's reticence was remarkable. No general could have been more careful that no inkling of his design should reach the enemy. He had not the slightest hesitation in withholding his plans from even his second in command. Special correspondents were rigorously excluded from his camps, and even with his most confidential friends, his reserve was absolutely impenetrable. During his stay at Winchester, it was his custom directly he rose to repair to headquarters and open his correspondence. When he returned to breakfast at Dr. Graham's, there was much anxiety evinced to hear the news from the front. What the enemy was doing across the Potomac, scarce 30 miles away, was naturally of intense interest to the people of the border town. But not the smallest detail of intelligence, however unimportant, escaped his lips. To his wife he was as uncommunicative as to the rest, Neither hint nor suggestion made the least impression, and direct interrogations were put up with a quiet smile. Nor was he too shy to suggest to his superiors that silence was golden. In a report to Johnston, written 4 days after Kernstown, he administered what had scarcely be considered other than a snub, delicately expressed but unmistakable. It is understood in the Federal Army that you have instructed me to keep the forces now in this district and not permit them to cross the Blue Ridge, and that this must be done at every hazard, and that for the purpose of effecting this, I made my attack. I have never so much as intimated such a thing to anyone. It cannot be said that Jackson's judgment in attacking Shields was at once appreciated in the South. The defeat, at first, was ranked with the disasters in the West, but as soon as the effects upon the enemy were appreciated, the tide of popular feeling turned. The gallantry of the Valley regiments was fully recognized, and the thanks of Congress were tendered to Jackson and his troops. No battle was ever fought in exact accordance with the demands of theory, and Kernstown, great in its results, gives openings to the critics. Jackson, it is said, attacked with tired troops, on insufficient information, and contrary to orders. As to the first, it may be said that his decision to give the enemy no time to bring up fresh troops was absolutely justified by events. On hearing of his approach to Kernstown, Banks immediately countermarched a brigade of Williams' division from Castleman's Ferry. A second brigade was recalled from Sticker's Gap on the morning of the 24th, and reached Winchester the same evening, after a march of 26 miles. Had attack been deferred, Shields would have been strongly reinforced. As to the second, Jackson had used every means in his power to get accurate intelligence. Ashby had done his best, although the Federals had 780 cavalry present, and every approach to Winchester was strongly picketed. His scouts had pushed within the Federal lines, and had communicated with the citizens of Winchester. Their reports were confirmed, according to Jackson's dispatch, from a source which had been remarkable for its reliability, and for the last 2 days of retrograde movement toward Snicker's Gap had been reported. The ground, it is true, favored an ambush, but the strategic situation demanded instant action. McClellan's advanced guard was within 50 miles of Johnston's position on the Rapidan, and a few days' march might bring the main armies into collision. If Jackson was to bring Banks back to the valley and himself join Johnston before the expected battle, he had no time to spare. Moreover, the information to hand was quite sufficient to justify him in trusting something to fortune. Even a defeat, if the attack were resolutely pushed, might have the best effect. The third reproach, that Jackson disobeyed orders, can hardly be sustained. He was in command of a detached force operating at a distance from the main army, and Johnston, with a wise discretion, had given him not orders but instructions. That is, the general-in-chief had merely indicated the purpose for which Jackson's force had been detached, and left to his judgment the manner in which that purpose was to be achieved. Johnston had certainly suggested that he should not expose himself to the danger of defeat, but when it became clear that he could not retain the enemy in the valley unless he closed with them, to have refrained from attack would have been to disobey the spirit of his instructions. Again, when Jackson attacked, he had good reason to believe that he ran no risk of defeat whatever. The force before him was reported as inferior to his own, and he might well have argued, to confine myself to observation will be to confess my weakness, and Banks is not likely to arrest his march to Manassas because of the presence of an enemy who dare not attack an insignificant rearguard. Demonstrations, such as Johnston had advised, may undoubtedly serve a temporary purpose, but if protracted, the enemy sees through them. On the 22nd, for instance, it was reported to Banks that the Confederates were advancing. The rear brigade of Williams' division was therefore countermarched from Snicker's Gap to Berryville, but the other two were suffered to proceed. Had Jackson remained quiescent in front of Shields, tacitly admitting his inferiority, The rear brigade would in all probability have soon been ordered to resume its march, and Lincoln, with no fear for Washington, would have allowed Blenker and McDowell to join McClellan. Johnston, at least, held that his subordinate was justified. In publishing the thanks of the Confederate Congress tendered to Jackson and his division, he expressed at the same time his own sense of their admirable conduct, by which they fully earned the high reward bestowed. During the evening of the 23rd, the medical director of the Valley Army was ordered to collect vehicles and send the wounded to the rear before the troops continued their retreat. Sometime after midnight, Dr. McGuire, finding that there was still a large number awaiting removal, reported the circumstances to the general, adding that he did not know where to get the means of transport, and that unless some expedient were discovered, the men must be abandoned. Jackson ordered him to impress carriages in the neighborhood. "But," said the surgeon, "that requires time. Can you stay till it has been done?" "Make yourself easy, sir," was the reply. "This army stays here until the last man is removed. Before I leave them to the enemy, I will lose many men more." Fortunately, before daylight, the work was finished. Note: the exact losses at Kernstown were as follows. Confederates, by brigade: Stonewall Brigade, 40 killed, 151 wounded, 152 missing, 343 total. Burke's Brigade, 24 killed, 114 wounded, 39 missing, 177 total. Fulkerson's Brigade, 15 killed, 76 wounded, 71 missing, 162 total. Cavalry, 1 killed, 17 wounded, 18 total. Artillery, 17 wounded, 1 missing, 18 total. By regiments: strength: 2nd Virginia, 320 NCO and men, 6 killed, 33 wounded, 51 missing, 90 total. 4th Virginia, 203 NCO and men, 5 killed, 23 wounded, 48 missing, 76 total. 5th Virginia, 450 NCO and men, 9 killed, 48 wounded, 4 missing, 61 total. 27th Virginia, 170 NCO and men, 2 killed, 20 wounded, 35 missing, 57 total. 33rd Virginia, 275 NCO and men, 18 killed, 27 wounded, 14 missing, 59 total. 42nd Virginia, 295 officers and men, 11 killed, 50 wounded, 9 missing, 70 total. 1st Virginia, 187 officers and men, 6 killed, 20 wounded, 21 missing, 47 total. 23rd Virginia, 177 officers and men, 3 killed, 14 wounded, 32 missing, 49 total. 27th Virginia, 397 NCO and men, 12 killed, 62 wounded, 39 missing, 113 total. Total casualties, 718. 80 killed, including 5 officers, 375 wounded, including 22 officers, 263 missing, including 10 officers, 13% killed and wounded, 20% killed, wounded, and missing. Federals, total casualties, 590, 118 killed, including 6 officers, 450 wounded, including 27 officers, 22 missing, 6%. According to the reports of his regimental commanders, Jackson took into battle, including 48th Virginia, 3,087 NCO and men of infantry, 290 cavalry and 27 guns, 2,742 infantry, 290 cavalry, and 18 guns were engaged, and his total strength, including officers, was probably about 3,500. Shields, in his first report of the battle, put down the strength of his own division as between 7,000 and 8,000 men. 4 days later, he declared that it did not exceed 7,000, namely 6,000 infantry, 750 cavalry, and 24 guns. It is probable that only those actually engaged are included in this estimate, for on March 17th, he reported the strength of the troops which were present at Kernstown 6 days later as 8,374 infantry, 608 artillerymen, and 780 cavalry, total 9,752. End of section 18.
Section 19 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Section 19. Chapter 9, McDowell. The stars were still shining when the Confederates began their retreat from Kernstown. With the exception of 70, all the wounded had been brought in, and the Army followed the ambulances as far as Woodstock. March 25. There was little attempt on the part of the Federals to improve their victory. The hard fighting of the Virginians had left its impress on the generals. Jackson's numbers were estimated at 15,000, and Banks, who arrived in time to take direction of the pursuit, preferred to wait till Williams' 2 brigades came up before he moved. He encamped that night at Cedar Creek, 8 miles from Kernstown. The next day he reached Strasburg. The cavalry pushed on to near Woodstock, and there, for the time being, the pursuit terminated. Shields, who remained at Winchester to nurse his wound, sent enthusiastic telegrams announcing that the retreat was a flight, and that the houses along the road were filled with Jackson's dead and dying. Yet the truth was that the Confederates were in no wise pressed, and only the hopeless cases had been left behind. Had the 2,000 troopers at Banks' disposal been sent forward at daybreak on the 24th, something might have been done. The squadrons, however, incapable of moving across country, were practically useless in pursuit, and to start even at daybreak was to start too late. If the fruits of victory are to be secured, the work must be put in hand whilst the enemy is still reeling under the shock. A few hours' delay gives him time to recover his equilibrium, to organize a rear guard, and to gain many miles on his rearward march. March 26. On the night of the 26th, 60 hours after the battle ceased, the Federal outposts were established along Tom's Brook, 17 miles from Kernstown. On the opposite bank were Ashby's cavalry, while Burke's brigade lay at Woodstock, 6 miles further south. The remainder of the Valley Army had reached Mount Jackson. These positions were occupied until April 1st, and for 6 whole days Banks, with 19,000 men, was content to observe a force 1/6 his strength, which had been defeated by just half the numbers he had now at his disposal. This was hardly the vigorous action which McClellan had demanded. "As soon as you are strong enough," he had telegraphed, "push Jackson hard, drive him well beyond Strasburg, pursuing at least as far as Woodstock, if possible, with cavalry to Mount Jackson." In vain he reiterated the message on the 27th. "Feel Jackson's rear guard smartly and push him well." Not a single Federal crossed Tom's Brook. "The superb scenery of the valley," writes General G.H. Gordon, a comrade of Jackson's at West Point, and now commanding the 2nd Massachusetts, one of Banks' best regiments, "opened before us. The sparkling waters of the Shenandoah, winding between the parallel ranges, the groves of cedar and pine that lined its banks, the rolling surfaces of the valley, peacefully resting by the mountainside and occupied by rich fields and quiet farms. A mile beyond I could see the rebel cavalry. Sometimes the enemy amused himself by throwing shells at our pickets when they were a little too venturesome, but beyond a feeble show of strength and ugliness, nothing transpired to disturb the dullness of the camp. Banks, far from all support, and with a cavalry unable to procure information, was by no means free from apprehension. Johnston had already fallen back into the interior of Virginia, and the Army of the Potomac, instead of following him, was taking ship at Alexandria. Information had reached Strasburg that the Confederates were beyond the Rapidan, with their left at Gordonsville. Now, Gordonsville is 65 miles, or 4 marches, from Mount Jackson, and there was reason to believe that reinforcements had already been sent to Jackson from that locality. On March 25, Banks telegraphed to Mr. Stanton, reported by Rebel Jackson's aide, a prisoner, that they were assured of reinforcements to 30,000, but don't credit it. On March 26, the enemy is broken, but will rally. Their purpose is to unite Jackson's and Longstreet's forces, some 20,000, at Newmarket, 7 miles south of Mount Jackson, or Washington, east of Blue Ridge, in order to operate on either side of the mountains, and will desire to prevent our junction with the force at Manassas. At present, they will not attack here. It will relieve me greatly to know how far the enemy, i.e. Johnston, will be pressed in front of Manassas. On the 27th, his news was less alarming. Enemy is about 4 miles below Woodstock. No reinforcement received yet. Jackson has constant communication with Johnston, who is east of the mountains, probably at Gordonsville. His pickets were very strong and vigilant, none of the country people being allowed to pass the lines under any circumstances. The same rule is applied to troops, stragglers from Winchester not being permitted to enter their lines. We shall press them further and quickly. The pressure, however, was postponed, and on the 29th, McClellan desired Banks to ascertain the intentions of the enemy as soon as possible, and if he were enforced to drive him from the valley of the Shenandoah. Thus spurred, Banks at last resolved to cross the Rubicon. Deficiency, he replied, in ammunition for Shields' artillery detains us here. Expect it hourly, when we shall push Jackson sharply. It was not, however, till April 2nd, 4 days later, that Mr. Lincoln's protege crossed Tom's Brook. His advanced guard, after a brisk skirmish with Ashby, reached the village of Edinburgh, 10 miles south, the same evening. The main body occupied Woodstock, and McClellan telegraphed that he was much pleased with the vigorous pursuit. It is not impossible that Banks suspected that McClellan's commendations were ironical. In any case, praise had no more effect upon him than a peremptory order or the promise of reinforcements. He was instructed to push forward as far as Newmarket. He was told that he would be joined by 2 regiments of cavalry and that 2 brigades of Blenker's division were marching to Strasburg. But Jackson, although Ashby had been driven in, still held obstinately to his position, and from Woodstock and Edinburgh, Banks refused to move. On April 4, becoming independent of McClellan, he at once reported to the Secretary of War that he hoped immediately to strike Jackson an effective blow. Immediately, however, in Banks' opinion, was capable of a very liberal interpretation, for it was not till April 17 that he once more broke up his camps. Well might Gordon write that life at Edinburgh became monotonous. It is but fair to mention that during the whole of this time, Banks was much troubled about supply and transport. His magazines were at Winchester, connected with Harper's Ferry and Washington by a line of railway which had been rapidly repaired, and on April 12 this line had become unserviceable through the spreading of the roadbed. His wagon train, moreover, had been diverted to Manassas before the fight at Kernstown, and was several days late in reaching Strasburg. The country in which he was operating was rich, and requisitions were made upon the farmers. But in the absence of the wagons, according to his own report, it was impossible to collect sufficient supplies for a further advance. The weather, too, had been unfavorable. The first days of April were like summer. But hardly, says Gordon, had we begun to feel in harmony with sunny days and blooming peach trees and warm showers before a chill came over us, bitter as the hatred of the women of Virginia, the ground covered with snow, the air thick with hail, and the mountains hidden in the chilly atmosphere. Our shivering sentinels on the outer lines met at times the gaze of half-frozen horsemen of the enemy, peering through the mist to see what the Yankees had been doing within the last 24 hours. It was hard to believe that we were in the sunny South. All this, however, was hardly an excuse for absolute inaction. The Confederate position on the open ridge called Rude's Hill, 2.5 miles south of Mount Jackson, was certainly strong. It was defended in front by Mill Creek, swollen by the snows to a turbulent and unfordable river, and by the North Fork of the Shenandoah. But with all its natural strength, Rude's Hill was but weakly held, and Banks knew it. Moreover, it was most unlikely that Jackson would be reinforced, for Johnston's army, with the exception of a detachment under General Ewell, had left Orange Courthouse for Richmond on April 5. The enemy, Banks wrote to McClellan on April 6, is reduced to about 6,000 men, much demoralized by defeat, desertion, and the general depression of spirits resting on the Southern army. He is not in a condition to attack, neither to make a strong resistance, and I do not believe he will make a determined stand there. I do not believe Johnston will reinforce him. If Banks had supplies enough to enable him to remain at Woodstock, there seems to have been no valid reason why he should not have been able to drive away a demoralized enemy and to hold a position 12 miles further south. But the Federal commander, despite his brave words, had not yet got rid of his misgivings. Jackson had lured him into a most uncomfortable situation. Between the two branches of the Shenandoah, in the very center of the valley, rises a gigantic mass of mountain ridges, parallel throughout their length of 50 miles to the Blue Ridge and the Alleghanies. These are the famous Massanuttons, the glory of the valley. The peaks which form their northern faces sink as abruptly to the level near Strasburg as does the single hill which looks down on Harrisonburg. Dense forests of oak and pine cover ridge and ravine, and 2,500 feet below, on either hand, parted by the mighty barrier, are the dales watered by the forks of the Shenandoah. That to the east is the narrower and less open. The Blue Ridge is nowhere more than 10 miles distant from the Massanuttons, and the space between them, the Luray, or the South Fork Valley, through which a single road leads northward, is clothed by continuous forest. West of the great mountain, a broad expanse of green pasture and rich arable extends to the foothills of the Alleghanies, dotted with woods and homesteads, and here, in the valley of the North Fork, is freer air and more space for movement. The separation of the two valleys is accentuated by the fact that save at one point, only the Massanuttons are practically impassable. From Newmarket, in the western valley, a good road climbs the heights, and crossing the lofty plateau, sinks sharply down to Luray, the principal village on the South Fork. Elsewhere, precipitous gullies and sheer rock faces forbid all access to the mountain, and a few hunters' paths alone wind tediously through the woods up the steep hillside. Nor are signal stations to be found on the wide area of unbroken forest which clothes the summit, except from the peaks at either end or from one or two points on the Newmarket-Luray Road. The view is intercepted by the sea of foliage and the rolling spurs. Striking eastward from Luray, two good roads cross the Blue Ridge, one running to Culpeper Courthouse through Thornton's Gap, the other through Fisher's Gap to Gordonsville. It was the Massanuttons that weighed on the mind of Banks. The valley of the South Fork gave the Confederates a covered approach against his line of communications. Issuing from that straight cleft between the mountains, Ashby's squadrons might at any time sweep down upon his trains of wagons, his hospitals, and his magazines. And should Jackson be reinforced, Ashby might be supported by infantry and guns, and both Strasburg and Winchester be endangered. It was not within Banks' power to watch the defile. His cavalry, he reported, was weak in numbers and spirit, much exhausted with night and day work. Good cavalry, he declared, would help incalculably, and he admitted that in this arm he was greatly inferior to the enemy. Nor was he more happy as to the Alleghanies on his right. Fremont was meditating an advance on Lewisburg, Staunton, and the Virginia and Tennessee Railway with 25,000 men. One column was to start from Gully Bridge, in the Kanawha Valley, the other from the south branch of the Potomac. Milroy's brigade from Cheat Mountain had therefore occupied Monterey, and Schenck's brigade had marched from Romney to Moorfield. But Moorfield was 30 miles west of Woodstock, and between them rose a succession of rugged ridges, within whose deep valleys the Confederate horsemen might find paths by which to reach to Banks' rear. It was essential, then, that his communications should be strongly guarded, and as he advanced up the valley his force had diminished at every march. According to his own report, he had, on April 6, 16,700 men fit for duty. Of these, 4,100 were detached along the road from Woodstock to Harper's Ferry. His effective strength for battle was thus reduced to 12,600, or, including the troops escorting convoys and the garrison of Strasburg, to 14,500 men, with 40 pieces of artillery. Such were the considerations that influenced the Federal commander. Had he occupied Newmarket, as McClellan had desired, he would have secured the Luray Road, have opened the South Fork Valley to his scouts, and have overcome half the difficulties presented by the Massanuttons. A vigorous advance would have turned the attention of the Confederates from his communications to their own, and to drive Jackson from the valley was the best method of protecting the trains and the magazines. But Banks was not inclined to beard the lion in his den, and on April 16 Jackson had been unmolested for more than 3 weeks. Ashby's troopers were the only men who had even seen the enemy. Daily, that indefatigable soldier had called to arms the Federal outposts. Our stay at Edinburgh, says Gordon, was a continuous season of artillery brawling and picket stalking. The creek that separated the outposts was not more than 10 yards wide. About 1/4 of a mile away, there was a thick wood in which the enemy concealed his batteries until he chose to stir us up, when he would sneak up behind the cover, open upon us at an unexpected moment, and retreat rapidly when we replied. It was doubtless by such constant evidence of his vigilance that Ashby imposed caution on the enemy's reconnoitering parties. The fact remains that Jackson's camps, 6 miles to the rear, were never once alarmed, nor could Banks obtain any reliable information. This period of repose was spent by Jackson in reorganizing his regiments, in writing letters to his wife, and, like his old classmate Gordon, in admiring the scenery. It is not to be supposed that his enforced inaction was altogether to his taste. With an enemy within sight of his outposts, his bold and aggressive spirit must have been sorely tried. But with his inferior numbers, prudence cried patience, and he had reason to be well content with the situation. He had been instructed to prevent Banks from detaching troops to reinforce McClellan. To attain an object in war, the first consideration is to make no mistakes yourself. The next, to take instant advantage of those made by your opponent. But compliance with this rule does not embrace the whole art of generalship. The enemy may be too discreet to commit himself to risky maneuvers. If the campaigns of the great masters of war are examined, it will be found that they but seldom adopted a quiescent attitude, but by one means or another, by acting on their adversary's morale or by creating false impressions, they induced him to make a false step and to place himself in a position which made it easy for them to attain their object. The greatest general has been defined as he who makes the fewest mistakes, but he who compels his adversary to make the most mistakes is a definition of equal force, and it may even be questioned whether the general whose imagination is unequal to the stratagems which bring mistakes about is worthy of the name. He may be a trustworthy subordinate, but he can scarcely become a great leader. Johnston had advised when, at the beginning of March, the retreat of the Confederates from Winchester was determined on, that Jackson should fall back on Front Royal, and thence, if necessary, up the South Fork of the Shenandoah. His force would thus be in close communication with the main army behind the Rapidan, and it was contrary, in the General-in-Chief's opinion, to all sound discretion to permit the enemy to attain a point, such as Front Royal, which would render it possible for him to place himself between them. Jackson, however, declared his preference for a retreat up the North Fork in the direction of Staunton. Why should Banks join McClellan at all? McClellan, so Jackson calculated, had already more men with him than he could feed, and he believed, therefore, that Staunton would be Banks' objective, because by seizing that town, he would threaten Edward Johnson's rear, open the way for Fremont, and then, crossing the Blue Ridge, place himself so near the communications of the main army with Richmond that it would be compelled to fall back to defend them. Nor, in any case, did he agree with Johnston that the occupation of Front Royal would prevent Banks leaving the valley and marching to Manassas. 20 miles due east of Winchester is Snicker's Gap, where a good road crosses the Blue Ridge, and 8 miles south another turnpike leads over Ashby's Gap. By either of these, Banks could reach Manassas just as rapidly as Jackson could join Johnston, and while 4,500 men could scarcely be expected to detain 20,000, they might very easily be cut off by a portion of the superior force. If a junction with the main army were absolutely necessary, Jackson was of opinion that the move ought to be made at once and the valley abandoned. If, on the other hand, it was desirable to keep Banks and McClellan separated, the best means of doing so was to draw the former up the North Fork, and at Mount Jackson, covering the New Market to Luray Road, the valley troops would be as near the Rapidan as if they were at Front Royal. The strategical advantages which such a position would offer, the isolation of the troops pursuing him, the chance of striking their communications from the South Fork Valley, and, if reinforcements were granted, of cutting off their retreat by a rapid movement from Luray to Winchester, were always present to Jackson's mind. An additional argument was that at the time when these alternatives were discussed, the road along South Fork was so bad as to make marching difficult, and it was to this rather than to Jackson's strategical conceptions that Johnston appears to have ultimately yielded. Be this as it may, the sum of Jackson's operations was satisfactory in the extreme. On March 27 he had written to Johnston, "I will try and draw the enemy on." On April 16, Banks was exactly where he wished him, well up the North Fork of the Shenandoah, cut off by the Massanuttons from Manassas and by the Alleghanies from Fremont. The two detachments which held the valley, his own force at Mount Jackson and Edward Johnson's 2,800 on the Shenandoah Mountain, were in close communication and could at any time, if permitted by the higher authorities, combine against either of the columns which threatened Staunton. "What I desire," he said to Mr. Boteler, a friend in the Confederate Congress, "is to hold the country, as far as practicable, until we are in a condition to advance, and then, with God's blessing, let us make thorough work of it, but let us start right." On April 7, he wrote to his wife as follows, "Your sickness gives me great concern, but so live that it and all your tribulations may be sanctified to you, remembering that our light afflictions, which are but for a moment, work out for us a far more exceeding and eternal weight of glory. I trust you and all I have in the hands of a kind providence, knowing that all things work together for the good of his people. Yesterday was a lovely Sabbath day. Although I had not the privilege of hearing the word of life, yet it felt like a holy Sabbath day, beautiful, serene, and lovely. All it wanted was the church bell and God's services in the sanctuary to make it complete. Our gallant little army is increasing in numbers, and my prayer is that it may be an army of the living God as well as of its country." The troops, notwithstanding their defeat at Kernstown, were in high spirits. The very slackness of the Federal pursuit had made them aware that they had inflicted a heavy blow. They had been thanked by Congress for their valor. The newspapers were full of their praises. Their comrades were returning from hospital and furlough, and recruits were rapidly coming in. The mounted branch attracted the majority, and Ashby's regiment soon numbered more than 2,000 troopers. Their commander, however, knew little of discipline. Besides himself, there was but one field officer for 1 in 20 companies, nor had these companies any regimental organization. When Jackson attempted to reduce this curiously constituted force to order, his path was once more crossed by the Secretary of War. Mr. Benjamin, dazzled by Ashby's exploits, had given him authority to raise and command a force of independent cavalry. A reference to this authority and a threat of resignation was Ashby's reply to Jackson's orders. Knowing Ashby's ascendancy over his men and finding himself thus deprived of legitimate power, the general was constrained to pause, and the cavalry was left unorganized and undisciplined. One half was rarely available for duty. The remainder were roaming over the country, imposing upon the generous hospitalities of the citizens or lurking in their homes. The exploits of their famous leader were all performed with a few hundreds, or often scores, of men who followed him from personal devotion rather than force of discipline. By April 15, Jackson's force had increased to 6,000 men. McClellan had now landed an army of over 100,000 at Fortress Monroe on the Yorktown Peninsula, and Johnston had marched thither to oppose him. The weather had at last cleared. Although the mountain pines stood deep in snow, the roads were in good order. The rivers were once more fordable. The Manassas Gap Railway had been restored as far as Strasburg, and Banks took heart of grace. April 17. On the 17th, his forces were put in motion. One of Ashby's companies was surprised and captured. A brigade was sent to turn the Confederate left by a ford of the North Fork, and when the Virginians, burning the railway station at Mount Jackson, fell back southwards, the Federal cavalry seized Newmarket. For the moment, the situation of the Valley Army was somewhat critical. When Johnston marched to the peninsula, he had left a force of 8,000 men under General Ewell on the upper Rappahannock, and with this force Jackson had been instructed to cooperate. But with the road across the Massanuttons in his possession, Banks could move into the Luray Valley, and occupying Swift Run Gap with a detachment, cut the communication between the two Confederate generals. It was essential, then, that this important pass should be secured, and Jackson's men were called on for a forced march. April 18. On the morning of the 18th, they reached Harrisonburg, 25 miles from Mount Jackson, and halted the same evening at Peel's, about 6 miles east. April 19. On the 19th, they crossed the Shenandoah at Conrad's Store, and leaving a detachment to hold the bridge, moved to the foot of Swift Run Gap and went into camp in Elk Run Valley. In 3 days, they had marched over 50 miles. Banks followed with his customary caution, and when, on the 17th, his cavalry occupied Newmarket, he was congratulated by the Secretary of War on his brilliant and successful operations. On the 19th, he led a detachment across the Massanuttons and seized the 2 bridges over the South Fork at Luray, driving back a squadron which Jackson had sent to burn them. April 22nd. On the night of the 22nd, his cavalry reached Harrisonburg, and he reported that want of supplies alone prevented him from bringing the Confederates to bay. April 26. On the 26th, he sent 2 of his 5 brigades to Harrisonburg, the remainder halting at Newmarket, and for the last few days, according to his own dispatches, beef, flour, and forage had been abundant, yet it had taken him 10 days to march 35 miles. End of section 19. Section 20 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhardt. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Section 20. April 20. On April 20, General Edward Johnson, menaced in rear by Banks' advance, in flank by the brigade which Fremont had placed at Moorfield, and in front by Milroy's brigade, which had advanced from Monterey, had fallen back from the Shenandoah Mountain to West View, 7 miles west of Staunton, and to all appearance the Federal prospects were exceedingly favorable. Harrisonburg is 25 miles. or 2 short marches north of Staunton. The hamlet of McDowell, now occupied by Milroy, is 27 miles northwest. Proper concert between Banks and Fremont should therefore have ensured the destruction or retreat of Edward Johnson and have placed Staunton, as well as the Virginia Central Railroad, in their hands. But although not a single picket stood between his outposts and Staunton, Banks dared not move. By moving to Elk Run Valley, Jackson had barred the way of the Federals more effectively than if he had entrenched his troops across the Staunton Road. South of Harrisonburg, where the valley widens to 25 miles, there was no strong position, and even had such existed, 6,000 men, of which a third were cavalry, could scarcely have hoped to hold it permanently against a far superior force. Moreover, cooped up inside entrenchments, the Army of the Valley would have lost all freedom of action, and Jackson would have been cut off both from Ewell and from Richmond. But, although direct intervention was impracticable, he was nonetheless resolved that Banks should never set foot in Staunton. The Elk Run Valley was well adapted for his purpose. Spurs of the Blue Ridge, steep, pathless, and densely wooded, covered either flank. The front, protected by the Shenandoah, was very strong. Communication with both Ewell and Richmond was secure, and so long as he held the bridge at Conrad's Store, he threatened the flank of the Federals should they advance on Staunton. Strategically, the position was by no means perfect. The Confederates, to use an expression of General Grant's, applied to a similar situation, were in a bottle. A bold enemy would have seized the bridge, corking up Jackson with a strong detachment, and have marched on Staunton with his main body. Had Banks been more enterprising, says Dabney, this objection would have been decisive. But he was not enterprising, and Jackson knew it. He had had opportunities in plenty of judging his opponent's character. The slow advance on Winchester, the long delay at Woodstock, the cautious approach to Newmarket had revealed enough. It was a month since the Battle of Kernstown, and yet the Confederate infantry, although for the greater part of the time they had been encamped within a few miles of the enemy's outposts, had not fired a shot. The tardy progress of the Federals from Woodstock to Harrisonburg had been due rather to the perplexities of their commander than to the difficulties of supply, and Banks had got clear of the Massanuttons only to meet with fresh embarrassments. Jackson's move to Elk Run Valley was a complete checkmate. His opponent felt that he was not dangerously exposed. McClellan had not yet begun his advance on Richmond, and so long as that city was secure from immediate attack, the Confederates could spare men to reinforce Jackson. The railway ran within easy reach of Swift Run Gap, and the troops need not be long absent from the capital. Ewell, too, with a force of unknown strength, was not far distant. Banks could expect no help from Fremont. Both generals were anxious to work together, and plans had been submitted to Washington which would probably have secured the capture of Staunton and the control of the railway. But the Secretary of War rejected all advice. Fremont was given to understand that under no circumstances was he to count on Banks, and the latter was told to halt at Harrisonburg. "It is not the desire of the President," wrote Mr. Stanton on April 26, "that you should prosecute a further advance toward the South. It is possible that events may make it necessary to transfer the command of General Shields to the Department of the Rappahannock, i.e. to the 1st Army Corps, and you are desired to act accordingly. To crown all, Blanker's division, which had reached Winchester, instead of being sent to support Banks, 45 miles distant by the Valley Turnpike, was ordered to join Fremont in the Alleghanies by way of Romney, involving a march of 120 miles over bad roads before it could reinforce his advanced brigade. Stanton, in writing to Banks, suggested that he should not let his advanced guard get too far ahead of the main body, but he does not appear to have seen that the separation of Banks, Fremont, and Blanker, and the forward position of the two former, which he had determined to maintain, was even more dangerous. His lesson was to come, for Jackson, by no means content with arresting Banks' march, was already contemplating that general's destruction. The situation demanded instant action, and in order that the import of Jackson's movements may be fully realized, it is necessary to turn to the main theater of war. McClellan, on April 5th, with the 60,000 men already landed, had moved a few miles up the peninsula. Near the village of Yorktown, famous for the surrender of Lord Cornwallis and his army in 1782, he found the road blocked by a line of earthworks and numerous guns. Magruder, Jackson's captain in Mexico, was in command, but Johnston was still on the Rapidan, 130 miles away, and the Confederates had no more than 15,000 men in position. The flanks, however, were secured by the York and the James rivers, which here expand to wide estuaries, and the works were strong. Yorktown proved almost as fatal to the invaders as to their English predecessors. Before the historic lines, their march was suddenly brought up. McClellan, although his army increased in numbers every day, declined the swift process of a storm. Personal reconnaissance convinced him that instant assault would have been simple folly, and he determined to besiege the entrenchments in due form. On April 10, Johnston's army began to arrive at Yorktown, and the lines, hitherto held by a slender garrison, were now manned by 53,000 men. The Confederate position was by no means impregnable. The River James to the south was held by the Merrimac, an improvised ironclad of novel design which had already wrought terrible destruction amongst the wooden frigates of the Federals. She was neutralized, however, by her northern counterpart, the Monitor, and after an indecisive action she had remained inactive for nearly a month. The York was less securely guarded. The channel, nearly a mile wide, was barred only by the fire of two forts, and that at Gloucester Point, on the north bank, was open to assault from the land side. Had McClellan disembarked a detachment and carried this work, which might easily have been done, the river would have been open to his gunboats, and Johnston's lines have become untenable. He decided, however, notwithstanding that his army was more than 100,000 strong, that he had no men to spare for such an enterprise. Magruder's bold stand was of infinite service to the Confederate cause. To both parties time was of the utmost value. The Federals were still over 70 miles from Richmond, and there was always a possibility, if their advance were not rapidly pressed, that Johnston might move on Washington and cause the recall of the army to protect the capital. The Confederates, on the other hand, had been surprised by the landing of McClellan's army. They had been long aware that the flotilla had sailed, but they had not discovered its destination. The detachments which first landed were supposed to be reinforcements for the garrison of the fortress, and when McClellan advanced on Yorktown, Johnston was far to the west of Richmond. The delay had enabled him to reach the lines, but at the time Jackson fell back to Elk Run Valley, April 17 to 19, fortune seemed inclining to the Federals. Lincoln had been induced to relax his hold on the Army Corps which he had held back at Manassas to protect the capital, and McDowell was already moving on Fredericksburg, 60 miles north of Richmond. Here he was to be joined by Shields, bringing his force for the field up to 40,000 men, and the fall of Yorktown was to be the signal for his advance on the Confederate capital. Johnston still held the lines, but he was outnumbered by more than 2 to 1, and the enemy was disembarking heavy ordnance. It was evident that the end could not be long delayed, and that in case of retreat, every single Confederate soldier, from the valley and elsewhere, would have to be brought to Richmond for the decisive battle. Jackson was thus bound to his present position, close to the railway, and his orders from Johnston confined him to a strictly defensive attitude. In case Banks advanced eastward, he was to combine with Ewell and receive attack in the passes of the Blue Ridge. Such cautious strategy, to one so fully alive to the opportunity offered by McClellan's retention before Yorktown, was by no means acceptable. When his orders reached him, Jackson was already weaving plans for the discomfiture of his immediate adversary, and it may be imagined with what reluctance, although he gave no vent to his chagrin, he accepted the passive role which had been assigned to him. No sooner, however, had he reached Elk Run Valley than the telegraph brought most welcome news. In a movement of unwanted wisdom, the Confederate president had charged General Lee with the control of all military operations in Virginia, and on April 21st came a letter to Jackson which foreshadowed the downfall of McClellan and the rout of the invaders. April 21st. McDowell's advance from Manassas had already become known to the Confederates, and Lee had divined what this movement portended. "I have no doubt," he wrote to Jackson, "that an attempt will be made to occupy Fredericksburg and use it as a base of operations against Richmond. Our present force there is very small, 2,500 men under General Field, and it cannot be reinforced except by weakening other corps. If you can use General Ewell's division in an attack on Banks, it will prove a great relief to the pressure on Fredericksburg." This view of the situation was in exact agreement with Jackson's own views. He had already made preparation for combined action with Ewell. For some days they had been in active correspondence. The exact route which Ewell should take to the Blue Ridge had been decided on. The roads had been reconnoitered. Jackson had supplied a map identical with his own and had furnished an officer to act as guide. A service of couriers had been established across the mountains, and no precaution had been neglected. Ewell was instructed to bring 5 days' rations. He was warned that there would be no necessity for a forced march. He was to encamp at crossroads, and he was to rest on Sunday. April 23rd. Jackson, replying to Lee, stated that he was only waiting a favorable occasion to fall on Banks. "My object," he wrote, "has been to get in his rear at Newmarket or Harrisonburg, if he gives me an opportunity, and this would be the case should he advance on Staunton with his main body. It appears to me that if I remain quiet a few days more, he will probably make a move in some direction, or send a large force towards Harrisonburg, and thus enable me, with the blessing of Providence, to successfully attack his advance. If I am unsuccessful in driving back his entire force, he may be induced to move forward from Newmarket and attempt to follow me through this gap, where our forces would have greatly the advantage. Under all the circumstances, I will direct General Ewell to move to Stannardsville. Should Banks remain in the position of yesterday, cavalry at Harrisonburg, infantry, etc., at Newmarket, I will try and seek an opportunity of attacking successfully some part of his army, and if circumstances justify, press forward. My instructions from General Johnston were to unite with General Ewell near the top of the Blue Ridge and give battle. The course I propose would be departing from General Johnston's instructions, but I do not believe that Banks will follow me to the Blue Ridge unless I first engage him, and I doubt whether he will then. But although authorized to draw Ewell to himself and to carry out the project on which his heart was set, he still kept in view the general situation. After he had dispatched the above letter, a report came in which led him to believe that Ewell was more needed on the Rappahannock than in the valley. Lee had already informed him that McDowell's advanced guard had occupied Falmouth on the north bank of the river opposite Fredericksburg on April 19, and that General Field had fallen back. Jackson, in consequence, permitted Ewell to remain near Gordonsville, close to the railway, assuring Lee that he would make arrangements so as not to be disappointed should Ewell be ordered to Fredericksburg. Nor was this the only instance in which he demonstrated his breadth of view. In planning cooperation with Ewell, that general had suggested that he should take a different road to that which had been recommended by General Johnston, should necessity for a combined movement arise. Jackson protested against the route being altered. General Johnston, he wrote, does not state why he desires you to go by this road, but it may be for the purpose of deceiving the enemy with regard to your ultimate destination, to be more distant from the enemy during the movement, and also to be in a more favorable position for reinforcing some other points should it be necessary. The interests of his own force, here as always, were subordinated to those of the army which was defending Richmond. April 25. The next information received from General Lee was that the enemy was collecting in strong force at Fredericksburg. For this purpose, he wrote, they must weaken other points, and now is the time to concentrate on any that may be exposed within our reach. He then suggested that, if Banks was too strong in numbers and position, Jackson and Ewell combined should move on Warrenton, where a federal force was reported, or that Ewell and Field should attack Fredericksburg. The blow, he added, wherever struck, must, to be successful, be sudden and heavy. The troops must be efficient and light. I cannot pretend at this distance to direct operations depending on circumstances unknown to me and requiring the exercise of discretion and judgment as to time and execution, but submit these ideas for your consideration. April 26. On April 26, when Banks moved 2 brigades to Harrisonburg, Ewell was at once called up to Stannardsville, 12 miles southeast of Swift Run Gap. No opportunity as yet had offered for attack. I have reason to believe, wrote Jackson to Lee on the 28th, that Banks has 21,000 men within a day's march of me. He has moved his main body from New Market to Harrisonburg, leaving probably a brigade at New Market and between that town and the Shenandoah, Luray Gap, to guard against a force getting in his rear. On yesterday week, there were near 7,000 men in the neighborhood of Winchester under Blenker. As yet, I have not heard of their having joined Banks. I propose to attack Banks in front if you will send me 5,000 more men. Now, as it appears to me, is the golden opportunity for striking a blow. Until I hear from you, I will watch an opportunity for striking some exposed point. April 29. The next day, April 29, Jackson suggested, if reinforcements could not be spared, that one of 3 plans should be adopted, either to leave Ewell here, Swift Run Gap, to threaten Banks' rear in the event of his advancing on Staunton, and move with my command rapidly on the force in front of General Edward Johnson, or else, cooperating with Ewell to attack the enemy's detached force between New Market and the Shenandoah, and if successful in this, then to press forward and get in Banks' rear at New Market, and thus induce him to fall back. The third is to pass down the Shenandoah to Sperryville, east of the Blue Ridge, and thus threaten Winchester via Front Royal. To get in Banks' rear with my present force would be rather a dangerous undertaking, as I would have to cross the river and immediately cross the Massanutten Mountains, during which the enemy would have the advantage of position. Of the 3 plans, I give the preference to attacking the force west of Staunton, Milroy, for if successful, I would afterward only have Banks to contend with, and in doing this would be reinforced by General Edward Johnson, and by that time you might be able to give me reinforcements, which, united with the troops under my control, would enable me to defeat Banks. If he should be routed and his command destroyed, nearly all our own forces here could, if necessary, cross the Blue Ridge to Warrenton, Fredericksburg, or any other threatened point. Lee's reply was to the effect that no reinforcements could be spared, but that he had carefully considered the 3 plans of operation proposed, and that the selection was left to Jackson. The Army of the Valley, when the Commander-in-Chief's letter was received, had already been put in motion. 3 roads lead from Conrad's store in the Elk Run Valley to Johnson's position at Westview, one through Harrisonburg, the second by Port Republic, Cross Keys, and Mount Sidney, the third, the River Road, by Port Republic and Staunton. The first of these was already occupied by the Federals. The second was tortuous, and at places almost within view of the enemy's camps, while the third, though it was nowhere less than 10 miles distant, ran obliquely across their front. In fact, to all appearance, Banks with his superior force blocked Jackson's march on Staunton more effectively than did Jackson his. On the 29th, Ashby, continually watching Banks, made a demonstration in force towards Harrisonburg. April 30. On the 30th, he drove the Federal cavalry back upon their camps, and the same afternoon Jackson, leaving Elk Run Valley, which was immediately occupied by Ewell with 8,000 men, marched up the river to Port Republic. The track, unmetalled and untended, had been turned into a quagmire by the heavy rains of an ungenial spring, and the troops marched only 5 miles, bivouacking by the roadside. May 1st was a day of continuous rain. The great mountains loomed dimly through the dreary mist. The streams which rushed down the gorges to the Shenandoah had swelled to brawling torrents, and in the hollows of the fields the water stood in sheets. Men and horses floundered through the mud. The guns sunk axle-deep in the treacherous soil, and it was only by the help of large detachments of pioneers that the heavy wagons of the train were able to proceed at all. It was in vain that piles of stones and brushwood were strewn upon the roadway. The quicksands dragged them down as fast as they were placed. The utmost exertions carried the army no more than 5 miles forward, and the troops bivouacked once more in the dripping woods. May 2nd. The next day, the third in succession, the struggle with the elements continued. The whole command was called upon to move the guns and wagons. The general and his staff were seen dismounted, urging on the laborers, and Jackson, his uniform bespattered with mud, carried stones and timbers on his own shoulders. But before nightfall the last ambulance had been extricated from the slough, and the men, drenched to the skin and worn with toil, found a halting place on firmer ground. But this halting place was not on the road to Staunton. Before they reached Port Republic, instead of crossing the Shenandoah and passing through the village, the troops had been ordered to change the direction of their march. The spot selected for their bivouac was at the foot of Brown's Gap, not more than 12 miles southwest of the camp in Elk Run Valley. May 3rd. The next morning the clouds broke. The sun, shining with summer warmth, ushered in a glorious May day, and the column, turning its back upon the valley, took the stony road that led over the Blue Ridge. Upward and eastward the battalions passed, the great forest of oak and pine rising high on either hand, until from the eyrie of the mountain eagles they looked down upon the wide Virginia plains. Far off, away to the southeast, the trails of white smoke from passing trains marked the line of the Central Railroad, and the line of march led directly to the station at Meacham's River. Both officers and men were more than bewildered. Save to his adjutant general, Jackson had breathed not a whisper of his plan. The soldiers only knew that they were leaving the valley, and leaving it in the enemy's possession. Winchester, Strasburg, Front Royal, Newmarket, Harrisonburg were full of Northern troops. Staunton alone was yet unoccupied. But Staunton was closely threatened, and north of Harrisonburg the blue-coated cavalry were riding far and wide. While the women and old men looked impotently on, village and mill and farm were at the mercy of the invaders. Already the federal commissaries had laid hands on herds and granaries. It is true that the Northerners waged war like gentlemen, yet for all that the patriotism of the Valley soldiers was sorely tried. They were ready to go to Richmond if the time had come, but it was with heavy hearts that they saw the Blue Ridge rise behind them, and the bivouac on Meacham's River was even more cheerless than the sodden woods near Port Republic. The long lines of cars that awaited them at the station but confirmed their anticipations. They were evidently wanted at the capital, and the need was pressing. Still not a word transpired as to their destination. May 4. The next day was Sunday, and Jackson had intended that the troops should rest, but early in the morning came a message from Edward Johnson. Fremont's advanced guard was pushing forward. After hard debate with himself, says Dabney, who accompanied him, and with sore reluctance, Jackson once more sacrificed his scruples and ordered the command to march. The infantry was to move by rail, the artillery and wagons by road. To their astonishment and delight, the troops then heard, for the first time, that their destination was not Richmond, but Staunton, and although they were far from understanding the reason for their circuitous march, they began to suspect that it had not been made without good purpose. If the soldiers had been heavy-hearted at the prospect of leaving the valley, the people of Staunton had been plunged in the direst grief. For a long time past, they had lived in a pitiable condition of uncertainty. On April 19, the sick and convalescent of the Valley Army had been removed to Gordonsville. On the same day, Jackson had moved to Elk Run Valley, leaving the road from Harrisonburg completely open, and Edward Johnson evacuated his position on the Shenandoah Mountain. Letters from Jackson's officers, unacquainted with the designs of their commander, had confirmed the apprehension that the Federals were too strong to be resisted. On the Saturday of this anxious week had come the news that the army was crossing the Blue Ridge and that the valley had been abandoned to the enemy. Sunday morning was full of rumors and excitement. 10,000 Federals, it was reported, were advancing against Johnson at West View. Banks was moving from Harrisonburg. His cavalry had been seen from the neighboring hills, and Staunton believed that it was to share the fate of Winchester. Suddenly a train full of soldiers steamed into the station, and as regiment after regiment, clad in their own Confederate gray, swept through the crowded streets, confidence in Stonewall Jackson began once more to revive. Pickets were immediately posted on all the roads leading to Harrisonburg, and beyond the line of sentries no one, whatever his business might be, was allowed to pass. The following day the remainder of the division arrived, and the junction with Johnson's brigade was virtually effected. May 6 was spent in resting the troops and making the arrangements for the march and in getting information. End of section 20. Section 21 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Section 21. May 7. The next morning brought a fresh surprise to both troops and townsfolk. Banks, so the rumor went, was rapidly approaching, and it was confidently expected that the twin hills which stand above the town, christened by some early settler after two similar heights in faraway Tyrone, Betsy Bell and Mary Gray, would look down upon a bloody battle. But instead of taking post to defend the town, the Valley regiments filed away over the western hills, heading for the Alleghenies, and Staunton was once more left unprotected. Jackson, although informed by Ashby that Banks, so far from moving forward, was actually retiring on Newmarket, was still determined to strike first at Milroy, commanding Fremont's advanced guard, and there can be little question but that his decision was correct. As we have seen, he was under the impression that Banks' strength was 21,000, a force exceeding the united strength of the Confederates by 4,200 men. It was undoubtedly sound strategy to crush the weaker and more exposed of the enemy's detachments first, and then, having cleared his own rear and prevented all chance of combination between Banks and Fremont, to strike the larger. There was nothing to be feared from Harrisonburg. 8 days had elapsed since Jackson had marched from Elk Run, but Banks was still in blissful ignorance of the blow that threatened Fremont's advanced guard. On April 28, he had telegraphed to Washington that he was entirely secure. Everything was satisfactory. The enemy, he said, is in no condition for offensive movements. Our supplies have not been in so good condition, nor my command in so good spirits, since we left Winchester. General Hatch, commanding cavalry, made a reconnaissance in force yesterday, which resulted in obtaining a complete view of the enemy's position. A Negro employed in Jackson's tent came in this morning and reports preparation for retreat of Jackson today. You need have no apprehensions for our safety. I think we are just now in a condition to do all you can desire of us in the valley. Clear the enemy out permanently. On the 30th, when Ashby repaid with interest Hatch's reconnaissance in force, he reported, all quiet, some alarm excited by movement of enemy's cavalry. It appears today that they were in pursuit of a Union prisoner who escaped to our camp. The day he left, Jackson was to be reinforced by Johnson and attack via Luray. Another report says Jackson is bound for Richmond. This is the fact, I have no doubt. Jackson is on half rations, his supplies having been cut off by our advance. There is nothing to be done in this valley this side of Strasburg. The same night, after full consultation with all leading officers, he repeated that his troops were no longer required in the valley and suggested to the Secretary of War that he should be permitted to cross the Blue Ridge and clear the whole country north of Gordonsville. Enemy's force there is far less than represented in newspapers, not more than 20,000 at the outside. Jackson's army is reduced, demoralized, on half rations. They are all concentrating for Richmond. I am now satisfied that it is the most safe and effective disposition for our corps. I pray your favorable consideration. Such order will electrify our force. The force was certainly to be electrified, but the impulse was not to come from Mr. Secretary Stanton. Banks, it may have been observed, whenever his superiors wanted him to move, had invariably the best of reasons for halting. At one time, supplies were most difficult to arrange for. At another time, the enemy was being reinforced, and his own numbers were small. But when he was told to halt, he immediately panted to be let loose. The enemy was not half so strong as had been reported. His men were never in better condition. Supplies were plentiful. It is not impossible that Mr. Stanton had by this time discovered, as was said of a certain Confederate general, a protege of the President, that Banks had a fine career before him until Lincoln undertook to make of him what the good Lord hadn't, a great general. To the daring propositions of the late governor and speaker, the only reply vouchsafed was an order to fall back on Strasburg and to transfer Shields' division to General McDowell at Fredericksburg. But on May 3rd, the day Jackson disappeared behind the Blue Ridge, Banks, to his evident discomfiture, found that his adversary had not retreated to Richmond after all. The dashing commander, just now so anxious for one thing or the other, either to clear the valley or to sweep the country north of Gordonsville, disappeared. The reduced, demoralized enemy assumed alarming proportions. Nothing was said about his half rations, and as Ewell had reached Swift Run Gap with a force estimated at 12,000 men, while Jackson, according to the Federal scouts, was still near Fort Republic, Banks thought it impossible to divide his force with safety. Stanton's reply is not on record, but it seems that he permitted Banks to retain Shields until he arrived at Strasburg, and on May 5th the Federals fell back to Newmarket. Their commander, misled both by his cavalry and his spies, believing that Jackson had marched to Harrisonburg. On the 7th, the day that Jackson moved west from Staunton, Banks' fears again revived. He was still anxious that Shields should remain with him. Our cavalry, he said, from near Harrisonburg, report tonight that Jackson occupies that town, and that he has been largely reinforced. Deserters confirm reports of Jackson's movements in this direction. Jackson's movements at this juncture are full of interest. Friend and foe were both mystified. Even his own officers might well ask why, in his march to Staunton, he deliberately adopted the terrible road to Port Republic. From Elk Run Valley, a metalled road passed over the Blue Ridge to Gordonsville. Staunton by this route was 24 miles further than by Port Republic, but there were no obstacles to rapid marching, and the command would have arrived no later than it actually did. Moreover, in moving to Port Republic, 11 miles only from Harrisonburg, and within sight of the enemy's patrols, it would seem that there was considerable risk. Had Banks attacked the bridge whilst the Confederate artillery was dragging heavily through the mire, the consequences would probably have been unpleasant. Even if he had not carried the bridge, the road which Jackson had chosen ran for several miles over the open plain which lies eastward of the Shenandoah, and from the commanding bluffs on the western bank his column could have been effectively shelled without the power of reply. In moving to Staunton, the Confederate commander had three objects in view. 1. To strengthen his own force by combining with Edward Johnson. 2. To prevent the Federals combining by keeping Banks stationary and defeating Milroy. 3. To protect Staunton. The real danger that he had to guard against was that Banks, taking advantage of his absence from the valley, should move on Staunton. Knowing his adversary as well as he did, he had no reason to apprehend attack during his march to Port Republic. But it was not impossible that when he found out that Jackson had vanished from the valley, Banks might take heart and join hands with Milroy. It was necessary, therefore, in order to prevent Banks moving, that Jackson's absence from the valley should be very short. Also, in order to prevent Milroy either joining Banks or taking Staunton, that Edward Johnson should be reinforced as rapidly as possible. These objects would be attained by making use of the road to Port Republic. In the first place, Banks would not dare to move towards Milroy so long as the flank of his line of march was threatened. And in the second place, from Port Republic to Staunton by Meacham's River was little more than 2 days' march. Within 48 hours, therefore, using the railway, it would be possible to strengthen Johnson in time to protect Staunton and to prevent the Federals uniting. It was unlikely that Banks, even if he heard at once that his enemy had vanished, would immediately dash forward. And even if he did, he would still have 25 miles to march before he reached Staunton. Every precaution had been taken, too, that he should not hear of the movement across the Blue Ridge until it was too late to take advantage of it. And as we have already seen, so late as May 5, he believed that Jackson was at Harrisonburg. Ashby had done his work well. It might be argued, however, that with an antagonist so supine as Banks, Jackson might have openly marched to Staunton by the most direct route. In fact, that he need never have left the valley at all. But, had he taken the road across the valley, he would have advertised his purpose. Milroy would have received long warning of his approach, and all chance of effecting a surprise would have been lost. On April 29, the day on which Jackson began his movement, Richmond was still safe. The Yorktown lines were intact, held by the 53,000 Confederates under Johnston, but it was very evident that they could not long be maintained. A large siege train had been brought from Washington, and Johnston had already learned that in a few days 100 pieces of the heaviest ordnance would open fire on his position. His own armament was altogether inadequate to cope with such ponderous metal. His strength was not half his adversary's, and he had determined to retreat without waiting to have his works demolished. But the mighty army in his front was not the only danger. McDowell, with 35,000 men, had already concentrated near Falmouth. Johnston, in falling back on Richmond, was in danger of being caught between two fires, for to oppose McDowell on the Rappahannock, Lee had been unable to assemble more than 12,000 Confederates. These facts were all known to Jackson. Whether the march to Meacham's River was intended by him to have any further effect on the Federals than surprising Milroy and clearing the way for an attack on Banks, it is impossible to say. It is indisputable, at the same time, that his sudden disappearance from the valley disturbed Mr. Stanton. The Secretary of War had suspected that Jackson's occupation of Swift Run Gap meant mischief. McDowell, who had been instructed to cross the Rappahannock, was ordered in consequence to stand fast at Falmouth, and was warned that the enemy, amusing McClellan at Yorktown, might make a sudden dash on either himself or Banks. A few days later, McDowell reported that Jackson had passed Gordonsville. The news came from deserters, very intelligent men. The next day he was informed that Shields was to be transferred to his command, and that he was to bear in mind his instructions as to the defense of Washington. Banks had already been ordered back to Strasburg. Now, a few days previously, Stanton had been talking of cooperation between McClellan and McDowell. Directly he learned that Jackson was east of the Blue Ridge, all thought of combination was abandoned. McDowell was held back, Shields was sent to reinforce him, and the possible danger to Washington overrode all other considerations. The weak point of McClellan's strategy was making itself felt. In advancing on Richmond by way of the peninsula, he he had deliberately adopted what are called in strategy the exterior lines. That is, his forces were distributed on the arc of a circle, of which Richmond and the Confederate Army were the center. If, landing on the peninsula, he had been able to advance at once upon Richmond, the enemy must have concentrated for the defense of his capital, and neither Banks nor Washington would have been disturbed. But the moment his advance was checked, as it was at Yorktown, the enemy could detach at his leisure in any direction that he pleased, and McClellan was absolutely unable to support the threatened point. The strategy of exterior lines demands, for success, a strong and continuous pressure on the enemy's main army, depriving him of the time and the space necessary for counterstroke. If this is impossible, a skillful foe will at once make use of his central position. Lincoln appears to have had an instinctive apprehension that McClellan might not be able to exert sufficient pressure to hold Johnston fast, and it was for this reason that he had fought so strongly against the Peninsula line of invasion. It was the probability that the Confederates would use their opportunity with which Stanton had now to deal, complicated by the fact that their numbers were believed to be much greater than they really were. Still, the problem was not one of insurmountable difficulty. Banks and Fremont united had 40,000 men, McDowell over 30,000. A few marches would have brought these forces into combination. Banks and Fremont, occupying Staunton and moving on Gordonsville, would have soon taken up communication with McDowell, an army 70,000 strong, far larger than any force the Confederates could detach against it, would have threatened Richmond from the north and west, and at the same time would have covered Washington. This plan, though not without elements of danger, offered some advantages, nor were soldiers wanting to advise it. Both Rosecrans and Shields had submitted schemes for such a combination. Mr. Stanton, however, preferred to control the chessboard by the light of unaided wisdom, and while McDowell was unnecessarily strengthened, both Banks and Fremont were dangerously weakened. The only single point where the Secretary showed the slightest sagacity was in apprehending that the Confederates would make use of their opportunity and overwhelm one of the detachments he had so ingeniously isolated. On April 29, Johnston proposed to Davis that his army should be withdrawn from the peninsula and that the North should be invaded by way of the valley. Lee, in the name of the President, replied that some such scheme had been for some time under consideration, and the burden of his letters, as we have seen both to Ewell and Jackson, was that a sudden and heavy blow should be struck at some exposed portion of the invading armies. Mr. Stanton was so far right, but where the blow was to be struck he was absolutely unable to divine. It is believed, he writes to the Assistant Secretary on May 8, that a considerable force has been sent toward the Rappahannock and Shenandoah to move on Washington. Jackson is reinforced strongly. Telegraph McDowell, Banks, and Hartsuff at Warrenton to keep a sharp lookout. Tell General Hitchcock to see that the force around Washington is in proper condition. It was indeed unfortunate for the North that at this juncture the military affairs of the Confederacy should have been placed in the hands of the clearest-sighted soldier in America. It was an unequal match, Lincoln and Stanton against Lee, and the stroke that was to prove the weakness of the Federal strategy was soon to fall. On May 7, Jackson westward marched in the following order. Edward Johnson's regiments led the way, several miles in advance. The 3rd and 2nd Brigades followed. The Stonewall, under General Winder, a young West Point officer of exceptional promise, bringing up the rear. The Corps of Cadets of the Virginia Military Institute, says Dabney, was also attached to the expedition, and the spruce equipments and exact drill of the youths, as they stepped out full of enthusiasm to take their first actual look upon the horrid visage of war under their renowned professor, formed a strong contrast with the war-worn and nonchalant veterans who composed the army. 18 miles west of Staunton, a Federal picket was overrun, and in the pass leading to the Shenandoah Mountain, Johnson captured a camp that had just been abandoned. The Federal rear guard fired a few shells, and the Confederates went into bivouac. Johnson had marched 14 and Jackson 20 miles. That night, Milroy concentrated his whole brigade of 3,700 men at McDowell, a little village at the foot of the Bull Pasture Mountain, and sent back in haste for reinforcements. Fremont's command was much strung out. When Milroy had moved from Cheat Mountain through Monterey, 12 miles west of McDowell, the remainder of the army had started up the South Branch Valley to reinforce him. But snowstorms and heavy rains had much delayed the march, and Schenck's brigade had not advanced beyond Franklin, 34 miles north of McDowell. Fremont himself, with a couple of battalions, was approaching Petersburg, 35 miles from Franklin, and Blenker's division, still further to the rear, had not yet quitted Romney. May 8. On the following morning, to quote from Jackson's report, the march was resumed. General Johnson's brigade still in front. The head of the column was halted near the top of Bull Pasture Mountain, and General Johnson, accompanied by a party of 30 men and several officers, with a view to a reconnaissance of the enemy's position, ascended Sitlington's Hill, an isolated spur on the left of the turnpike and commanding a full view of the village of McDowell. From this point, the position, and to some extent the strength, of the enemy could be seen. In the valley in which McDowell is situated was observed a considerable force of infantry. To the right, on a height, were 2 regiments, but too distant for an effective fire at that point. Almost a mile in front was a battery supported by infantry. The enemy, observing a reconnoitering party, sent a small body of skirmishers, which was promptly met by the men with General Johnson and driven back. For the purpose of securing the hill, all of General Johnson's regiments were sent to him. Jackson had no intention of delivering a direct assault on the Federal position. The ground was altogether unfavorable for attack. The hill on which his advanced guard was now established was more than 2 miles broad from east to west, but it was no plateau. Rugged and precipitous ridges towered high above the level, and numerous ravines, hidden by thick timber, seamed the surface of the spur. To the front, a slope of smooth, unbroken greensward dropped sharply down, and 500 feet below, behind a screen of woods, the Bull Pasture River ran swiftly through its narrow valley. On the river banks were the Federals, and beyond the valley the wooded mountains, a very labyrinth of hills, rose high and higher to the west. To the right was a deep gorge, nearly half a mile across from cliff to cliff, dividing Sitlington's Hill from the heights to northward, and through this dangerous defile ran the turnpike, eventually debouching on a bridge which was raked by the Federal guns. To the left, the country presented exactly the same features. Mountain after mountain, ridge after ridge, cleft by shadowy crevices and clothed with great tracts of forest, rolled back in tortuous masses to the backbone of the Alleghanies, a narrow pass leading due westward, marking the route to Monterey and the Ohio River. Although commanded by Sitlington's Hill, the Federal position was difficult to reach. The river, swollen by rain, protected it in front. The bridge could only be approached by a single road, with inaccessible heights on either hand. The village of McDowell was crowded with troops and guns. A low hill 500 yards beyond the bridge was occupied by infantry and artillery. Long lines of tents were ranged on the level valley, and the hum of many voices, excited by the appearance of the enemy, was borne upwards to the heights. Had the Confederate artillery been brought to the brow of Sitlington's Hill, the valley would doubtless soon have become untenable, and the enemy have been compelled to retire through the mountains. It was by no means easy, however, to prevent them from getting away unscathed. But Jackson was not the man to leave the task untried, and to content himself with a mere cannonade. He had reason to hope that Milroy was ignorant of his junction with General Johnson, and that he would suppose he had only the 6 regiments of the latter with which to deal. The day was far spent, and the valley brigades, toiling through the mountains, were still some miles behind. He proposed, therefore, while his staff explored the mountains for a track which might lead him the next day to the rear of the Federal position, merely to hold his ground on Sitlington's Hill. His immediate opponent, however, was a general of more resource and energy than Banks. Milroy was at least able to supply himself with information. On May 7, he had been advised by his scouts and spies that Jackson and Johnson had combined and that they were advancing to attack him at McDowell. At 10 a.m. the next day, Schenk's brigade arrived from Franklin after a march of 34 miles in 23 hours, and a little later the enemy's scouts were observed on the lofty crest of Sitlington's Hill. The day wore on. The Federal battery, with muzzles elevated and the trails thrust into trenches, threw occasional shells upon the heights, and parties of skirmishers were sent across the river to develop the Confederate strength. Johnson, to whom Jackson had confided the defense of the position, kept his troops carefully concealed, merely exposing sufficient numbers to repel the Federal patrols. Late in the afternoon, a staff officer reported to Jackson that he had discovered a rough mountain track, which, passing through the mountains to the northwest, crossed the Bull Pasture River and came out upon the road between McDowell and Franklin. Orders had just been issued to move a strong detachment of artillery and infantry by this track during the night, when the Federal infantry, who had crossed the bridge under shelter of the woods, advanced in a strong line of battle up the slopes. Their scouts had observed what they believed to be preparations for establishing a battery on the heights, and Milroy and Schenck, with a view of gaining time for retreat, had determined on attack. Johnson had 6 regiments concealed behind the crest, in all about 2,800 men. 2 regiments of the enemy, under 1,000 strong, advanced against his front, and shortly afterwards 3 regiments, bringing the numbers of the attack up to 2,500 rifles, assailed his left. The Ohio and West Virginia regiments, of which the Federal force was composed, fought with the vigor which always characterized the Western troops. The lofty heights held by the Confederates were but an illusory advantage. So steep were the slopes in front that the men, for the most part, had to stand on the crest to deliver their fire, and their lines stood out in bold relief against the evening sky. On the other hand, says Dabney, though the Federal troops had to scale the steep acclivity of the hill, they reaped the usual advantage in such cases, resulting from the high firing of the Confederates. The 12th Georgia, holding the center of Johnson's line, displayed more valor than judgment. Having been advanced at first in front of the crest, they could not be persuaded to retire to the reverse of the ridge, where other regiments found partial protection without sacrificing the efficiency of their fire. Their commander, perceiving their useless exposure, endeavored again and again to withdraw them, but amidst the roar of the musketry his voice was lifted up in vain, and when by passing along the ranks he persuaded one wing of the regiment to recede, they rushed again to the front while he was gone to expostulate with the other. A tall Georgia youth expressed the spirit of his comrades when he replied the next day to the question why they did not retreat to the shelter of the ridge. "We did not come all this way to Virginia to run before Yankees." Nor was the courage of the other troops less ardent. The 44th Virginia was placed in reserve, 30 paces in rear of the center. After the battle became animated, says the brigadier, and my attention was otherwise directed, a large number of the 44th quit their position and, rushing forward, joined the 58th and engaged in the fight, while the balance of the regiment joined some other brigade. The action gradually became so fierce that Jackson sent his 3rd Brigade to support the advanced guard. These 9 regiments, now engaged, sufficed to hold the enemy in check. The 2nd Brigade, which moved towards them as darkness fell, was not engaged, and the Stonewall regiments were still in rear. No counterstroke was delivered. Johnson himself was wounded and had to hand over the command, and after 4 hours' fighting, the Federals fell back in perfect order under cover of the night. Nor was there any endeavor to pursue. The Confederate troops were superior in numbers, but there was much confusion in their ranks. The cavalry could not act on the steep and broken ground, and there were other reasons which rendered a night attack undesirable. The enemy had been repulsed at every point. The tale of casualties, nevertheless, was by no means small. 498 Confederates, including 54 officers, had fallen. The 12th Georgia paid the penalty for its useless display of valor with a loss of 156 men and 19 officers. The Federals, on the other hand, favored by the ground, had no more than 256 killed, wounded, and missing. Only 3 pieces of artillery took part in the engagement. These were Federal guns, but so great was the angle of elevation that but one man on Sitlington's Hill was struck by a piece of shell. Jackson, in order to conceal his actual strength, had declined to order up his artillery. The approach to the position, a narrow, steep ravine, wooded and filled with boulders, forbade the use of horses, and the guns must have been dragged up by hand with great exertion. Moreover, the artillery was destined to form part of the turning column and had a long night march before it. By 9 o'clock, says Dabney, the roar of the struggle had passed away, and the green battlefield reposed under the starlight as calmly as when it had been occupied only by its peaceful herds. Detachments of soldiers were silently exploring the ground for their wounded comrades, while the tired troops were slowly filing off to their bivouac. At midnight, the last sufferer had been removed, and the last picket posted, and then only did Jackson turn to seek a few hours' repose in a neighboring farmhouse. The valley of McDowell lay in equal quiet. The campfires of the Federals blazed ostentatiously in long and regular lines, and their troops seemed wrapped in sleep. At 1 o'clock the general reached his quarters and threw himself upon a bed. When his mulatto servant, knowing that he had eaten nothing since morning, came in with food, he said, "I want none, nothing but sleep," and in a few minutes he was slumbering like a healthy child. It seems, however, that the march of the turning column had already been countermanded. Putting himself in his enemy's place, Jackson had foreseen Milroy's movements. If the one could move by night, so could the other, and when he rode out at dawn, the Federals, as he anticipated, had disappeared. The next day he sent a laconic dispatch to Richmond. "God blessed our arms with victory at McDowell yesterday." This announcement was doubtless received by the people of Virginia, as Dabney declares, with peculiar delight. On May 4, Johnston had evacuated Yorktown. On the 5th, he had checked the pursuit at Williamsburg, inflicting heavy losses, but had continued his retreat. On the 9th, Norfolk was abandoned, and on the 11th, the Merrimac, grounding in the James, was destroyed by her commander. The victory of McDowell was the one gleam of brightness athwart all these clouds. It must be admitted, however, that the victory was insignificant. The repulse of 2,500 men by 4,000 was not a remarkable feat. It would even appear that McDowell might be ranked with the battles of lost opportunities. A vigorous counterstroke would probably have destroyed the whole of the attacking force. The riflemen of the West, however, were not made of the stuff that yields readily to superior force. The fight for the bridge would have been fierce and bloody. Twilight had fallen before the Confederate reinforcements arrived upon the scene, and under such conditions the losses must have been very heavy. But to lose men was exactly what Jackson wished to avoid. The object of his maneuvers was the destruction not of Fremont's advanced guard, but of Banks' army, and if his numbers were seriously reduced, it would be impossible to attain that end. Fremont's brigades, moreover, protected no vital point. A decisive victory at McDowell would have produced but little effect at Washington. No great results were to be expected from operations in so distant a section of the strategic theater, and Jackson aimed at nothing more than driving the enemy so far back as to isolate him from Banks. May 9. The next morning, the small force of cavalry crossed the bridge and rode cautiously through the mountain passes. The infantry halted for some hours in McDowell in order that rations might be issued, but the Federals made 23 miles, and were already too far ahead to be overtaken. On the 10th and the 11th, the Confederates made forced marches, but the enemy set fire to the forests on the mountainside, and this desperate measure proved eminently successful. The sky was overcast with volumes of smoke, which wrapped every distant object in a veil, impenetrable alike to the eyes and telescopes of the officers. Through this sultry canopy, the pursuing army felt its way cautiously, cannonaded by the enemy from every advantageous position, while it was protected from ambuscades only by detachments of skirmishers who scoured the burning woods on either side of the highway. The general, often far in advance of the column in his eagerness to overtake the foe, declared that this was the most adroit expedient to which a retreating army could resort, and that it entailed upon him all the disadvantages of a night attack. By slow approaches and with constant skirmishing, the Federals were driven back to Franklin Village, and the double darkness of the night and the smoke arrested the pursuit. May 12. On May 12, Jackson resolved to return to the valley. Fremont, with Blenker's division, was at hand. It was impossible to outflank the enemy's position, and time was precious, for he knew not how soon a new emergency at Fredericksburg or at Richmond might occasion the recall of Ewell and deprive him of the power of striking an effective blow at Banks. Half the day was granted to the soldiers as a day of rest, to compensate for the Sunday spent in the pursuit, and the following order was issued to the command. I congratulate you on your recent victory at McDowell. I request you to unite with me in thanksgiving to Almighty God for thus having crowned your arms with success, and in praying that He will continue to lead you on from victory to victory until our independence shall be established, and make us that people whose God is the Lord. The chaplains will hold divine service at 10 a.m. on this day in their respective regiments. Shortly after noon, the march to McDowell was resumed. May 15. On the 15th, the Army left the mountains and encamped at Lebanon Springs on the road to Harrisonburg. The 16th was spent in camp, the Confederate president having appointed a day of prayer and fasting. On the 17th, a halt was made at Mount Solon, and here Jackson was met by Ewell, who had ridden over from Elk Run Valley. Banks had fallen back to Strasburg, and he was now completely cut off from Fremont. On the night of the engagement at McDowell, Captain Hotchkiss had been ordered back to the valley, and accompanied by a squadron of Ashby's cavalry, had blocked the passes by which Fremont could cross the mountains and support his colleague. Bridges and culverts were destroyed, rocks rolled down, and in one instance trees were felled along the road for nearly a mile. Jackson's object was thus thoroughly achieved. All combination between the Federal columns, except by long and devious routes, had now been rendered impracticable, and there was little fear that in any operations down the valley his own communications would be endangered. The McDowell expedition had neutralized, for the time being, Fremont's 20,000 men, and Banks was now isolated, exposed to the combined attack of Jackson, Ewell, and Edward Johnson. One incident remains to be mentioned. During the march to Mount Solon, some companies of the 27th Virginia, who had volunteered for 12 months and whose time had expired, demanded their discharge. On this being refused, as the Conscription Act was now in force, they threw down their arms and refused to serve another day. Colonel Grigsby referred to the general for instructions. Jackson's face, when the circumstances were explained, set hard as flint. "Why," he said, "does Colonel Grigsby refer to me to learn how to deal with mutineers? He should shoot them where they stand." The rest of the regiment was ordered to parade with loaded muskets. The insubordinate companies were offered the choice of instant death or instant submission. The men knew their commander, and at once surrendered. This, says Dabney, was the last attempt at organized disobedience in the Valley Army. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Winchester, Part 1. 1862, May. That week in May, when the Army of the Valley marched back to the Shenandoah, was almost the darkest in the Confederate annals. The Northern armies, improving daily in discipline and in efficiency, had attained an ascendancy which it seemed impossible to withstand. In every quarter of the theater of war, success inclined to the Stars and Stripes. At the end of April, New Orleans, the commercial metropolis of the South, had fallen to the Federal Navy. Earlier in the month, a great battle had been fought at Shiloh in Tennessee. One of the most trusted of the Confederate commanders had been killed. His troops, after a gallant struggle, had been repulsed with fearful losses, and the upper portion of the Mississippi from the source to Memphis had fallen under the control of the invader. The wave of conquest, vast and irresistible, swept up every navigable river of the South, and if in the West only the outskirts of her territory were threatened with destruction, in Virginia the roar of the rising waters was heard at the very gates of Richmond. McClellan, with 112,000 men, had occupied West Point at the head of the York River, and on May 16 his advance reached the White House, on the Pamunkey, 20 miles from the Confederate capital. McDowell, with 40,000 men, although still north of the Rappahannock, was but 5 short marches distant. The Federal gunboats were steaming up the James, and Johnston's army, encamped outside the city, was menaced by thrice its numbers. So black was the situation that military stores had already been removed from the capital. The archives of the Confederacy had been packed, and Mr. Davis had made arrangements for the departure of his family. In spite of the protests of the Virginia people, the government had decided to abandon Richmond. The General Assembly addressed a resolution to the President requiring him to defend the city, if necessary, quote, until not a stone was left upon another, end quote. The City Council, enthusiastically supported by the citizens, seconded the appeal. A deputation was sent to Mr. Davis, but while they conferred together, a messenger rode in with the news that the mastheads of the Federal fleet could be seen from the neighboring hills. Davis dismissed the committee, saying, quote, "This manifestly concludes the matter," end quote. The gunboats, however, had still to feel their way up the winding reaches of the James. Their progress was very slow. There was time to obstruct the passage, and batteries were hastily improvised. The people made a mighty effort, and on the commanding heights of Drury's Bluff, 6 miles below the city, might be seen senators and merchants, bankers and clergymen, digging parapets and hauling timber, in company with parties of soldiers and gangs of slaves. Heavy guns were mounted. A great boom was constructed across the stream. When the ships approached, they were easily driven back, and men once more breathed freely in the streets of Richmond. The example of the unterrified Commonwealth, as Virginia has been proudly named, inspired the government, and it was determined, come what might, that Richmond should be held. On the land side it was already fortified, but Lee was unwilling to resign himself to a siege. McClellan had still to cross the Chickahominy, a stream which oozes by many channels through treacherous swamps and an unwholesome jungle, and despite the overwhelming numbers of the invading armies, it was still possible to strike an effective blow. Few would have seen the opportunity, or, with a great army thundering at the gates of Richmond, have dared to seize it. But it was not McClellan and McDowell whom Lee was fighting, not the enormous hosts which they commanded, nor the vast resources of the North. The power which gave life and motion to the mighty mechanism of the attack lay not within the camps that could be seen from the housetops of Richmond and from the hills round Fredericksburg. Far away to the north, beyond the Potomac, beneath the shadow of the Capitol at Washington, was the mainspring of the invaders' strength. The multitudes of armed men that overran Virginia were no more than the inanimate pieces of the chessboard. The power which controlled them was the Northern president. It was at Lincoln that Lee was about to strike, at Lincoln and the Northern people, and an effective blow at the point which people and president deemed vital might arrest the progress of their armies as surely as if the Confederates had been reinforced by 100,000 men. May 16. On May 16, Lee wrote to Jackson, quote, "Whatever movement you make against Banks, do it speedily, and if successful, drive him back towards the Potomac, and create the impression, as far as possible, that you design threatening that line." End quote. For this purpose, in addition to Ewell and Johnson's forces, the Army of the Valley was to be reinforced by 2 brigades, Branch's and Mahone's, of which the former had already reached Gordonsville. In this letter, the idea of playing on the fears of Lincoln for the safety of his capital first sees the light, and it is undoubtedly to be attributed to the brain of Lee. That the same idea had been uppermost in Jackson's mind during the whole course of the campaign is proved not only by the evidence of his chief of the staff, but by his correspondence with headquarters. Quote, "If Banks is defeated," he had written on April 5, "it may directly retard McClellan's movements." End quote. It is true that nowhere in his correspondence is the idea of menacing Washington directly mentioned, nor is there the slightest evidence that he suggested it to Lee, but in his letters to his superiors he confines himself strictly to the immediate subject, and on no single occasion does he indulge in speculation on possible results. In the ability of the commander-in-chief he had the most implicit confidence. Quote, "Lee," he said, "is the only man I know whom I would follow blindfold." End quote. And he was doubtless assured that the embarrassments of the federal government were as apparent to Lee as to himself. That the same idea should have suggested itself independently to both is hardly strange. Both looked further than the enemy's camps. Both studied the situation in its broadest bearings. Both understood the importance of introducing a disturbing element into the enemy's plans, and both were aware that the surest means of winning battles is to upset the mental equilibrium of the opposing leader. Before he reached Mount Solon, Jackson had instructed Ewell to call up Branch's brigade from Gordonsville. He intended to follow Banks with the whole force at his disposal, and in these dispositions Lee had acquiesced. Johnston, however, now at Richmond, had once more resumed charge of the detached forces, and a good deal of confusion ensued. Lee, intent on threatening Washington, was of opinion that Banks should be attacked. Johnston, although at first he favored such a movement, does not appear to have realized the effect that might be produced by an advance to the Potomac. Information had been received that Banks was constructing entrenchments at Strasburg, and Johnston changed his mind. He thought the attack too hazardous, and Ewell was directed to cross the Blue Ridge and march eastward, while Jackson observed Banks. These orders placed Ewell in a dilemma. Under instructions from Lee, he was to remain with Jackson. Under instructions from Jackson, he was already moving on Luray. Johnston's orders changed his destination. Taking horse in haste, he rode across the valley from Swift Run Gap to Jackson's camp at Mount Solon. Jackson at once telegraphed to Lee, quote, "I am of opinion that an attempt should be made to defeat Banks, but under instructions from General Johnston, I do not feel at liberty to make an attack. Please answer by telegraph at once." End quote. To Ewell, he gave orders that he should suspend his movement until a reply was received. Quote, "As you are in the Valley District," he wrote, "you constitute part of my command. You will please move so as to encamp between Newmarket and Mount Jackson on next Wednesday night, unless you receive orders from a superior officer and of a date subsequent to the 16th instant." End quote. This order was written at Ewell's own suggestion. It was for this he had ridden through the night to Jackson's camp. May 18. Lee's reply was satisfactory. Johnston had already summoned Branch to Richmond, but Ewell was to remain. And the next morning, May 18, the Confederates moved forward down the valley. The 2 days' rest which had been granted to Jackson's troops had fallen at a useful time. They had marches to look back on which had tried their endurance to the utmost. In 3 days, before and after Kernstown, they had covered 56 miles and had fought a severe engagement. The struggle with the mud on the Port Republic was only surpassed by the hardships of the march to Romney. From Elk Run to Franklin, and from Franklin to Mount Solon is just 200 miles, and these they had traversed in 18 days. But the exertions which had been then demanded from them were trifling in comparison with those which were to come. From Mount Solon to Winchester is 80 miles by the Valley Pike. To Harper's Ferry, 110 miles. And Jackson had determined that before many days had passed, the Confederate colors should be carried in triumph through the streets of Winchester, and that the gleam of his campfires should be reflected in the waters of the Potomac. Johnston believed that Banks, behind the earthworks at Strasburg, was securely sheltered. Jackson saw that his enemy had made a fatal mistake, and that his earthworks, skillfully and strongly constructed as they were no more than a snare and a delusion. Ashby had already moved to Newmarket, and a strong cordon of pickets extended along Pugh's Run near Woodstock, within sight of the Federal outposts, and cutting off all communication between Strasburg and the Upper Valley. Ewell's cavalry regiments, the 2nd and 6th Virginia, held the Luray Valley with a detachment east of the Blue Ridge. May 20. On the 20th, Jackson arrived at Newmarket, 30 miles from Mount Solon. Ewell had meanwhile marched to Luray, and the two wings were now on either side of the Massanuttons. On his way to Newmarket, Jackson had been joined by the Louisiana Brigade of Ewell's division. This detachment seems to have been made with the view of inducing Banks to believe, should information filter through Ashby's pickets, that the whole Confederate force was advancing direct on Strasburg. The Army of the Valley numbered nearly 17,000 officers and men. Ewell's effective strength was 7,500, Johnson's 2,500, Jackson's 6,000, and there were 11 batteries. The troops were now organized in 2 divisions. Jackson's division. 1st Stonewall Brigade, General Winder. 2nd Virginia, 4th Virginia, 5th Virginia, 27th Virginia, 33rd Virginia. 2nd Brigade, Colonel Campbell. 21st Virginia, 42nd Virginia, 48th Virginia, 1st Regulars, Irish. 3rd Brigade, Colonel Taliaferro. 10th Virginia, 23rd Virginia, 37th Virginia. Cavalry, Colonel Ashby, 7th Virginia. Artillery, 5 batteries, 1-horse artillery, 22 guns. Ewell's division. Taylor's Brigade, 6th Louisiana, 7th Louisiana, 8th Louisiana, 9th Louisiana, Wheat's Battalion, Louisiana Tigers. Trimble's Brigade, 21st North Carolina, 21st Georgia, 15th Alabama, 16th Mississippi. Elzey's Brigade and Scott's Brigade. 13th Virginia, 31st Virginia, 25th Virginia, 12th Georgia, late Johnson's. 44th Virginia, 52nd Virginia, 58th Virginia. Maryland Line, 1st Maryland. Cavalry, General G.H. Stuart. 2nd Virginia, Colonel Mumford, 6th Virginia, Colonel Flournoy. Artillery, 6 batteries, 26 guns. For the first time in his career, Jackson found himself in command of a considerable force. The greater part of the troops were Virginians, and with these he was personally acquainted. The strange contingents were Taylor's and Trimble's brigades and Stuart's cavalry. These had yet to be broken to his methods of war and discipline. There was no reason, however, to fear that they would prove less efficient than his own division. They had as yet seen little fighting, but they were well commanded. Ewell was a most able soldier, full of dash and daring, who had seen much service on the Indian frontier. He was an admirable subordinate, ready to take responsibility if orders were not forthcoming, and executing his instructions to the letter. His character was original. His modesty was only equaled by his eccentricity. Quote, bright prominent eyes, a bomb-shaped bald head, and a nose like that of Francis of Valois gave him a striking resemblance to a woodcock, and this was increased by a bird-like habit of putting his head on one side to utter his quaint speeches. He fancied that he had some mysterious internal malady, and would eat nothing but frumenti, a preparation of wheat, and his plaintive way of talking of his disease, as if he were someone else, was droll in the extreme. "What do you suppose President Davis made me a major general for?" beginning with a sharp accent, ending with a gentle lisp, was a usual question to his friends. Superbly mounted, he was the boldest of horsemen, invariably leaving the roads to take timber and water, and with all his oddities, perhaps in some measure because of them, he was adored by officers and men. End quote. To Jackson he must have been peculiarly acceptable, not indeed as an intimate, for Ewell, at this period of the war, was by no means regenerate, and swore like a cowboy, but he knew the value of time, and rated celerity of movement as high as did Napoleon. His instructions to Branch, when the march against Banks was first projected, might have emanated from Jackson himself. Quote, "You cannot bring tents, tent flies without poles, or tents cut down to that size, and only as few as are indispensable. No mess chests, trunks, etc. It is better to leave these things where you are than to throw them away after starting. We can get along without anything but food and ammunition. The road to glory cannot be followed with much baggage." End quote. Trimble, too, was a good officer, an able tactician, and a resolute leader. He had hardly, however, realized as yet that the movements of a brigade must be subordinated to those of the whole army, and he was wont to grumble if his troops were held back, or were not allowed to pursue some local success. Stuart was also a West Pointer, but with much to learn. Taylor and his Louisianians played so important a part in the ensuing operations that they deserve more detailed mention. The command was a mixed one. One of the regiments had been recruited from the roughs of New Orleans. The 7th and 9th were composed of planters and sons of planters, the majority of them men of fortune. Quote, "The 6th," writes the brigadier, "were Irishmen, stout hardy fellows, turbulent in camp and requiring a strong hand, but responding to justice and kindness, and ready to follow their officers to the death. The 8th were from the Attakapas, Acadians, the race of whom Longfellow sings in Evangeline, a home-loving, simple people. Few spoke English. Fewer still had ever moved 10 miles from their native cabanas, and the war to them was a liberal education. They had all the light gaiety of the Gaul, and after the manner of their ancestors, were born cooks. A capital regimental band accompanied them, and whenever weather and ground permitted, even after long marches, they would waltz and polk in couples with as much zest as if their arms encircled the supple waists of the Celestines and Mélizes of their native Teck. The valley soldiers were largely of the Presbyterian faith and of a solemn, pious demeanor, and looked askance at the caperings of my Creoles, holding them to be devices and snares." Taylor himself had been educated at West Point. He was a man of high position, of unquestioned ability, an excellent disciplinarian, and a delightful writer. More than other commanders, he had paid great attention to the marching of his men. He had an eye to those practical details which a good regimental officer enforces with so much effect. Boots were properly fitted. The troops were taught the advantages of cold water and how to heal abrasions. Halts upon the march were made at frequent intervals, and the men soon held that to fall out on the march was a disgrace. Before a month had passed, he says, the brigade had learned how to march, and in the valley with Jackson covered long distances without leaving a straggler behind. Jackson's first meeting with the Louisiana troops has been described by their commander. Quote, "A mounted officer was dispatched to report our approach and select a camp which proved to be beyond Jackson's forces, then lying in the fields on both sides of the valley pike. Over 3,000 strong, neat in fresh clothing of gray with white gaiters, bands playing at the head of their regiments, not a straggler, but every man in his place, stepping jauntily as if on parade, though it had marched 20 miles or more, in open column, with the rays of the declining sun flaming on polished bayonets. The brigade moved down the hard, smooth pike and wheeled on to the camping ground. Jackson's men by thousands had gathered on either side of the road to see us pass. After attending to necessary camp details, I sought Jackson, whom I had never met. The mounted officer who had been sent on in advance pointed out a figure perched on the topmost rail of a fence, overlooking the road and field, and said it was Jackson. Approaching, I saluted and declared my name and rank, then waited for a response. Before this came, I had time to see a pair of cavalry boots covering feet of gigantic size, a mangy cap with visor drawn low, a heavy dark beard, and weary eyes. Eyes I afterwards saw filled with intense, but never brilliant light. A low, gentle voice inquired the road and distance marched that day. "Kieselton Road, 26 miles." "You seem to have no stragglers." "Never allow straggling." "You must teach my people. They straggle badly." A bow in reply. Just then my Creoles started their band for a waltz. After a contemplative suck at a lemon, "Thoughtless fellows for serious work," came forth. I expressed a hope that the work would not be less well done because of the gaiety. A return to the lemon gave me the opportunity to retire. Where Jackson got his lemons, no fellow could find out, but he was rarely without one. To have lived 12 miles from that fruit would have disturbed him as much as it did the witty dean. May 21. The next day, marching in the gray of the morning, the force moved north, the Louisianians in advance. Suddenly, after covering a short distance, the head of the column was turned to the right, and the troops, who had confidently expected that Strasburg would be the scene of their next engagement, found themselves moving eastward and crossing the Massanuttons. The men were utterly at sea as to the intentions of their commander. Taylor's brigade had been encamped near Conrad's store, only a few miles distant, not many days before, and they had now to solve the problem why they should have made 3 long marches in order to return to their former position. No word came from Jackson to enlighten them. From time to time, a courier would gallop up, report, and return to Luray, but the general, absorbed in thought, rode silently across the mountain, perfectly oblivious of inquiring glances. At Newmarket, the troops had been halted at crossroads, and they had marched by that which they had least expected. The camp at Luray on the 21st presented the same puzzle. One road ran east across the mountains to Warrenton or Culpeper, a second north to Front Royal and Winchester, and the men said that halting them in such a position was an ingenious device of Jackson's to prevent them fathoming his plans. May 22. The next day, the 22nd, the army, with Ewell leading, moved quietly down the Luray Valley, and the advanced guard, Taylor's Louisianians, a 6-pounder battery, and the 6th Virginia Cavalry, bivouacked that night within 10 miles of Front Royal, held by a strong detachment of Banks' small army. Since they had left Mount Solon and Elk Run Valley on May 19, the troops in 4 days had made just 60 miles. Such celerity of movement was unfamiliar to both Banks and Stanton, and on the night of the 22nd, neither the secretary nor the general had the faintest suspicion that the enemy had as yet passed Harrisonburg. There was serenity at Washington. On both sides of the Blue Ridge, everything was going well. The attack on Fremont had not been followed up, and McClellan, though calling urgently for reinforcements, was sanguine of success. Mr. Lincoln, reassured by Jackson's retreat from Franklin, had permitted Shields to march to Falmouth, and McDowell, with a portion of his troops, had already crossed the Rappahannock. The president of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, an important personage at Washington, appears to have been alone in his apprehension that a storm was gathering in the summer sky. Quote, "The aspect of affairs in the Valley of Virginia," he wrote to Stanton, "is becoming very threatening. The enterprise and vigor of Jackson are well known. Under the circumstances, will it not be more judicious to order back General Shields to cooperate with General Banks? Such a movement might be accomplished in time to prevent disaster." End quote. The secretary, however, saw no reason for alarm. His strategical combinations were apparently working without a hitch. Banks at Strasburg was in a strong position, and McDowell was about to lend the aid which would enable McClellan to storm the rebel capital. One of Fremont's columns, under General Cox, a most able officer, which was making good progress towards the Virginia and Tennessee Railroad, had certainly been compelled to halt when Milroy was driven back to Franklin. Yet the defeated troops were rapidly reorganizing, and Fremont would soon resume his movement. Milroy's defeat was considered no more than an incident of la petite guerre. Washington seemed so perfectly secure that the recruiting offices had been closed, and the president and secretary, anticipating the immediate fall of Richmond, left for Fredericksburg the next day. McDowell was to march on the 26th, and the departure of his fine army was to be preceded by a grand review. Even Banks, though Shields had marched to Fredericksburg, reducing his force by a half, believed that there was no immediate reason to fear attack. Quote, "I regard it as certain," he wrote, "that Jackson will move north as far as Newmarket, a position which enables him to cooperate with General Ewell, who is still at Swift Run Gap." End quote. Yet he took occasion to remind Mr. Stanton of the, quote, "persistent adherence of Jackson to the defense of the Valley, and his well-known purpose to expel the government troops. This," he added, "may be assumed as certain. There is probably no one more fixed and determined purpose in the whole circle of the enemy's plans." End quote. Banks had certainly learned something of Jackson by this time, but he did not yet know all. So, on this night of May 22, the president and his people were without fear of what the morrow might bring forth. The end of the rebellion seemed near at hand. Washington was full of the anticipated triumph. The crowds passed to and fro in the broad avenues, exchanging congratulations on the success of the Northern arms and the approaching downfall of the slaveholders. The theaters were filled with delighted audiences, who hailed every scoffing allusion to the Southern chivalry with enthusiasm, and gaiety and confidence reigned supreme. Little dreamt the light-hearted multitude that, in the silent woods of the Luray Valley, a Confederate army lay asleep beneath the stars. Little dreamt Lincoln or Banks or Stanton that not more than 70 miles from Washington and less than 30 from Strasburg, the most daring of their enemies, waiting for the dawn to rise above the mountains, was pouring out his soul in prayer. Appealing from his native sod, in forma pauperis to God, lay bare thine arm, stretch forth thy rod. Amen, that's Stonewall's way. It is not always joy that cometh in the morning, least of all to generals as ignorant as Banks, when they have to do with a skilful foe. It was not altogether Banks's fault that his position was a bad one. Stanton had given him a direct order to take post at Strasburg or its vicinity, and to send 2 regiments to hold the bridges at Front Royal. But Banks had made no remonstrance. He had either failed to recognize, until it was too late, that the force at Front Royal would be exposed to attack from the Luray Valley, and, if the post fell, that his own communications with both Winchester and Washington would be at once endangered. Or he had lost favor with the secretary. For some time past, Mr. Stanton's telegrams had been cold and peremptory. There had been no more effusive praise of cautious vigor and interesting maneuvers, and Banks had gradually fallen from the command of a large army corps to the charge of a single division. His 10,000 men were thus distributed. At Strasburg were 4,500 infantry, 2,900 cavalry, and 16 guns. At Winchester, 850 infantry and 600 cavalry. 2 companies of infantry held Buckton Station on the Manassas Gap Railway, midway between Strasburg and Front Royal. At Rectortown, east of the Blue Ridge, 19 miles from Front Royal, was General Geary with 2,000 infantry and cavalry. These troops, however, were independent of Banks. Front Royal, 12 miles east of Strasburg, was committed to the charge of Colonel Kenly, of the 1st Maryland Regiment in the Federal service, and 1,000 rifles and 2 guns were placed at his disposal. The post itself was indefensible. To the west and southwest, about 3 miles distant, stand the green peaks of the Massanuttons, while to the east the lofty spurs of the Blue Ridge look down into the village streets. A mile and a half north, the forks of the Shenandoah unite in the broad river that runs to Harper's Ferry. The turnpike to Winchester crosses both forks in succession at a point where they are divided by a stretch of meadows a mile in width. In addition to these 2 bridges, a wooden viaduct carried the railway over the South Fork, whence, passing between the North Fork and the Massanuttons, it runs south of the stream to Strasburg. Kenly had pitched his camp between the town and the river, covering the bridges, and 2 companies were on picket beyond the houses. In front were the dense forests which fill the Luray Valley and cover the foothills of the mountains, and the view of the Federal sentries was very limited. A strong patrol of 100 infantry and 30 troopers, which had been sent out on the 20th, had marched 11 miles south, had bivouacked in the woods, and had captured a Confederate straggler. The officer in command had obtained information by questioning civilians that Confederate infantry was expected, and this was confirmed by his prisoner. Banks, however, notwithstanding this report, could not bring himself to believe that an attack was imminent, and the cavalry was called back to Strasburg. For this reason, Kenly had been unable to patrol to any distance on the 22nd, and the security of his camp was practically dependent on the vigilance of his sentries. End of section 22. Read by Linda Johnson, October 2022. Section 23 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Winchester, Part 2. May 23. On the morning of May 23, there was no token of the approaching storm. The day was intensely hot, and the blue masses of the mountains shimmered in the summer haze. In the Luray Valley to the south was no sign of life, save the buzzards sailing lazily above the slumbrous woods. Suddenly, and without the least warning, a long line of skirmishers broke forward from the forest. The clear notes of the Confederate bugles, succeeded by the crash of musketry, woke the echoes of the Blue Ridge, and the Federal pickets were driven in confusion through the village. The long roll of the drums beat the startled camp to arms, and Kenly hastily drew up his slender force upon a ridge in rear. The ground in front of his position was fairly open, and with his 2 pieces of artillery he was able to check the first rush of the Confederate infantry. The guns which had accompanied their advanced guard were only smooth bores, and it was some time before a battery capable of making effective reply to the Federal pieces was brought up. As soon as it opened fire, the Southern infantry was ordered to attack, and while one regiment, working round through the woods on the enemy's left, endeavored to outflank his guns, 4 others in successive lines advanced across the plain against his front. The Federals, undismayed by the disparity of numbers, were fighting bravely, and had just been reinforced by a squadron of New York regiment, when word was brought to their commander that a regiment of Southern cavalry had appeared between the rivers to his right rear. He at once gave the order to retire. The movement was carried out in good order, under heavy musketry, and the tents and stores were given to the flames, but an attempt to fire the bridges failed, for the Louisiana infantry, rushing recklessly forward, darted into the flames and extinguished the burning brands. Sufficient damage was done, however, to render the passage of the North Fork by the Confederates slow and difficult, and Kenly took post on Guard Hill, a commanding ridge beyond the stream. Again there was delay. The smoke of the burning camp, rolling past in dense volumes, formed an impenetrable screen. The river was deep and turbulent, with a strong current, and the Federal guns commanded the single bridge. The cavalry, however, were not long in discovering a practicable ford. The river was soon alive with horsemen, and, forcing their way through the swirling waters, 4 squadrons of the 6th Virginia, accompanied by Jackson, gained the further bank and formed up rapidly for pursuit. The enemy had already retired, and the dust of the retreating column worn receding fast down the road to Winchester. Without waiting for reinforcements and without artillery, Jackson urged the 6th Virginia forward. The country through which the turnpike runs is rolling and well farmed, and the rail fences on either hand made movement across the fields by no means easy. But the Confederate advance was vigorous. The New York cavalry, pressed at every point, were beginning to waver, and near the little hamlet of Cedarville, some 3 miles from his last position, Kenly gave orders for his infantry to check the pursuit. The column had halted. Men were tearing down the fences, and the companies were forming for battle in the fields, when there was a sudden outcry, the rolling thunder of many hoofs, and the sharp rattle of pistol shots. A dense cloud of dust came whirling down the turnpike, and emerging from the yellow canopy, the New York troopers, riding for their lives, dashed through the ranks of the startled infantry, while the Confederate horsemen, extending far to right and left, came surging on their traces. The leading squadron, keeping to the high road, was formed four abreast, and the deep mass was wedged tightly between the fences. The foremost files were mowed down by a volley at close range, and here, for a moment, the attack was checked. But the Virginians meant riding home. On either flank, the supporting squadrons galloped swiftly forward, and up the road and across the fields, while the earth shook beneath their tread, swept their charging lines, the men yelling in their excitement, and horses as frenzied as their riders. In vain the Federal officers tried to deploy their companies. Kenly, calling on them to rally round the colors, was cut down with a dreadful wound. The gray troopers fell on them before they could fix bayonets or form a front, and sabre and revolver found an easy mark in the crowded masses of panic-stricken infantry. One of the guns was surrounded, and the gunners were cut to pieces. The other escaped for the moment, but was soon abandoned, and with the appearance of a fresh Confederate squadron on the scene, Kenly's whole force dispersed in flight. Through woods and orchards the chase went on. Escape was impossible. Hundreds laid down their arms, and 250 Virginia horsemen, resolutely handled and charging at exactly the right moment, had the honor of bringing in as prisoners 600 Federals, including 20 officers and a complete section of artillery. The enemy lost, in addition, 32 killed and 122 wounded. The Confederate casualties were 11 killed and 15 wounded, and so sudden and vigorous was their attack that a Federal colonel estimated their numbers at 3,000. Colonel Flournoy, a most daring officer, led the squadrons to the charge, but that the opportunity was so instantly utilized was due to Jackson. "No sooner," says Dabney, "did he see the enemy than he gave the order to charge with a voice and air whose peremptory determination was communicated to the whole party. His quick eye estimated aright the discouragement of the Federals and their wavering temper. Infusing his own spirit into his men, he struck the hesitating foe at the decisive moment and shattered them." Yet he took no credit to himself. He declared afterwards to his staff that he had never, in all his experience of warfare, seen so gallant and effective a charge of cavalry, and such commendation coming from his guarded lips was the highest honor that his troopers could have wished. While these events were in progress, the remainder of the Confederate cavalry had also been busy. The 7th Virginia had moved to Buckton. The railway was torn up, the telegraph line cut, and an urgent message to Banks for reinforcements was intercepted. The 2 companies of Pennsylvania infantry, on picket near the station, occupied a log storehouse and the embankment. Dismounting his command, Ashby, after a fierce fight in which 2 of his best officers were killed, stormed the building and drove out the garrison. 2 locomotives were standing on the rails with steam up, and by this means the Federals attempted to escape. Twice they moved out towards Strasburg. Twice they were driven back by the Confederate carbines, and eventually the 2 companies surrendered. Jackson's measures had been carefully thought out. Kenly's patrols had failed to discover his advance in the early morning. For at Asbury Chapel, about 3½ miles south of the Federal outpost line, he had turned to the right off the Luray Road, and, plunging into the woods, had approached Front Royal by a circuitous track, so rough that the enemy had thought it hardly worth while to watch it. The main body of the cavalry left the Luray Road at McCoy's Ford, and, crossing the south fork of the Shenandoah, worked through the forest at the foot of the Massanuttons. During the night, Ashby had withdrawn the 7th Virginia, with the exception of a few patrols, from in front of Banks, and, joining Jackson by a rough track across the mountains before daybreak, had been directed to cut the communication between Front Royal and Strasburg. The 6th Virginia had accompanied Jackson. The 2nd, under Colonel Munford, destroyed the railway bridges eastward of Front Royal. Had Kenly retreated on Strasburg, he would have found Ashby on his flank. Had reinforcements been dispatched from Strasburg, they would have had to deal with Ashby before they could reach Kenly. Had the Federals attempted to escape by Manassas Gap, they would have found Munford across their path. Meanwhile, another party of cavalry had cut the telegraph between Front Royal and Washington, and a strong detachment, scouring the country east of the Blue Ridge, checked Geary's patrols, and blocked the entrance to the Gap from the direction of Manassas. Within an hour after his pickets were surprised, Kenly was completely isolated. A failure in staff duties marred to some extent the Confederate success. Quote, "A vicious usage," according to Dabney, "obtained at this time in the Southern armies." End quote. This was the custom of temporarily attaching to the staff of a general commanding a division or an army a company of cavalry to do the work of orderlies. By this clumsy contrivance, the organization of the cavalry regiments was broken up. The men detached were deprived of all opportunity for drill, and the general had no evidence whatever of their special fitness for the responsible service confided to them. Nay, the colonel of cavalry required to furnish them was most likely to select the least serviceable company. At the time of the combat of Front Royal, the duty of orderlies was performed for General Jackson by a detachment from one of Ashby's undisciplined companies, of whom many were raw youths just recruited and never under fire. As soon as the Federal pickets were driven in, orders were dispatched to the rear brigades to avoid the laborious route taken by the advance and to pursue the direct highway to the town, a level track of 3 miles, in place of a steep byway of 7 or 8. The panic-struck boy, by whom the orders were sent, was seen no more. When Jackson sent orders to the artillery and rear brigades to hurry the pursuit, instead of being found near at hand upon the direct road, they were at length overtaken toiling over the hills of the useless circuit, spent with the protracted march. Thus night overtook them by the time they reached the village. This unfortunate incident taught the necessity of a picked company of orderlies selected for their intelligence and courage, permanently attached to headquarters, and owing no subordination to any other than the general and his staff. Such was the usage that afterwards prevailed in the Confederate armies. General Gordon has described with much minuteness how the news of the disaster was received at Strasburg. The attack had begun at 1 o'clock, but it was not till 4 that Banks was made aware that his detachment was in jeopardy. Believing that Jackson was at Harrisonburg, 60 miles distant, he had certainly no cause for immediate apprehension. The valley towards Woodstock never looked more peaceful than on that sleepy summer afternoon. The sentries dawdled on their posts, and officers and men alike resigned themselves to its restful influence. Suddenly, a mounted orderly dashed violently through the camp, and Strasburg was aroused. By the road to Buckton, Banks hastily dispatched a regiment and 2 guns. Then came a lull, and many anxious inquiries. What is it? Is it Stonewall Jackson or only a cavalry raid? A few hours later, reports came in from the field of battle, and Banks telegraphed to Stanton that 5,000 rebels had driven Kenly back on Middletown. "The force," he added, "has been gathering in the mountains, it is said, since Wednesday." But still, the Federal general showed no undue alarm. "Nothing was done," says Gordon, "towards sending away to Winchester any of the immense quantities of public stores collected at Strasburg. No movement had been made to place our sick in safety. It did not seem as if Banks interpreted the attack to signify aught of future or further movement by the enemy, or that it betokened any purpose to cut us off from Winchester. I was so fully impressed, however, with Jackson's purpose, that as soon as night set in, I sought Banks at his headquarters. I labored long to impress upon him what I thought a duty, to wit, his immediate retreat upon Winchester, carrying all his sick and all his supplies that he could transport, and destroying the remainder. Notwithstanding all my solicitations and entreaties, he persistently refused to move, ever repeating, "I must develop the force of the enemy." The force that had been sent out on the Buckton road had been soon recalled, without securing further information than that the Confederate pickets were in possession of every road which led west or north from Front Royal. Again did Gordon, at the request of Banks's chief of the staff, endeavor to persuade the general to abandon Strasburg. "It is not a retreat," he urged, "but a true military movement to escape from being cut off, to prevent stores and sick from falling into the hands of the enemy." Moved with an unusual fire, General Banks, who had met all my arguments with the single reply, "I must develop the force of the enemy," rising excitedly from his seat, with much warmth and in loud tones, exclaimed, "By God, sir, I will not retreat. We have more to fear, sir, from the opinions of our friends than the bayonets of our enemies. The thought," continues the brigadier, so long the subject of his meditations, "was at last out. Banks was afraid of being thought afraid." I rose to take my leave, replying, "This, sir, is not a military reason for occupying a false position." It was 11 o'clock at night when I left him. As I returned through the town, I could not perceive that anybody was troubled with anticipation for the morrow. The antlers were driving sharp bargains with those who had escaped from, or those who were not amenable to, military discipline. The strolling players were moving crowds to noisy laughter in their canvas booths, through which the lights gleamed and the music sounded with startling shrillness. I thought, as I turned towards my camp, how unaware are all of the drama Jackson is preparing for us, and what merriment the morning will reveal." Fortunately for his own battalions, the brigadier had his camp equipage and baggage packed and sent off then and there to Winchester, and though his men had to spend the night unsheltered under persistent rain, they had reason to bless his foresight a few nights later. At midnight, a report was received from one of the Front Royal fugitives, "Kenly is killed. 1st Maryland cut to pieces. Cavalry, ditto. The enemy's forces are 15,000 or 20,000 strong, and on the march to Strasburg." In forwarding this dispatch to Washington, Banks remarked that he thought it much exaggerated. At 7 a.m., on the 24th, he told Stanton that the enemy's force was from 6,000 to 10,000, that it was probably Ewell's division, and that Jackson was still in his front on the Valley Turnpike. 3 hours later he wrote to Gordon, informing him that the enemy had fallen back to Front Royal during the night, that ample reinforcements had been promised from Washington, and that the division would remain in Strasburg until further orders. Up to this time, he had been convinced that the attack on Front Royal was merely a raid, and that Jackson would never dare to insert his whole force between himself and McDowell. Suddenly, by what means we are not told, he was made aware that the Confederates were in overwhelming numbers, and that Jackson was in command. Scarcely had General Gordon digested the previous communication, when an orderly, galloping furiously to his side, delivered a pencil note from the Chief of Staff. Quote, "Orders have just been received for the division to move at once to Middletown, taking such steps to oppose the enemy, reported to be on the road between Front Royal and Middletown, as may seem proper." End quote. Banks was electrified at last. 3 weeks previously, in writing to Mr. Stanton, he had expressed his regret that he was, quote, "not to be included in active operations during the summer." End quote. His regret was wasted. He was about to take part in operations of which the activity, on his part at least, was more than satisfying. Such blindness as Banks had shown is difficult to explain. His latest information, previous to the attack on Kenly, told him that Jackson's trains were arriving at Harrisonburg on the 20th, and he should certainly have inferred that Jackson was in advance of his wagons. Now, from Harrisonburg across the Massanuttons to Front Royal is 55 miles, so it was well within the bounds of possibility that the Confederates might reach the latter village at midday on the 23rd. Moreover, Banks himself had recognized that Strasburg was an unfavorable position. It is true that it was fortified, but therein lay the very reason that would induce the enemy to turn it by Front Royal. Nor did the idea, which seems to have held possession of his mind throughout the night, that Ewell alone had been sent to destroy Kenly and had afterwards fallen back, show much strategic insight. Front Royal was the weak point in the Federal position. It was, of all things, unlikely that a commander, energetic and skillful as Jackson was well known to be, would, when he had once advertised his presence, fail to follow up his first blow with his whole force and the utmost vigor. It is only fair to add that the Federal authorities were no wiser than their general. At 2 a.m. on the morning of the 24th, although the news of Kenly's disaster had been fully reported, they still thought that there was time to move fresh troops to Strasburg from Baltimore and Washington. It seemed incredible that Jackson could be at Front Royal. Quote, "Arrangements are making," ran Stanton's telegram to Banks, "to send you ample reinforcements. Do not give up the ship before succor can arrive." End quote. We may now turn to Jackson. Up to the present, his operations had been perfectly successful. He had captured over 700 of the enemy, with a loss of only 40 or 50 to himself. He had seized stores to the value of $300,000, £60,000, and a large quantity had been burned by the enemy. He had turned the entrenched position at Strasburg. He threatened the Federal line of retreat. Banks was completely at his mercy, and there seemed every prospect of inflicting on that ill-starred commander a defeat so decisive as to spread panic in the council chambers of the northern capital. But the problem was not so simple as it seemed. In the first place, although the positions of the Federals had been thoroughly examined both by staff officers and scouts, the information as to their numbers was somewhat vague. Banks had actually about 8,000 effectives at Strasburg. But so far as the Confederates knew, it was quite possible that he had from 12,000 to 15,000. There is nothing more difficult in war than to get an accurate estimate of the enemy's numbers, especially when civilians, ignorant of military affairs, are the chief sources of information. The agents on whom Jackson depended for intelligence from within the enemy's lines were not always selected because of their military knowledge. Quote, "On the march to Front Royal," says General Taylor, "we reached a wood extending from the mountain to the river, when a mounted officer from the rear called Jackson's attention, who rode back with him. A moment later there rushed out of the wood a young, rather well-looking woman, afterwards widely known as Belle Boyd. Breathless with speed and agitation, some time elapsed before she found her voice. Then, with much volubility, she said we were near Front Royal, that the town was filled with Federals, whose camp was on the west side of the river, where they had guns in position to cover the bridge, that they believed Jackson to be west of the Massanuttons, near Harrisonburg, that General Banks was at Winchester, where he was concentrating his widely scattered forces to meet Jackson's advance, which was expected some days later. All this she told with the precision of a staff officer making a report, and it was true to the letter. Jackson was possessed of this information before he left New Market, and based his movements on it, but it was news to me." End quote. In the second place, Banks had still the means of escape. He could hardly prevent the Confederates from seizing Winchester, but he might at least save his army from annihilation. Jackson's men were exhausted and the horses jaded. Since the morning of the 19th, the whole army had marched over 80, and Ewell's division over 90 miles, and this average of 17 miles a day had been maintained on rough and muddy roads, crossed by many unbridged streams, and over a high mountain. The day which had just passed had been especially severe. Ewell, who was in bivouac at Cedarville, 5 miles north of Front Royal on the Winchester Turnpike, had marched more than 20 miles, and Jackson's own division, which had made 24, was on foot from 5 in the morning till 9 at night. Banks' natural line of retreat led through Winchester, and the Confederate advanced guard at Cedarville was 2 miles nearer that town than were the Federals at Strasburg. But it was still possible that Banks, warned by Kenly's overthrow, might withdraw by night, and even if he deferred retreat until daylight, he might, instead of falling back on Winchester, strike boldly for Front Royal and escape by Manassas Gap. Or, lastly, he might remain at Strasburg, at which point he was in communication, although by a long and circuitous road, with Fremont at Franklin. Jackson had therefore 3 contingencies to provide against, and during the night which followed the capture of Front Royal, he evolved a plan which promised to meet them all. Ashby, at daybreak, was to move with the 7th Virginia Cavalry in the direction of Strasburg, and at the same hour a staff officer with a small escort, supported by Taylor's Louisianians, was to ride towards Middletown, a village 5 miles north of Strasburg and 13 from Winchester, and to report frequently. The 2nd and 6th Virginia Cavalry, under General Stuart, were to advance to Newtown, also on the Valley Turnpike, and 8 miles from Winchester, while Ewell, with Trimble's brigade and his artillery, was to move to Nineveh, 2 miles north of Cedarville, and there halt, awaiting orders. The remainder of the command was to concentrate at Cedarville, preparatory to marching on Middletown, and strong cavalry patrols were to keep close watch on the Strasburg to Front Royal road. End of section 23. Read by Linda Johnson, November 2022. Section 24 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Winchester, Part 3. 6 a.m. From Cedarville to Middletown is no more than 7 miles, and Taylor's brigade is reported to have moved at 6 a.m., while Ashby had presumably already marched. But notwithstanding the fact that Banks's infantry did not leave Strasburg till 10 a.m., and that it had 5 miles to cover before reaching Middletown, when the Confederates reached the turnpike at that village, the Federal main body had already passed, and only the rear guard was encountered. It seems evident, therefore, that it was not till near noon that Jackson's patrols came in sight of Middletown, and that the Confederate advanced guard had taken at least 6 hours to cover 7 miles. The country, however, between Cedarville and the Valley Turnpike was almost a continuous forest, and wood fighting is very slow fighting. The advance had met with strong resistance. General Gordon had prudently sent the 29th Pennsylvania to Middletown at an early hour, with orders to reconnoiter towards Front Royal and to cover Middletown until the army had passed through. 7 a.m. Supported by a section of artillery, till it struck the Confederate scouts some 4 miles out on the Cedarville road. After a long skirmish, it was withdrawn to Middletown, but the 1st Maine Cavalry and a squadron of the 1st Vermont, about 400 strong, which had been ordered by Banks to proceed in the same direction, made a vigorous demonstration, and then fell back slowly before the advanced guard, showing a bold front, using their carbines freely, and taking advantage of the woods to impose upon the enemy. 10:15 a.m. These maneuvers succeeded in holding the Confederates in check till after 10 o'clock, for the heavy timber concealed the real strength of the Federals, and although Ashby with the 7th Virginia had marched to the scene of action, the infantry was not yet up. It is to be remembered that at daybreak the Valley Army was by no means concentrated. Jackson had with him at Cedarville only Ewell's division, his own division having halted near Front Royal. This last division, it appears from the reports, did not leave Front Royal until 8 a.m., a sufficiently early hour, considering the condition of the men and horses, the absence of the trains, and the fact that one of the brigades had bivouacked 4 miles south of the village. It was not, then, till between 9 and 10 that the column cleared Cedarville, and Middletown was distant nearly 3 hours' march by an exceedingly bad road. In all probability, if Jackson at daybreak or soon afterwards had marched boldly on Middletown with Ewell's division, he would have been able to hold Banks on the Valley Turnpike until the rest of his infantry and artillery arrived. But he had always to bear in mind that the Federals, finding their retreat on Winchester compromised, might make a dash for Manassas Gap. Now, the road from Strasburg to Manassas Gap was protected throughout its length by the North Fork of the Shenandoah, and to attack the Federals on the march, should they take this road, the Confederates would have to move through Cedarville on Front Royal. This was the only road by which they could reach the river, and the bridges at Front Royal were the only available points of passage. Jackson, it appears, was therefore reluctant to leave Cedarville, within easy reach of the bridges, until he received information of his enemy's designs, and that information, which had to be sought at a distance, was naturally long in coming. Criticism, after the event, is easy, but it certainly seems curious, with his knowledge of Banks, that Jackson should have believed his opponent capable of so bold a measure as retreat by way of Manassas Gap. According to his own report, the feasibility of such a course did cross Banks's mind, but it might seem that on this occasion Jackson lost an opportunity through over-caution. Nevertheless, in desperate situations, even the most inert characters are sometimes capable of desperate resolutions. Although, for the time being, Banks was permitted to extricate his infantry from the toils, The remainder of his command was less fortunate. The general and his brigades reached Winchester in safety, but the road between that town and Strasburg was a scene of dire disaster. 11:30 a.m. Stuart, with the 2nd and 6th Virginia, had struck Newton before noon, and found a convoy of wagons strung out on the Valley Turnpike. A few shots threw everything into confusion. Many of the teamsters deserted their posts and fled towards Winchester or Strasburg. Wagons were upset. Several were captured and others plundered. But the triumph of the Confederates was short-lived. The Federal infantry had already reached Middletown, and Banks sent forward a regiment of cavalry and a brigade of infantry to clear the way. Stuart was speedily driven back, and the Northerners resumed their march. 12:15 p.m. At some distance behind the infantry came the Federal cavalry, about 2,000 strong, accompanied by a battery and a small party of Zouaves. But by the time this force reached Middletown, Ashby, supported by the Louisiana Brigade, had driven in the regiment hitherto opposed to him, and, emerging from the forest, with infantry and guns in close support, was bearing down upon the village. The batteries opened upon the solid columns of the Federal horse. The Louisiana regiments, deploying at the double, dashed forward, and the Northern squadrons, penned in the narrow streets, found themselves assailed by a heavy fire. A desperate attempt was made to escape towards Winchester, and a whirling cloud of dust, through which the sabres gleamed, swept northward up the turnpike. But Ashby's horsemen, galloping across country, headed off the fugitives. Some of the Confederate infantry drew an abandoned wagon across the road, and others ran forward to the roadside fences. At such close quarters, the effect of the musketry was terrible. Quote, "In a few moments, the turnpike, which had just before teemed with life, presented a most appalling spectacle of carnage and destruction. The road was literally obstructed with the mingled and confused mass of struggling and dying horses and riders. Amongst the survivors, the wildest confusion ensued, and they scattered in disorder in various directions, leaving some 200 prisoners in the hands of the Confederates." End quote. Part dashed back to Strasburg, where the teeming magazines of the Federal commissaries were already blazing, and part towards the mountains, flying in small parties by every country track. The rear regiments, however, still held together. Drawing off westward, in the hope of gaining the middle road and of making his way to Winchester by a circuitous route, General Hatch, commanding the cavalry brigade, brought his guns into action on a commanding ridge, about a mile west of the highway, and still showed a front with his remaining squadrons. Infantry were with them. More horsemen came thronging up. Their numbers were unknown, and for a moment they looked threatening. The Confederate batteries trotted forward, and Taylor's brigade, with the Stonewall and Campbell's in support, was ordered to attack, whilst Ashby, accompanied by the Louisiana Tigers and 2 batteries, pursued the train of wagons that was flying over the hills towards Winchester. 3 p.m. The question now to be solved was whether the cavalry was the advanced or the rear guard of the Federal army. No message had arrived from Stuart, but the people of Middletown supplied the information. They reported that, in addition to the convoy, a long column of infantry had passed through the village, and Jackson, directing his infantry to follow Ashby, sent a message to Ewell to march on Winchester. Some delay took place before the 3 brigades which had now driven back the Federal cavalry could be brought back to the turnpike and reformed, and it was well on in the afternoon when, with the Stonewall regiments leading, the Confederate infantry pushed forward down the pike. The troops had been on their legs since dawn. Some of them, who had bivouacked south of Front Royal, had already marched 16 miles. The Federals had more than 2 hours' start, and Winchester was still 12 miles distant. But the enemy's cavalry had been routed, and such as remained of the wagons were practically without a guard. Ashby and Stuart, with 3 fine regiments of Virginia cavalry, supported by the horse artillery and other batteries, were well to the front, and there was every reason to believe, to use Jackson's own words, that if Banks reached Winchester, it would be without a train, if not without an army. But the irregular organization of the Valley forces proved a bar to the fulfillment of Jackson's hopes. On approaching Newtown, he found that the pursuit had been arrested. 2 pieces of artillery were engaging a Federal battery posted beyond the village, but the Confederate guns were almost wholly unsupported. Ashby had come up with the convoy. A few rounds of shell had dispersed the escort. The teamsters fled, and the supply wagons and sutlers' carts of the Federal army, filled with luxuries, proved a temptation which the half-starving Confederates were unable to resist. Quote, "Nearly the whole of Ashby's cavalry and a part of the infantry under his command had turned aside to pillage. Indeed, the firing had not ceased in the first onset upon the Federal cavalry at Middletown before some of Ashby's men might have been seen, with a quickness more suitable to horse thieves than to soldiers, breaking from their ranks, seizing each 2 or 3 of the captured horses and making off across the fields. Nor did the men pause until they had carried their illegal booty to their homes, which were, in some instances, at the distance of 1 or 2 days' journey. That such extreme disorders could occur," adds Dabney, "and that they could be passed over without a bloody punishment, reveals the curious inefficiency of officers in the Confederate army." End quote. Banks, when the pursuit had so suddenly ceased, had determined to save the remnant of his train. 3 regiments and a couple of batteries were ordered back from Bartonsville, with Gordon in command. And this rear guard had not only shown a formidable front, but had actually driven the infantry that still remained with Ashby out of Newtown and into the woods beyond. General Hatch, who had regained the turnpike with part of his brigade, had now come up, and the addition of 6 squadrons of cavalry rendered Gordon's force capable of stout resistance. The Federals held a strong position. The Confederates had present but 50 cavalry, 150 infantry, and 5 guns. Nor was there any hope of immediate support, for the remainder of the troops were still several miles in rear, and Stuart's 2 regiments appeared to have rejoined General Ewell on the road for Nineveh. Shortly before sunset, the Confederate artillery was reinforced. The Stonewall Brigade had also arrived upon the scene, and Gordon, firing such wagons as he could not carry off, as well as the pontoons, fell back on Winchester as the night closed in. The Confederates had now marched from 16 to 20 miles, and the men had not eaten since the early morning. But Jackson had determined to press the march till he was within striking distance of the hills which stand round Winchester to the south. It was no time for repose. The Federals had a garrison at Harper's Ferry, a garrison at Romney, detachments along the Baltimore and Ohio Railway, and Washington, within easy distance of Winchester by rail, was full of troops. A few hours' delay, and instead of Banks' solitary division, a large army might bar the way to the Potomac. So, with the remnant of Ashby's cavalry in advance, and the Stonewall Brigade in close support, the column toiled onward through the darkness. But the Federal rear guard was exceedingly well handled. The 2nd Massachusetts Regiment, held the post of honor, and, taking advantage of stream and ridge, the gallant New Englanders disputed every mile of road. At Bartonsville, where the Opequon, a broad and marshy creek, crosses the turnpike, they turned stubbornly at bay. A heavy volley, suddenly delivered, drove the Confederate cavalry back in confusion on the infantry supports. The 33rd Virginia was completely broken by the rush of flying horsemen. The guns were overridden, and Jackson and his staff were left alone upon the turnpike. In the pitch darkness, it was difficult to ascertain the enemy's numbers, and the flashes of their rifles, dancing along the top of the stone walls, were the only clue to their position. The Confederate column was ordered to deploy, and the Stonewall Brigade, pushing into the fields on either flank, moved slowly forward over the swampy ground. The stream proved an impassable obstacle both below and above the Federal position, but the 27th Virginia, attacking the enemy in front, drove them back and crossed to the further bank. The pursuit, however, had been much delayed, and the Massachusetts regiment, although ridden into by their own cavalry, fell back in good order, protected by a strong line of skirmishers on either side of the turnpike. The Confederate order of march was now changed. 3 companies, who were recruited from the district and knew the ground, were ordered to the front. The 5th Virginia, 400 or 500 yards from the skirmish line, were to follow in support. The cavalry and guns were left in rear, and the troops once more took up the line of march. For more than an hour they tramped slowly forward. The darkness grew more intense, and the chaff and laughter, for the soldiers, elated by success, had hitherto shown no sign of fatigue, died gradually away. Nothing was to be heard but the clang of accoutrements, the long rumble of the guns, and the shuffle of weary feet. Men fell in the ranks, overpowered by sleep or faint with hunger, and the skirmishers, wading through rank fields of wheat and clover, stumbling into ditches, and climbing painfully over high stone walls, made tardy progress. Again and again the enemy's volleys flashed through the darkness, but still there was no halt, for at the head of the regiments, peering eagerly into the darkness, their iron-willed commander still rode forward, as regardless of the sufferings of his men as of the bullets of the Federal rear guard, with but one thought present to his mind: to bring Banks to battle, and so prevent his escape from Winchester. The student of Napoleon had not forgotten the pregnant phrase, "Ask me for anything but time." The indiscipline of Ashby's cavalry had already given Banks a respite, and undisturbed by his reverses, the Union general had shown himself capable of daring measures. Had the Confederates halted at Newtown or at Bartonsville, the troops would doubtless have been fresher for the next day's work, but the morning might have seen Banks far on his way to the Potomac, or possibly strongly reinforced. When the Confederate infantry had met and overthrown their enemy, it would be time enough to think of food and rest. So long as the men could stand, they were to follow on his traces. "I rode with Jackson," says General Taylor, "through the darkness. An officer riding hard overtook us, who proved to be the chief quartermaster of the army. He reported the wagon trains far behind, impeded by a bad road in the Luray Valley." "The ammunition wagons?" sternly. "All right, sir. They were in advance, and I doubled teams on them and brought them through." "Ah!" in a tone of relief. "To give countenance to the quartermaster, if such can be given on a dark night," I remarked jocosely, "never mind the wagons. There are quantities of stores in Winchester, and the general has invited one to breakfast there tomorrow." Jackson took this seriously, and reached out to touch me on the arm. Without physical wants himself, he forgot that Others were differently constituted and paid little heed to commissariat. But woe to the man who failed to bring up ammunition. In advance, his trains were left behind. In retreat, he would fight for a wheelbarrow. May 25. At Kernstown, behind Hog Run, the Federal rear guard halted for the last time, but after a short engagement fell back on Winchester. It was now 3 o'clock, an hour before dawn, and the Massachusetts men became aware that the enemy had halted. Their skirmishers still pressed slowly forward, and an occasional shot flashed out in the darkness. But that noise, which once heard on a still night is never forgotten, the solid tramp of a heavy column on a hard road, like the dull roar of a distant cataract, had suddenly died away. As the day broke, the Confederate advanced guard, passing Pritchard's Hill and Kernstown battlefield, struck the Federal pickets on Parkin's Hill. In front was a brook which goes by the name of Abraham's Creek. Beyond the brook rose the ridge which covers Winchester, and Jackson at last permitted his men to rest. The coveted heights were within easy grasp. The Federal army was still in Winchester, and nothing now remained but to storm the hills and drive the enemy in panic from the town. The Confederates, when the order was given to halt, had dropped where they stood and lay sleeping by the roadside. But their commander permitted himself no repose. For more than an hour, without a cloak to protect him from the chilling dews, listening to every sound that came from the front, he stood like a sentinel over the prostrate ranks. As the dawn rose, in a quiet undertone, he gave the word to march. The order was passed down the column, and in the dim gray light, the men, rising from their short slumbers, stiff, cold, and hungry, advanced to battle. Jackson had with him on the turnpike, for the most part south of Kernstown, his own division, supported by the brigades of Scott and Elzey, and by 9 batteries. About a mile eastward on the Front Royal Road was Ewell, with Trimble's brigade and 10 guns. This detachment had moved on Winchester the preceding evening, driving in the Federal pickets, and had halted within 3 miles of the town. During the night, Jackson had sent a staff officer with instructions to Ewell. The message, although the bearer had to ride 29 miles, by Newton and Nineveh, had reached its destination in good time, and as the Stonewall brigade moved silently past Pritchard's Hill, Trimble's brigade advanced abreast of it beyond the intervening woods. On both the Valley Turnpike and the Front Royal Road, the Federals were favored by the ground, and their position, although the two wings were widely separated, had been skillfully selected. On the turnpike and west of it was Gordon's brigade of 4 regiments, strengthened by 8 guns, and by a strong force of cavalry in reserve. Watching the Front Royal Road was Donnelly's brigade, also of 4 regiments with 8 guns and a few squadrons. The line of defense ran along a broken ridge, lined in many places with stout stone walls, and protected in front by the winding reaches of Abraham's Creek. Still, strong as was the Federal position, there was little chance of holding it. Banks had been joined during the night by the larger portion of his army, and by the garrison of Winchester, but he was heavily outnumbered. At Front Royal and at Middletown, he had lost over 1,500 men. Part of his rear guard had scattered in the mountains, and it was doubtful if he could now muster more than 6,500 effective soldiers. In infantry and artillery, the Confederates were more than twice his strength. In cavalry alone were they inferior. Jackson's plan of action was simple. His advanced guard was to hold Gordon in position, and when Ewell fell on Donnelly, a heavy column would move round Gordon's right. 5 a.m. The Stonewall regiments led the way. The line of heights west of the turnpike and commanding Abraham's Creek was occupied by the Federal outposts, and a general advance of the whole brigade, sweeping across the brook and up the slopes, quickly drove in the pickets. But the enemy, whether by skill or good fortune, had occupied with his main line a position admirably adapted for an inferior force. 400 yards beyond the ridge which the Confederates had seized rose a second swell of ground, and 8 rifled guns, supported by the 2nd Massachusetts, swept the opposite height at effective range. Jackson immediately ordered up 3 batteries, posting them behind the crest, and as the sun rose, drawing up the mist from the little stream, a fierce duel of artillery began the battle. 6:30 a.m. The Confederate gunners, harassed by the enemy's skirmishers and overwhelmed with shells, suffered heavily. 1 battery was compelled to retire with a loss of 17 men and 9 horses. A second lost all its officers, and it was not till near 7 o'clock that the enemy's 8 guns with their infantry escort were finally driven back. Ewell, meanwhile, had come into action on the right, but the mist was heavy, and his advanced guard, received with a heavy fire from behind the stone walls, was driven back with a loss of 80 officers and men. Then the fog rose heavily, and for nearly an hour the engagement on this wing died away. 8 a.m. About 8 o'clock, Ewell's batteries again came into action, and Trimble moved round to take the enemy in flank. But Jackson, meanwhile, was bringing matters to a crisis on the left. The Federals still held fast in front, but the Louisiana, Taliaferro's, and Scott's brigades, retained hitherto with Elzey in reserve, were now ordered to turn the enemy's flank. Moving to the left in rear of the Stonewall brigade, these 11 regiments, 3 forming a second line, faced to the front and climbed the heights. General Gordon, in anticipation of such a movement, had already transferred 2 regiments to his right. The fire of this force, though delivered at close range, hardly checked the Confederate onset. Closing the many gaps and preserving an alignment that would have been creditable on parade, Taylor and Taliaferro moved swiftly forward over rocks and walls. The Federal infantry gave way in great disorder. The cavalry, in support, essayed a charge, but the Confederates, as the squadrons rode boldly towards them, halted where they stood, and the rolling volleys of the line of battle drove back the horsemen with many empty saddles. Then, as Taylor resumed his advance, the Stonewall regiments, with Elzey in close support, rose suddenly from their covert, and the whole line swept forward across the ridges. The bright sun of the May morning, dispersing the mists which veiled the field, shone down upon 10,000 bayonets, and for the first time in the valley, the rebel yell, that strange, fierce cry which heralded the Southern charge, rang high above the storm of battle. It was impossible, before so strong an onset, for the Federals to hold their ground. Infantry, artillery, and cavalry gave way. From east, west, and south, the gray battalions converged on Winchester, and as the enemy's columns, covered by the heavy smoke, disappeared into the streets, Jackson, no longer the imperturbable tactician, moving his troops like the pieces on a chessboard, but the very personification of triumphant victory, dashed forward in advance of his old brigade. Riding recklessly down a rocky slope, he raised himself in his stirrups, and waving his cap in the direction of the retreating foe, shouted to his officers to, quote, "press forward to the Potomac," end quote. Elzey's, the reserve brigade, was ordered to take up the pursuit, and within the town, where the storehouses had been already fired, the battle was renewed. The Federal regiments, with the exception of the 2nd Massachusetts, lost all order in the narrow streets. The roar of battle followed close, and with the rattle of musketry, the crash of shells, and the loud cries of the victors speeding their rapid flight, the Northern infantry dispersed across the fields. As the Confederates passed through the town, the people of Winchester, frantic with triumph after their 2 months of captivity, rushed out from every doorway to meet the troops, and with weeping and with laughter, with the 341 blessings of women and the fierce shouts of men, the soldiers of the valley were urged forward in hot pursuit. End of section 24. Read by Linda Johnson, November 2022. Section 25 of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Winchester, Part 4. 10 a.m. As they emerged from the town and looked down upon the open pastures through which the Martinsburg Turnpike runs, they saw the country before them covered with crowds of fugitives. Jackson, still in advance, turned round to seek his cavalry. From the head of every street, eager columns of infantry were pouring and, deploying without waiting orders, were pushing hastily across the fields. But not a squadron was in sight. Ashby, with the handful of men that still remained with him, had ridden to Berryville, expecting that the enemy would attempt to escape by Snicker's Gap. Stuart, with the 2 regiments that had done such service at Front Royal, was with Ewell and Trimble, but although Donnelly's regiments could be seen retiring in good order, they were not followed by a single sabre. Dispatching an aide-de-camp to order Stuart to the front, Jackson called up his batteries. The infantry, too, was hurried forward in order to prevent the Federals rallying. But after a rapid march of 2 hours, the interval between the Confederates and the enemy was still increasing, and it was evident that without cavalry it was useless to continue the pursuit. Not only was the infantry utterly exhausted, but the horses of the artillery were worn out, and about 5 miles out of Winchester the troops were ordered to halt and bivouac. The Federals, relieved from the pressure of the hostile fire, gradually reformed their ranks, and Jackson, notwithstanding the extraordinary exertions he had demanded from his troops, his own skillful maneuvers, and the high spirit of his men, saw his opportunity pass away. His impatience was almost uncontrollable. His staff was dispatched in all directions to urge forward the remainder of the batteries. Quote, "We must press them to the Potomac. Forward to the Potomac." End quote. Such was the tenor of every order, and at length, as the Federals disappeared in the far distance, he ordered the artillery teams to be unhitched, and the gunners, thus mounted, to pursue the enemy. But before this strange substitute for cavalry had moved out, the lagging squadrons arrived, and with a few fiery words they were sent at speed down the Valley Turnpike. But it was too late. Banks, for the 2nd time, was more fortunate than he deserved. To the misconduct of Ashby's troopers and to the pedantic folly of General Stuart, the escape of the Federal army must be attributed. Quote, "Never have I seen an opportunity when it was in the power of cavalry to reap a richer harvest of the fruits of victory. Had the cavalry played its part in this pursuit, as well as the 4 companies under Colonel Flournoy 2 days before in the pursuit from Front Royal, but a small portion of Banks's army would have made its escape to the Potomac." End quote. So runs Jackson's official report, and when the disorganized condition of the Federal battalions as they fled north from Winchester is recalled, it is difficult to question the opinion therein expressed. The precipitate retreat from Strasburg, accompanied by the loss of wagons and of stores, the concentrated attack of overwhelming numbers, followed by the disorderly rush through the streets of Winchester, had, for the time being, dissolved the bonds of discipline. It is true that some of the Federal regiments held together, but many men were missing. Some fell into the hands of the Confederates. Others sought safety by devious roads. And there can be little doubt but that those who fled to the Potomac were, for the time being, utterly demoralized. Had they been resolutely charged before they had reformed their ranks, their rifles would no more have saved them from annihilation than they had saved Kenly's command at Cedarville. But where was the cavalry? Ashby's 50 men, all that he had been able to collect, were far away upon the right, out of reach of orders, and in any case too few for effective use. The 2 regiments under Stuart, 600 or 700 strong, were the force on which Jackson had depended, and Stuart had shown himself incapable of command. He had received Jackson's message with the reply that he could obey no orders unless they came through his immediate superior. Before Ewell could be found, precious time was wasted, and 2 hours elapsed before the cavalry took up the chase. But the Federals had now established strong rear guards. The whole of their cavalry, supported by artillery, had been ordered to cover the retreat, and Stuart, although he picked up numerous prisoners and followed as far as Martinsburg, 22 miles north of Winchester, found no opportunity for attack. Halting for 2.5 hours at Martinsburg, the Federals continued their retreat at sunset, abandoning the magazines in the town to their pursuers. Before midnight, 3,000 or 4,000 men had arrived at Williamsport, and by the ford and ferry, supplemented by a few pontoon boats, the remnant of Banks's army crossed the broad Potomac. Although not a single Confederate squadron had followed him from Martinsburg, the Northern general, elated by his unexpected escape, spoke of this operation as if it had been carried out under heavy fire. "It is seldom," he reported, "that a river crossing of such magnitude is achieved with greater success." But he added, with more candor, "There were never more grateful hearts in the same number of men than when at midday on the 26th we stood on the opposite shore." And then, with the loss of 2,000 men, 100 wagons, the regimental transport of his cavalry, nearly 800 sick, and a vast quantity of stores to traverse his assertion, he stated that his command, "had not suffered an attack or rout, but had accomplished a premeditated march of near 60 miles in the face of the enemy, defeating his plans and giving him battle wherever he was found." But the Northern people were not to be deceived. The truth was but too apparent, and long before Banks had found leisure to write his report, terror had taken possession of the nation. While the soldiers of the valley lay round Winchester, reposing from their fatigues and regaling themselves on the captured stores, the governors of 13 states were calling on their militia to march to the defense of Washington. Jackson had struck a deadly blow. Lincoln and Stanton were electrified even more effectually than Banks. They issued an urgent call for more troops. "There is no doubt," wrote Stanton to the governor of Massachusetts, "that the enemy in great force are marching on Washington." In the cities of the North, the panic was indescribable. As the people came out of church, the newsboys were crying, quote, "Defeat of General Banks, Washington in danger," end quote. The newspaper offices were surrounded by anxious crowds. In the morning edition of the New York Herald, a leader had appeared which was headed, quote, "Fall of Richmond," end quote. The same evening it was reported that the whole of the rebel army was marching to the Potomac. Troops were hurried to Harper's Ferry from Baltimore and Washington. The railways were ordered to place their lines at the disposal of the government. McDowell, on the eve of starting to join McClellan, was ordered to lay aside the movement and to send half his army to the Valley. Fremont, who was about to join his column from the Great Kanawha, was called upon to support Banks. McClellan was warned by the president himself that the enemy was making a general movement northward, and that he must either attack Richmond forthwith or come to the defense of Washington. A reserve corps of 50,000 men was ordered to be organized at once and stationed permanently near the capital. And in one day, nearly 500,000 American citizens offered their services to save the Union. Jackson's success was as complete as it was sudden. The second diversion against Washington was as effective as the first, and the victory at Winchester even more prolific of results than the defeat at Kernstown. Within 24 hours, the storm cloud which had been gathering about Fredericksburg was dispersed. McDowell's army of 40,000 men and 100 guns was scattered beyond the hope of speedy concentration. McClellan, who had pushed forward his left wing across the Chickahominy, suddenly found himself deprived of the support on which he counted to secure his right. And Johnston, who had determined to attack his opponent before that support should arrive, was able to postpone operations until the situation should become more favorable. Immediately after his victory, Jackson had sent an officer to Richmond with dispatches explaining his views and asking for instructions. Lee, in reply, requested him to press the enemy, to threaten an invasion of Maryland and an assault upon the federal capital. May 28. Early on the 28th, the Stonewall Brigade advanced towards Harper's Ferry. At that point, crowded with stores of every description, 7,000 men and 18 guns under General Saxton had already been assembled. At Charlestown, Winder's advanced guard struck a reconnoitering detachment, composed of 2 regiments, a section of artillery, and a cavalry regiment. Within 20 minutes, the Federals, already demoralized by the defeat of Banks, were retiring in disorder, abandoning arms, blankets, and haversacks along the road, and the pursuit was continued until their reserves were descried in strong force on the Bolivar Heights, a low ridge covering Harper's Ferry from the south. The same evening, Ewell advanced in support of Winder, and on the 29th, the Valley Army was concentrated near Halltown, with the exception of the Louisiana Brigade, posted near Berryville, the 12th Georgia, with 2 guns in occupation of Front Royal, and Ashby, on the road to Wardensville, watching Fremont. During the afternoon, the 2nd Virginia Infantry was sent across the Shenandoah, and, occupying the Loudon Heights, threatened the enemy's position on the ridge below. Saxton, in consequence, withdrew a part of his troops the same night to the left bank of the Potomac. But Jackson, although Harper's Ferry and its magazines might easily have been taken, made no attempt to follow. His scouts, riding far to east and west, had already informed him that McDowell and Fremont were in motion to cut off his retreat. Shields' division, leading McDowell's advance from Fredericksburg, was approaching Manassas Gap, while Fremont, hurrying from Franklin through the passes of the North Mountain, was 10 miles east of Moorefield. Lee's instructions had already been carried to the extreme point consistent with safety, and Jackson determined to retreat by the Valley Turnpike. Not only was it the one road which was not yet closely threatened, but it was the one road over which the enormous train of captured stores could be rapidly withdrawn. May 29. The next morning, therefore, the main body of the army marched back to Winchester. Winder, with the Stonewall Brigade and 2 batteries, remaining before Harper's Ferry to hold Saxton in check. Jackson himself returned to Winchester by the railway, and on the way he was met by untoward news. As the train neared Winchester, a staff officer riding at a gallop across the fields signaled it to stop, and the general was informed that the 12th Georgia had been driven from Front Royal, burning the stores but not the bridges at Front Royal, and that Shields' division was in possession of the village. The situation had suddenly become more than critical. Front Royal is but 12 miles from Strasburg. Not a single Confederate battalion was within 25 miles of that town, and Winder was just twice as far away. The next morning might see the Valley Turnpike blocked by 10,000 Federals under Shields. Another 10,000, McDowell's 2nd Division, under General Ord, were already near Front Royal. Fremont, with 15,000, was pressing forward from the west, and Banks and Saxton, with the same number, were moving south from the Potomac. With resolute management, it would seem that 35,000 Federals might have been assembled around Strasburg by midday of the 31st, and that this force might have been increased to 50,000 by the evening of June 1. Desperate indeed appeared the Confederate chances. The wagons, which conveyed the spoils of Martinsburg and Charlestown, were still at Winchester, and with them were more than 2,000 prisoners. With the utmost expedition it seemed impossible that the Valley Army, even if the wagons were abandoned, could reach Strasburg before the evening of the 31st, and the Stonewall Brigade, with 50 miles to march, would be 24 hours later. Escape, at least by the Valley Turnpike, seemed absolutely impossible. Over Farrow and his chariots, the waters were already closing. But there is a power in war more potent than mere numbers. The moral difficulties of a situation may render the proudest display of physical force of no avail. Uncertainty and apprehension engender timidity and hesitation, and if the commander is ill at ease, the movements of his troops become slow and halting. And when several armies converging on a single point are separated by distance or by the enemy, when communication is tedious, and each general is ignorant of his colleagues' movements, uncertainty and apprehension are inevitable. More than ever is this the case when the enemy has a character for swiftness and audacity, and some unfortunate detachment is still reeling under the effects of a crushing and unexpected blow. Regarding, then, like Napoleon, the difficulties rather than the numbers of his enemies, Jackson held fast to his purpose, and the capture of Front Royal disturbed him little. "What news?" he asked briefly as the staff officer rode up to the carriage door. "Colonel Connor has been driven back from Front Royal." Jackson smiled grimly, but made no reply. His eyes fixed themselves apparently upon some distant object. Then his preoccupation suddenly disappeared. He read the dispatch which he held in his hand, tore it in pieces, after his accustomed fashion, and, leaning forward, rested his head upon his hands and apparently fell asleep. He soon roused himself, however, and turning to Mr. Boteler, who tells the story, said, quote, "I'm going to send you to Richmond for reinforcements. Banks has halted at Williamsport and is being reinforced from Pennsylvania. Dix Saxton is in my front and is being reinforced by the Baltimore and Ohio Railway. I have just received a dispatch informing me of the advance of the enemy upon Front Royal, which is captured, and Fremont is now advancing towards Wardensville. Thus, you see, I am nearly surrounded by a very large force." End quote. "What is your own, General?" asked his friend. "I will tell you, but you must not repeat what I say, except at Richmond. To meet this attack, I have only 15,000 effective men." "What will you do if they cut you off, General?" A moment's hesitation, and then the cool reply, "I will fall back upon Maryland for reinforcements." Jackson, says Cook, was in earnest. If his retreat was cut off, he intended to advance into Maryland and doubtless make his way straight to Baltimore and Washington, depending on the Southern sentiment in that portion of the state to bring him reinforcements. End quote. That the federal government was apprehensive of some such movement is certain. The wildest rumors were everywhere prevalent. Men throughout the North wore anxious faces, and it is said that one question, "Where is Jackson? Has he taken Washington?" was on every lip. The best proof, however, that a movement on Washington was actually anticipated by the Federals is the dispatch of the Secretary of War to the governors of the different states. Quote, "Send forward all the troops that you can, immediately. Banks completely routed. Intelligence from various quarters leaves no doubt that the enemy in great force are advancing on Washington. You will please organize and forward immediately all the volunteer and militia force in your state." End quote. Further, on receiving the news of Banks's defeat, the President had called King's division of McDowell's Army Corps to defend the capital, and his telegram of May 25 to McClellan, already alluded to, in which that general was warned that he might have to return to Washington, is significant of what would have happened had the Confederates entered Maryland. McClellan's vast army, in all human probability, would have been hurriedly re-embarked, and Johnston have been free to follow Jackson. May 31. On the night of the 30th, the whole army of the Valley was ordered back to Strasburg, and early next morning the prisoners, escorted by the 21st Virginia and followed by the convoy of wagons in double column, covering 7 miles of road, led the way. Captain Hotchkiss was sent with orders to Winder to hasten back to Winchester, and not to halt till he had made some distance between that place and Strasburg. Quote, "I want you to go to Charlestown," were Jackson's instructions to his staff officer, "and bring up the 1st Brigade. I will stay in Winchester until you get here, if I can. But if I cannot, and the enemy gets here first, you must conduct it around through the mountains." End quote. The march, however, as the general had expected, was made without molestation, and during the afternoon the main body reached Strasburg and camped there for the night. The Stonewall Brigade, meanwhile, had passed through Winchester, halting near Newtown, the 2nd Virginia Regiment having marched 35 miles, and all the remainder 28. Little had been seen of the enemy. Fremont had passed Wardensville, and, marching through heavy rain, had halted after nightfall at Cedar Creek, 6 miles west of Strasburg. On the road to Front Royal, only a few scouts had been encountered by the Confederate patrols, for Shields, deceived by a demonstration which the Louisiana Brigade had made from Winchester, had let the day pass by without a decisive movement. The difficulties on which Jackson had counted had weighted the feet of his adversaries with lead. Fremont, with 22 miles to march, had suffered Ashby to delay his progress, and although he had promised Lincoln that he would be in Strasburg at 5 o'clock that evening, he had halted on the mountains 6 miles distant. Shields, far ahead of the next division, had done nothing more than push a brigade towards Winchester, and place strong pickets on every road by which the enemy might approach. Neither Federal general could communicate with the other, for the country between them was held by the enemy. Both had been informed of the other's whereabouts, but both were uncertain as to the other's movements, and the dread of encountering, unsupported, the terrible weight of Jackson's onset had sapped their resolution. Both believed the enemy far stronger than he really was. The fugitives from Winchester had spread exaggerated reports of the Confederate numbers, and the prisoners captured at Front Royal had by no means minimized them. Banks, impressed by the long array of bayonets that had crowned the ridge at Winchester, rated them at 20,000 infantry, with cavalry and artillery in addition. Geary, who had retired in hot haste from Rectortown, burning his tents and stores, had learned, he reported from numerous sources, that 10,000 cavalry were passing through Manassas Gap. There were constant rumors that strong reinforcements were coming up from Richmond, and even McDowell believed that the army of invasion consisted of 25,000 to 30,000 men. Fremont's scouts, as he approached Strasburg, represented the Confederate force at 30,000 to 60,000. Shields, before he crossed the Blue Ridge and found himself in the vicinity of his old opponent, had condemned the panic that had seized his brother generals, and had told McDowell that he would clear the valley with his own division. But when he reached Front Royal, the force that he had scornfully described as insignificant had swelled to 20,000 men. Troops from Richmond, he telegraphed, were marching down the Luray Valley, and he urged that he should be at once supported by 2 divisions. It cannot be said that Lincoln and Stanton were to blame for the indecision of the generals. They had urged Fremont forward to Strasburg, and Shields to Front Royal. They had informed them by the telegraph of each other's situation, and had passed on such intelligence of the enemy's movements as had been acquired at Harper's Ferry, and yet, although the information was sufficiently exact, both Shields and Fremont, just as Jackson anticipated, held back at the decisive moment. The waters had been held back, and the Confederates had passed through them dry-shod. Such is the effect of uncertainty in war, a mighty power in the hands of a general who understands its scope. June 1. On the morning of June 1, Jackson's only remaining anxiety was to bring Winder back and to expedite the retreat of the convoy. Ewell was, therefore, ordered to support Ashby and to hold Fremont in check until the Stonewall brigade had passed through Strasburg. The task was easily accomplished. At 7 in the morning, the Confederate pickets were driven in. As they fell back on their supports, the batteries on both sides came rapidly into action, and the Federal infantry pressed forward. But musketry replied to musketry, and finding the road blocked by a line of riflemen, Fremont ordered his troops to occupy a defensive position on Cedar Creek. Quote, "I was entirely ignorant," he says, "of what had taken place in the valley beyond, and it was now evident that Jackson, in superior force, was at or near Strasburg." End quote. His men also appear to have caught the spirit of irresolution, for a forward movement on the part of the Confederates drove in Blenker's Germans with the greatest ease. Quote, "Sheep," says General Taylor, "would have made as much resistance as we met. Men decamped without firing, or threw down their arms and surrendered. Our whole skirmish line was advancing briskly. I sought Ewell and reported. We had a fine game before us, and the temptation to play it was great. But Jackson's orders were imperative and wise. He had his stores to save, Shields to guard against, Lee's grand strategy to promote. He could not waste time chasing Fremont." End quote. Winder reached Strasburg about noon. The troops that had been facing Fremont were then withdrawn, and the whole force, now reunited, fell back on Woodstock. Ashby, with the cavalry, holding his old position on Tom's Brook. The retreat was made in full view of the Federal scouts. On the Confederates retiring from before him, Fremont had pushed forward a reconnaissance, and Bayard's cavalry brigade of McDowell's army came up in the evening on the other flank. But attack was useless. The Confederate trains were disappearing in the distance, and heavy masses of all arms were moving slowly south. The Federal horsemen were unsupported save by a single battery. McDowell, who had reached Front Royal with part of his 2nd Division in the morning, had endeavored to push Shields forward upon Strasburg. But Shields, fearing attack, had dispersed his troops to guard the various roads, and when at last they were assembled, misled by erroneous information, he had directed them on Winchester. Before the mistake was discovered, the day had passed away. It was not until the next morning that the Federal columns came into communication, and then Jackson was already south of Woodstock. On Friday morning, May 29, says Allen, quote, Jackson was in front of Harper's Ferry, 50 miles from Strasburg. Fremont was at Fabius, 20 miles from Strasburg, and Shields was not more than 20 miles from Strasburg, for his advance entered Front Royal, which is but 12 miles distant, before midday, while McDowell was following with 2 divisions. Yet by Sunday night, Jackson had marched between 50 and 60 miles, though encumbered with prisoners and captured stores, had reached Strasburg before either of his adversaries, and had passed safely between their armies, while he held Fremont at bay by a show of force, and blinded and bewildered Shields by the rapidity of his movements. End quote. From the morning of May 19 to the night of June 1, a period of 14 days, the Army of the Valley had marched 170 miles, had routed a force of 12,500 men, had threatened the North with invasion, had drawn off McDowell from Fredericksburg, had seized the hospitals and supply depots at Front Royal, Winchester, and Martinsburg, and finally, although surrounded on 3 sides by 60,000 men, had brought off a huge convoy without losing a single wagon. This remarkable achievement, moreover, had been comparatively bloodless. The loss of 618 officers and men was a small price to pay for such results. That Jackson's lucky star was in the ascendant there can be little doubt, but fortune had far less to do with his success than skill and insight, and in 2 instances, the misconduct of his cavalry and the surprise of the 12th Georgia, the blind goddess played him false. Not that he trusted to her favors. Quote, every movement throughout the whole period, says one of his staff officers, was the result of profound calculation. He knew what his men could do, and to whom he could entrust the execution of important orders. End quote. Nor was his danger of capture, on his retreat from Harper's Ferry, so great as it appeared. May 31 was the crisis of his operations. On that morning, when the prisoners and the convoy marched out of Winchester, Shields was at Front Royal, but Shields was unsupported. Ord's division was 15 miles in rear, and Bayard's cavalry still further east. Even had he moved boldly on Strasburg, he could hardly have seized the town. The ground was in Jackson's favor. The only road available for the Federals was that which runs south of the North Fork, and the bridges had been destroyed. At that point, 3 miles east of Strasburg, a small flank guard might have blocked the way until the main body of the Confederates had got up. And had Fremont, instead of halting that evening at Cedar Creek, swept Ashby aside and pushed forward to join his colleague, the Valley Army might easily have effected its retreat. Winder alone would have been cut off, and Jackson had provided for that emergency. When the embarrassments under which the Federals labored are laid bare, the passage of the Confederates between the converging armies loses something of its extraordinary character. Nevertheless, the defeat of the Front Royal garrison and the loss of the bridges was enough to have shaken the strongest nerves. Had Jackson then burnt his convoy and released his prisoners, few would have blamed him. And the tenacity with which he held to his original purpose, the skill with which he imposed on both Shields and Fremont, are no less admirable than his perception of his opponent's difficulties. Well has it been said, quote, "What gross ignorance of human nature do those declaimers display who assert that the employing of brute force is the highest qualification of a general?" End quote. End of section 25. Read by Linda Johnson, December 2022.
Section 26 of Stonewall Jackson in the American Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stonewall Jackson in the American Civil War by George Francis Robert Henderson. Cross Keys and Port Republic, Part 1. By the ignorant and the envious success in war is easily explained away. The dead military line, and for that matter even the living, is a fair mark for the heels of a baser animal. The greatest captains have not escaped the critics. The genius of Napoleon has been belittled on the ground that each one of his opponents, except Wellington, was only second-rate. French historians have attributed Wellington's victories to the mutual jealousy of the French marshals, and it has been asserted that Moltke triumphed only because his adversaries blundered. Judged by this rule, few reputations would survive. In war, however, it is as impossible to avoid error as it is to avoid loss of life. But it is by no means simple either to detect or to take advantage of mistakes. Before both Napoleon and Wellington, an unsound maneuver was dangerous in the extreme. None were so quick to see the slip, none more prompt to profit by it. Herein, to a very great extent, lay the secret of their success, and herein lies the true measure of military genius. A general is not necessarily incapable because he makes a false move. Both Napoleon and Wellington, in the long course of their campaigns, gave many openings to a resolute foe, and both missed opportunities. Under ordinary circumstances, mistakes may easily escape notice altogether, or at all events pass unpunished, and the reputation of the leader who commits them will remain untarnished. But if he is pitted against a master of war, a single false step may lead to irretrievable ruin, and he will be classed as beneath contempt for a fault which his successful antagonist may have committed with impunity 100 times over. So Jackson's escape from Winchester was not due simply to the inefficiency of the Federal generals or to the ignorance of the Federal president. Lincoln was wrong in dispatching McDowell to Front Royal in order to cut off Jackson, when Shields, in execution of this order, left Fredericksburg. The Confederates were only 5 miles north of Winchester, and had they at once retreated, McDowell must have missed them by many miles. McDowell, hotly protesting, declared, and rightly, that the movement he had been ordered to execute was strategically false. It is impossible, he said, that Jackson can have been largely reinforced. He is merely creating a diversion, and the surest way to bring him from the lower valley is for me to move rapidly on Richmond. In any case, it would be wiser to move on Gordonsville. His arguments were unavailing. But when Jackson pressed forward to the Potomac, it became possible to intercept him, and the president did all he could to assist his generals. He kept them constantly informed of the movements of the enemy and of each other. He left them a free hand, and with an opponent less able, his instructions would have probably brought about complete success. Nor were the generals to blame. They failed to accomplish the task that had been set them, and they made mistakes. But the task was difficult, and if at the critical moment the hazard of the situation proved too much for their resolution, it was exactly what might have been expected. The initial error of the Federals was in sending two detached forces, under men of no particular strength of character, from opposite points of the compass, to converge upon an enemy who was believed to be superior to either of them. Jackson at once recognized the blunder, and foreseeing the consequences that were certain to ensue, resolved to profit by them. His escape, then, was the reward of his own sagacity. When once the actual position of the Confederates had been determined, and the dread that reinforcements were coming down the valley had passed away, the vigor of the Federal pursuit left nothing to be desired. June 1st. Directly it was found that the Confederates had gone south, on the afternoon of June 1st, Shields was directed on Luray, and that night his advanced guard was 10 miles beyond Front Royal, on the other side of the Massanuttons. Fremont, with Beard's cavalry heading his advance, moved rapidly on Woodstock. The Federal generals, however, had to do with the foe, who never relaxed his vigilance, whilst Ashby and Ewell on May 31st were engaged with Fremont at Cedar Creek. Jackson had expected that Shields would advance on Strasburg, but not a single infantry soldier was observed on the Front Royal Road throughout the day. Such inaction was suspicious, and the probability to which it pointed had not escaped the penetration of the Confederate leader. His line of retreat was the familiar route by Newmarket and Harrisonburg to Port Republic, and thence to the gaps of the Blue Ridge. There he could secure an unassailable position, within reach of the railway and of Richmond. But during the movement, danger threatened from the valley of the South Fork. Should Shields adopt the line of advance, the White House and Columbia bridges would give him easy access to Newmarket. And while Fremont was pressing the Confederates in rear, their flank might be assailed by fresh foes from the Luray Gap. And even if the retiring column should pass Newmarket in safety, Shields, holding the bridges at Conrad's Store and Port Republic, might block the passage to the Blue Ridge. Jackson, looking at the situation from his enemy's point of view, came to the conclusion that a movement up the valley of the South Fork was already in progress, and that the aim of the Federal commander would be to secure the bridges. His conjectures hit the mark. Before leaving Front Royal, Shields ordered his cavalry to march rapidly up the valley of the South Fork and seize the bridge at Conrad's Store. The White House and Columbia bridges he intended to secure himself. But Jackson was not to be so easily overreached. June 2nd. On the night of June 2nd, the Federal cavalry reached Luray to find that they had come too late. The White House and Columbia bridges had both been burned by a detachment of Confederate horse, and Shields was thus cut off from Newmarket. At dawn on the 4th, after a forced night march, his advance guard reached Conrad's Store to find that bridge also gone, and he was once more foiled. On his arrival at Luray, the sound of cannon on the other side of the Massanuttons was plainly heard. It seemed probable that Jackson and Fremont were already in collision, but Shields, who had written a few hours before to Mr. Stanton that with supplies and forage he could stampede the enemy to Richmond, was unable to stir a foot to assist his colleague. Once again Jackson had turned to account the strategic possibilities of the Massanuttons and the Shenandoah, and to increase General Shields' embarrassment, the weather had broken. Heavy and incessant rainstorms submerged the Virginia roads. He was ahead of his supplies, much hampered by the mud, and the South Fork of the Shenandoah, cutting them off from Fremont, rolled a volume of rushing water which it was impossible to bridge without long delay. Meanwhile, west of the Great Mountain, the tide of war, which had swept with such violence to the Potomac, came surging back. Fremont, by the rapidity of his pursuit, made full amends for his lack of vigor at Cedar Creek. A cloud of horsemen filled the space between the hostile columns. Day after day, the quiet farms and sleepy villages on the Valley Turnpike heard the thunder of Ashby's guns. Every stream that crossed the road was the scene of a fierce skirmish, and the ripening corn was trampled under the hoofs of the charging squadrons. On June 2nd, the first day of the pursuit, between Strasburg and Woodstock, the Federals, boldly led by Bayard, gained a distinct advantage. A dashing attack drove in the Confederate rearguard, swept away the horse artillery, and sent Ashby's and Stewart's regiments, exhausted by hunger and loss of sleep, flying up the valley. Many prisoners were taken, and the pursuit was only checked by a party of infantry stragglers, whom Ashby had succeeded in rallying across the road. Next day, June 3rd, the skirmishing was continued, and the Confederates, burning the bridges across the roads, retreated to Mount Jackson. June 4th. On the 4th, the bridge of the North Fork was given to the flames, Ashby, whose horse was shot under him, remaining to the last, and the deep and turbulent river placed an impassable obstacle between the armies. Under a deluge of rain, the Federals attempted to launch their pontoons, but the boats were swept away by the rising flood, and it was not till the next morning that the bridge was made. June 5th. The Confederates had thus gained 24 hours' respite, and contact was not resumed until the 6th. Jackson, meanwhile, constructing a ferry at Mount Crawford, had sent his sick and wounded to Staunton, thus saving them the long detour by Port Republic, and dispatching his stores and prisoners by the more circuitous route. Had passed through Harrisonburg to Cross Keys, a clump of buildings on Mill Creek, where, on the night of the 5th, his infantry and artillery, with the exception of a brigade supporting the cavalry, went into bivouac. June 6th. On the afternoon of the 6th, the Federal cavalry followed Ashby. Some 3 miles from Harrisonburg is a tract of forest, crowning a long ridge, and within the timber, the Confederate squadrons occupied a strong position. The enemy, 800 strong, pursued without precaution, charged up a gentle hill, and were repulsed by a heavy fire. Then Ashby let loose his mounted men on the broken ranks, and the Federals were driven back to within half a mile of Harrisonburg, losing 4 officers and 36 men. Smarting under this defeat, Fremont threw forward a still stronger force of cavalry, strengthened by 2 battalions of infantry. Ashby had already called up a portion of the brigade which supported him, and met the attack in a clearing of the forest. The fight was fierce. The Confederates were roughly handled by the Northern riflemen, and the ranks began to waver. Riding to the front, where the opposing lines were already at close range, Ashby called upon his infantry to charge. As he gave the order, his horse fell heavily to the ground. Leaping to his feet in an instant, again he shouted, "Charge, men! For God's sake, charge!" The regiments rallied, and inspired by his example, swept forward from the wood. But hardly had they left the covert when their leader fell, shot through the heart. He was speedily avenged. The men who followed him, despite the heavy fire, dashed at the enemy in front and flank, and drove them from their ground. The cavalry, meanwhile, had worked round in rear. The horse artillery found an opportunity for action, and under cover of the night the Federals fell back on Harrisonburg. The losses of the Union troops were heavy, but the Confederate victory was dearly purchased. The death of Ashby was a terrible blow to the Army of the Valley. From the outbreak of the war he had been employed on the Shenandoah, and from Staunton to the Potomac his was the most familiar figure in the Confederate ranks. His daring rides on his famous white charger were already the theme of song and story, and at the tale of his exploits as told in camp and farm, sometimes bordered on the marvelous, the bare truth, stripped of all exaggeration, was sufficient in itself to make a hero. His reckless courage, his fine horsemanship, his skill in handling his command, and his power of stimulating devotion were not the only attributes which incited admiration. With such qualities, it is said, were united the utmost generosity and unselfishness, and a delicacy of feeling equal to a woman's. His loss came home with a special force to Jackson. After the unfortunate episode in the pursuit from Middletown, he had rated his cavalry leader in no measured terms for the indiscipline of his command, and for some days their intercourse, usually most cordial, had been simply official. Sensitive in the extreme to any reflection upon himself or his troops, Ashby held aloof, and Jackson, always stern when a breach of duty was concerned, made no overtures for a renewal of friendly intercourse. Fortunately, before the fatal fight near Harrisonburg, they had been fully reconciled, and with no shadow of remorse Jackson was able to offer his tribute to the dead. Entering the room in Port Republic, whither the body had been brought, he remained for a long time alone with his old comrade, and in sending an order to his cavalry added, "Poor Ashby is dead. He fell gloriously, one of the noblest men and soldiers in the Confederate Army." A more public testimony was to come. In his official report he wrote, "The close relation General Ashby bore to my command for most of the previous 12 months will justify me in saying that as a partisan officer, I never knew his superior. His daring was proverbial, his powers of endurance almost incredible, his character heroic, and his sagacity almost intuitive in divining the purposes and movements of the enemy." On the 6th and 7th, the Confederate infantry rested on the banks of Mill Creek, near Cross Keys. The cavalry on either flank of the Massanuttons watched both Fremont's camps at Harrisonburg and the slow advance of Shields. And on the southern peak of the mountains, a party of signalers, under a staff officer, looked down upon the roads which converged on the Confederate position. June 7th. June 7th was passed in unwonted quiet, for the first time for 15 days since the storming of Front Royal. The boom of the guns was silent. The glory of the summer brooded undisturbed on hill and forest, and as the escort which followed Ashby to his grave passed down the quiet country roads, the valley lay still and peaceful in the sunshine. Not a single Federal scout observed the melancholy cortege. Fremont's pursuit had been roughly checked. It was uncertain in which direction the main body of the Confederates had retreated, and it was not till evening that a strong force of infantry, reconnoitering through the woods, struck Jackson's outpost near the hamlet of Cross Keys. Only a few shots were exchanged. Shields, meanwhile, had concentrated his troops at Columbia Bridge on the 6th, and presuming that Jackson was standing fast on the strong position at Rude's Hill, was preparing to cross the river. Later in the day, a patrol, which had managed to communicate with Fremont, informed him that Jackson was retreating, and the instructions he thereupon dispatched to the officer commanding his advance guard are worthy of record. The enemy passed New Market on the 5th, Blanker's division on the 6th in pursuit. The enemy has flung away everything, and their stragglers fill the mountain. They need only a movement on the flank to panic strike them and break them into fragments. No man has had such a chance since the war commenced. You are within 30 miles of a broken, retreating enemy who still hangs together. 10,000 Germans are on his rear, who hang on like bulldogs. You have only to throw yourself down on Waynesboro before him, and your cavalry will capture them by the thousands, seize his train and abundant supplies. In anticipation, therefore, of an easy triumph, and to use his own words, of thundering down on Jackson's rear, Shields, throwing precaution to the winds, determined to move as rapidly as possible on Port Republic. He had written to Fremont urging a combined attack on the demoralized rebels, and he thought that together they would finish Jackson. His only anxiety was that the enemy might escape, and in his haste he neglected the warning of his corps commander. McDowell, on dispatching him in pursuit, had directed his attention to the importance of keeping his division well closed up. Jackson's predilection for dealing with exposed detachments had evidently been noted. Shields' force, however, owing to the difficulties of the road, the mud, the quicksands, and the swollen streams, was already divided into several distinct fractions. His advance brigade was south of Conrad's store, a second was some miles in rear, and two were at Luray, retained at that point in consequence of a report that 8,000 Confederates were crossing the Blue Ridge by Thornton's Gap. To correct this faulty formation before advancing, he thought was not worthwhile. On the night of June 7th, he was sure of his prey. The situation at this juncture was as follows. Shields was stretched out 25 miles of road in the valley of the South Fork. Fremont was at Harrisonburg. Ewell's division was near Cross Keys, and the main body of the Valley Army near Port Republic. During his retreat, Jackson had kept his attention fixed on Shields. That ardent Irishman pictured his old enemy flying in confusion, intent only on escape. He would have been much astonished had he learned the truth. From the moment Jackson left Strasburg, during the whole time he was retreating, with the bulldogs at his heels, he was meditating a counterstroke, and his victim had already been selected. When Shields rushed boldly up the valley of the South Fork, it seemed that an opportunity of avenging Kernstown was about to offer. On June 4th, the day that the enemy reached Luray, Ewell was ordered to provide his men with 2 days' cooked rations and to complete their ammunition for active service. The next day, however, it was found that Shields had halted. Ewell was ordered to stand fast, and Jackson wrote despondently to Lee, "At present, I do not see that I can do much more than rest my command and devote its time to drilling." On the 6th, however, he learned that Shields' advanced guard had resumed its march, and like a tiger crouching in the jungle, he prepared to spring upon his prey. But Fremont was close at hand, and Shields and Fremont between them mustered nearly 25,000 men. They were certainly divided by the Shenandoah, but they were fast converging on Port Republic, and in a couple of marches, if not actually within sight of each other's camps, they would come within hearing of each other's guns. Yet, notwithstanding their numbers, Jackson had determined to deal with them in detail. A few miles from the camp at Port Republic was a hill honeycombed with caverns, known as the Grottos of the Shenandoah. In the heart of the limestone, nature had built herself a palace of many chambers, vast, silent, and magnificent. But far beyond the beauty of his mysterious halls was the glorious prospect which lay before the eyes of the Confederate sentries. Glimmering aisles and dark recesses, where no sunbeam lurks nor summer wind whispers, compared but ill with those fruitful valleys, watered by clear brown rivers and steeped in the glow of Virginia June. To the north stood the Massanuttons, with their forests sleeping in the noonday, and to the right of the Massanuttons displaying, in that transparent atmosphere, every shade of that royal color from which it takes its name. The Blue Ridge loomed large against the eastern sky. Summit after summit, each more delicately penciled than the last, receded to the horizon, and beneath their feet, still dark and unbroken as the primeval wilderness, broad leagues of woodland stretched far away over a lonely land. No battlefield boasts a fairer setting than Port Republic, but, lover of nature as he was, the region was attractive to Jackson for reasons of a sterner sort. It was eminently adapted for the purpose he had at heart. 1. The South Fork of the Shenandoah is formed by the junction of two streams, the North and South Rivers, the village of Port Republic lying on the peninsula between the two. 2. The bridge crosses the North River just above the junction, carrying the Harrisonburg Road into Port Republic, but the South River which cuts off Port Republic from the Luray Valley, is passable only by two difficult fords. 3. North of the village on the left bank of the Shenandoah, a line of high bluffs covered with scattered timber completely commands the tract of open country which lies between the river and the Blue Ridge, and across this tract ran the road by which Shields was marching. 4. 4 miles northwest of Port Republic, near the village of Cross Keys, the road to Harrisonburg crosses Mill Creek, a strong position for defense. By transferring his army across the Shenandoah and burning the bridge at Port Republic, Jackson could easily have escaped Fremont and have met Shields in the Luray Valley with superior force. But the plain where the battle must be fought was commanded by the bluffs on the left bank of the Shenandoah, and should Fremont advance while an engagement was in progress, even though he could not cross the stream, he might assail the Confederates in flank with his numerous batteries. In order, then, to gain time in which to deal with Shields, it was essential that Fremont should be held back, and this could only be done on the left bank. Further, if Fremont could be held back until Shields' force was annihilated, the former would be isolated. If Jackson could hold the bridge at Port Republic and also prevent Fremont reaching the bluffs, he could recross when he had done with Shields and fight Fremont without fear of interruption. To reverse the order and to annihilate Fremont before falling upon Shields was out of the question. Whether he advanced against Fremont or whether he stood still to receive his attack, Jackson's rear and communications threatened by Shields must be protected by a strong detachment. It would be thus impossible to meet Fremont with superior or even equal numbers, and an army weaker on the battlefield could not make certain of decisive victory. Jackson had determined to check Fremont at Mill Creek, but the situation was still uncertain. Fremont had halted at Harrisonburg, and it was possible that he might advance no further, so the Confederates were divided, ready to meet either adversary, Ewell remaining at Cross Keys, and the Stonewall Division encamping near Port Republic. June 8th. On the morning of June 8th, however, it was found that Fremont moving. Ewell's division was already under arms. At 8:30 a.m., his pickets, about 2 miles to the front, became engaged, and the Confederate regiments moved leisurely into position. The line ran along the crest of a narrow ridge, commanding an open valley, through which Mill Creek, an insignificant brook, ran parallel to the front. The further slopes, open and unobstructed except for scattered trees and a few fences, rose gently to a lower ridge about a mile distant. The ground held by the Confederates was only partially cleared, and from the Port Republic Road in the center, at a distance of 600 yards on either flank, were woods of heavy timber, enclosing the valley and jutting out towards the enemy. The ridge beyond the valley was also thickly wooded, but here, too, there were open spaces on which batteries might be deployed, and the forest in rear, where Ashby had been killed, standing on higher ground, completely concealed the Federal approach. The pickets, however, had given ample warning of the coming attack, and when, at 10 a.m., the hostile artillery appeared on the opposite height, it was received with heavy fire. 8.5 batteries, says Fremont, were brought into action within 30 minutes. Against this long array of guns, the Confederates massed only 5 batteries, but these commanded the open ground and were all in action from the first. Ewell had with him no more than 3 brigades. The Louisiana regiments had bivouacked near Port Republic and were not yet up. The whole strength of the troops which held the ridge was no more than 6,000 infantry and perhaps 500 cavalry. Fremont had at least 10,000 infantry, 12 batteries, and 2,000 cavalry. It was then against overwhelming numbers that Ewell was asked to hold his ground, and the remainder of the army was 4 miles in rear. Jackson himself was still absent from the field. The arrangements for carrying out his ambitious plans had met with an unexpected hitch. In the Luray Valley, from Conrad's store northwards, The space between the Blue Ridge and the Shenandoah was covered for the most part with dense forest, and through this forest ran the road, moving beneath the spreading foliage of oak and hickory. Shields' advance brigade was concealed from the observation of the Confederate cavalry, and the signalers on the mountain, endangered by Fremont's movement, had been withdrawn. North of Port Republic, between the foothills of the Blue Ridge and the Shenandoah, lies a level tract of arable and meadow, nearly a mile wide and extending for nearly 3 miles in a northerly direction. On the plain were the Confederate pickets, furnished by 3 companies of Ashby's regiment, with their patrols on the roads towards Conrad's store, and there seemed little chance that Shields would be able to reach the fords over the South River, much less the Port Republic Bridge, without long notice being given of his approach. The cavalry, however, as has been already proved, were not entirely to be depended on. Jackson, whose headquarters were within the village, had already mounted his horse to ride forward to Cross Keys, when there was a distant fire, a sudden commotion in the streets, and a breathless messenger from the outpost reported that not only had the squadrons on picket been surprised and scattered, but that the enemy was already fording the South River. Between the 2 rivers, southwest of Port Republic, were the Confederate trains, parked in the open fields. Here was Carrington's battery with a small escort, and now the cavalry had fled. There were no other troops, save a single company of the 2nd Virginia on this side of the Shenandoah. The squadron which headed the Federal advanced guard was accompanied by 2 guns. One piece was sent towards the bridge, the other, unlimbering on the further bank, opened fire on the church, and the horsemen trotted cautiously forward into the village street. Jackson, warned of his danger, had already made for the bridge, and crossing at a gallop, escaped capture by the barest margin of time. His chief of artillery, Colonel Crutchfield, was made prisoner, with Dr. McGuire and Captain Willis, and his whole staff was dispersed, save Captain Pendleton, a sterling soldier, though hardly more than a boy in years, and the danger was not over. With the trains was the whole of the reserve ammunition, and it seemed that a crushing disaster was near at hand. The sudden appearance of the enemy caused the greatest consternation amongst the teamsters. Several of the wagons went off by the Staunton road, and had the Federal cavalry come on, the whole would have been stampeded. But Carrington's battery was called to the front by Captain Moore, commanding the company of infantry in the village. The picket, promptly put into position, opened with a well-aimed volley, and a few rounds checked the enemy's advance. The guns came rapidly and effectively into action, and at this critical moment Jackson intervened with his usual vigor. From the left bank of the North River, he saw a gun bearing on the bridge, the village swarming with blue uniforms, and more artillery unlimbering across the river. He had already sent orders for his infantry to fall in, and a 6-pounder was hurrying to the front. "I was surprised," said the officer to whose battery that piece belonged, "to see a gun posted on the opposite bank. Although I had met a cavalryman who told me that the enemy were advancing up the river, still I did not think it possible that they could have brought any guns into the place in so short a time." It thereupon occurred to me that the piece at the bridge might be one of Carrington's, whose men had new uniforms something like those we saw at the bridge. Upon suggesting this to the general, he reflected a moment, and then riding a few paces to the left and front, he called out, in a tone loud enough to be heard by the enemy, "Bring that gun up here." But getting no reply, he raised himself in his stirrups, and in a most authoritative and seemingly angry tone he shouted, "Bring that gun up here, I say." At this they began to move the trail of the gun so as to bring it to bear upon us, which, when the general perceived, he turned quickly to the officer in charge of my gun, and said in his sharp, quick way, "Let 'em have it." The words had scarcely left his lips when Lieutenant Brown, who had his piece charged and aimed, sent a shot right among them, so disconcerting them that theirs in reply went far above us. The Confederate battalions, some of which had been formed up for inspection or for the Sunday service when the alarm was given, had now come up, and the 87th Virginia was ordered to capture the gun and to clear the village. Without a moment's hesitation, the regiment charged with a yell across the bridge, and so sudden was the rush that the Federal artillerymen were surprised. The gun was double-shotted with canister, and the head of the column should have been swept away. But the aim was high, and the Confederates escaped. Then, as the limber came forward, the horses, terrified by the heavy fire and the yells of the charging infantry, became unmanageable, and the gunners, abandoning the field piece, fled through the streets of Port Republic. The 87th rushed forward with a yell. The hostile cavalry, following the gunners, sought safety by the fords, and as the rout dashed through the shallow water, the Confederate batteries coming into action on the high bluffs west of the Shenandoah swept the plain below with shot and shell. The hostile artillery beyond the stream was quickly overpowered. Horses were shot down wholesale. A second gun was abandoned on the road. A third, which had only 2 horses and a driver left, was thrown into a swamp, and a fourth was found on the field without either team or men. The Federal infantry was not more fortunate. Carroll's brigade of 4 regiments was close in rear of the artillery when the Confederate batteries opened fire. Catching the contagion from the flying cavalry, it retreated northward in confusion. A second brigade, Tyler's, came up in support, but the bluffs beyond the river were now occupied by Jackson's infantry. A stream of fire swept the plain, and as Shields' advanced guard, followed by the Confederate cavalry, fell back to the woods whence it had emerged, 5 miles away on the other flank, was heard the roar of the cannonade which opened the Battle of Cross Keys. From the hurried flight of the Federals, it was evident that Shields' main body was not yet up. So, placing 2 brigades in position to guard the bridge, Jackson sent the remainder to Ewell and then rode to the scene of action. Fremont, under cover of his guns, had made his preparations for attack, but the timidity which we had already displayed when face to face with Jackson had once more taken possession of his faculties. Vigorous in pursuit of a flying enemy, when that enemy turned at bay, his courage vanished. The Confederate position was undoubtedly strong, but it was not impregnable. The woods on either flank gave access under cover to the central ridge. The superior weight of his artillery was sufficient to cover an advance across the open, and although he was without maps or guide, the country was not so intersected as to render maneuvering impracticable. End of section 26.